everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
ReZero, Fairy Tale Hero from Scratch, Chapter 201 to 261. The fantasizing was discovered. Hearing this, Green simply crossed his arms, leaned back against the chair, and spoke straightforwardly without any intention of hiding it. Don't think you can use this to threaten me. There's nothing I'm afraid to say. I was just fantasizing about you guys a little. By the way, since you're in my mental world, do you feel like you're actually there? As soon as these words were spoken, the tea pavilion instantly fell into an eerie silence, and even the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The sly smile on Echidna's face instantly froze, and her purple eyes widened suddenly. She clearly hadn't expected Green to speak so bluntly without any hesitation. She subconsciously raised her hand, gently brushing back the silver-white hair falling by her ear, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I estimate your face's defensive power isn't any worse than the Sin Archbishop of Greed's. Inside the coffin of 100 legs, Daphne stopped twitching her nose, tilted her head, and asked with some excitement, "Is there a part for Daphne too, Green?" The Witch of Lust, Carmilla, turned bright red. Her hands tightly gripped the corners of her clothes, her head hung low, and even her speech became stuttering. "Little Gu, you can't be like this. Love is sacred. Desire can deepen the density of love, but it can also make you lose yourself in filth." Typhon blinked her clear, large eyes, not understanding the meaning of those words at all. Still holding the aeroplane chess pieces, she shook Green's arm and shouted crisply, "Little Gu, forget it. Play aeroplane chess with Typhon. Is it okay to play first and then argue with Sister Donna?" Green had no choice but to give in to Typhon's soft tone. Looking at the little girl's expectant gaze, he finally nodded and reached out to set up the aeroplane chess on the stone table. All right, I'll play with you. Just one game, okay? I need to take a good rest after this." Typhon cheered, obediently climbing onto a small cushion by the tea pavilion, holding her chess pieces and seriously starting the match with Green. Being young, she played entirely on a whim, occasionally cheating by taking a few extra steps. Green wasn't annoyed either, leisurely playing along with her. The tea pavilion was filled with the little girl's crisp laughter, and the previous embarrassment and noise gradually faded, leaving only a sense of leisure. To the side, Echidna held her teacup, occasionally glancing at the two playing. Daphne's coffin of 100 legs sat quietly by the pavilion. She was no longer noisy, just quietly sniffing the air, occasionally mumbling in a soft voice that she wanted to eat something sweet. Minerva leaned against a pillar. Although she still frowned, she didn't speak up to scold them anymore, her gaze toward Typhon softening slightly. After playing for a while, Typhon was jumping up and down with a chess piece, shouting, "I'm going to win." A faint ripple suddenly appeared in the corner of the tea pavilion, and the mental projection of the Witch of Sloth, Sekhmet, slowly manifested. She was still as lazy as could be. Her figure swayed slightly as she raised her hand to give her shoulder a gentle stretch. Her long eyelashes drooped, hiding the darkness in her eyes. She let out 2 big yawns in succession, her voice hoarse and weary, making even standing seem like a struggle. Seeing this, Green immediately put down the chess piece in his hand, looked up at Sekhmet, and asked with a hint of urgency, "Is it settled? How's it going on Regulus's side?" Sekhmet slowly lowered her hand, her eyes half closed, and spoke feebly, her tone full of exhaustion, ****, he has an immortality trait granted by his authority. Without completely destroying the core of the authority of greed, it's impossible to kill him for good." She paused and sighed weakly. "Sigh, but I've knocked him deep underground and sealed him under several layers of rock with the invisible hand. It'll probably take him a while to crawl back up from the depths. He won't be coming to cause trouble for a while." After saying that, she appeared even more listless, her footsteps unsteady as she leaned toward the soft couch in the corner of the pavilion, her voice growing fainter, ***, so tired. I use too much energy. I need to rest. Don't call me again unless it's important." Before her voice even faded, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep against the couch. Her breathing became steady as she fell into a profound slumber. Green looked at the sleeping Sekhmet and sighed in relief. At least the immediate crisis was resolved. Typhon was still thinking about the aeroplane chess. She tugged on his sleeve and said crisply, "Little Gu, the game isn't over yet. Let's keep playing." The atmosphere in the tea pavilion became relaxed once more. The conflicts of the outside world were temporarily silenced, leaving only the tranquility and warmth of the witch's company within the sea of consciousness. Green's mental body turned into a glimmer of light, suddenly withdrawing from the depths of his sea of consciousness and instantly returning to his physical body. The next moment, in reality, those dull and lazy eyes lit up once more with clear brilliance, as Green's consciousness completely took over his body. The lazy aura left by Sekhmet slowly faded, replaced by his own steadiness, though a slight sluggishness from being controlled by the witch still lingered in his limbs. This shut-in big sister is still too brutal. She almost burned up all the mana in my body. He slowly stood up straight and looked around. The streets of Watergate City before him were already unrecognizable. The flat stone roads were completely shattered. A massive chasm tore from his feet all the way to the edge of the canal, bottomless and dark, the crack winding like a hideous scar. Most of the stone embankment had collapsed. The river water continued to surge below, with rubble and dust scattered everywhere. A faint pressure from the distorted space still lingered in the air. Green looked down into the abyss at his feet, his mouth twitching slightly. Looking down, there was only a thick, impenetrable darkness. One didn't need to think to know that a certain Sin Archbishop of Greed, who had been knocked into the ground, was currently frustratedly digging through the dirt layer by layer, struggling to squirm his way back up. She really left a huge mess for me. He sighed softly, subconsciously flexing his fingers and feeling the mana still flowing steadily within him. A faint purple light flashed briefly beside him, and Betty's figure instantly appeared on the rubble-strewn ground. Her small body standing by the collapsed stone embankment looked exceptionally delicate. She looked up, her lake blue eyes staring straight at Green, her small mouth pressed into a line, her tone carrying undisguised reproach. "Stupid Green, you were very off just now. Who was controlling your body?" Seeing her tense little face, Green sheepishly scratched the back of his head, his tone full of apology. "Sorry, Betty. I made you worry. The situation was a bit urgent just now, and I didn't have time to tell you." He raised his hand and gently pointed to his chest, explaining calmly, "Most of the witches in the world are living inside my body now. I just let them come out to help a bit, consider it paying a little rent." Betty's brow furrowed instantly. She took a small step forward, her hands unconsciously gripping her skirt, her eyes filled with more tension as she looked up at Green and pressed, "Is Mother there too? Will they be disadvantageous to you?" Her voice grew softer, her usual tsundere act mostly fading, replaced by genuine concern. Echidna was her creator, and she always kept her in mind, but she was even more afraid that those witches with their eccentric temperaments would harm Green. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #202 Chapter 202 Anastasia's Arrival. Chapter 202, Anastasia arrives. Looking at Betty's face, which was full of worry, Green felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently rubbed her soft pink hair, his tone firm and reassuring, "Don't worry, those guys are behaving themselves for now." He paused, his fingertips tightening slightly as he felt the clear mental bond connecting him to the witches within his body. A resolute light flashed in his eyes as he added, "I still have absolute control over my own body. They can't truly sway my will, let alone harm me in the slightest. You don't need to be so tense." Betty's cheeks turned slightly red from his rubbing, and her usual tsundere attitude began to peek out. However, she didn't pull away from his hand, merely muttering in a low voice, "Humph, Betty just doesn't want to lose a submissive servant, that's all." But the small hand clutching her skirt quietly relaxed, and most of the worry in her lake blue eyes dissipated. She leaned gently against his arm, signaling her acceptance of the explanation. Green couldn't help but chuckle softly at her duplicity. Just as he was about to say something more to soothe her, a female voice filled with a hint of playfulness and amusement drifted over from the other side of the street, breaking the warm atmosphere between the two. My, Mr. Grimm, did you cause all this destruction? It's truly impressive. Green turned toward the voice and saw Anastasia dressed in an exquisite light purple dress, her skirt fluttering gently in the breeze. With a sly, mischievous smile on her face, she walked toward them with elegant steps. Behind her followed several Iron Fang mercenaries dressed in black combat gear, their expressions solemn. These warriors were all tall and sturdy, radiating a capable aura, as they firmly protected her in their midst, clearly the elite of the mercenary corps. The commotion here just now was so loud that the entire Watergate City could feel it. Even the meeting on my side was interrupted. Anastasia stopped a few paces in front of the two, tilting her head slightly and speaking with a beaming smile. Green looked at the devastated street, his brow furrowing slightly. The smile on his face faded, and his tone turned more serious as he explained to Anastasia in earnest. I didn't want to wreck the place, but the opponent this time was too strong. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the bottomless fissure beneath his feet, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. If Sekhmet hadn't stepped in to suppress it, the current situation would only be worse. There was no lie in these words, and they also saved him the trouble of revealing the secret of the witches inside him. The playful smile on Anastasia's face gradually faded, replaced by a flash of gravity in her eyes. If even the powerhouse who brought down the white whale found it troublesome, she estimated that even adding her own strength wouldn't be enough to handle it. She looked around at the messy battlefield, scattered rubble, cracks everywhere, and the lingering pressure still hanging in the air. There were still scattered, panicked citizens and patrolling mercenaries passing by. It was a place with too many eyes and ears. Anastasia gently smoothed the skirt of her dress that had been ruffled by the wind and looked at Green and Betty, her tone becoming solemn. It seems I misunderstood Mr. However, this place is crowded and noisy, and the aftereffects of the battle still linger. It's really not the place for a conversation. She turned slightly in an inviting gesture, and the Iron Fang mercenaries behind her tactfully stepped aside to create a path. I have a temporary resting villa prepared nearby. It's quiet, safe, and free from disturbances. Why don't we go there to exchange information? Green thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Currently, Regulus was sealed underground, and although he couldn't cause trouble for the time being, he would eventually break free. He needed to exchange news with Anastasia as soon as possible to prepare defenses. Moreover, this place was indeed not suitable for a long stay. He took Betty's small hand and said warmly, "Very well, let's go elsewhere to discuss in detail." In the main hall of the villa, servants soon served warm flower tea and exquisite snacks. Anastasia waved her hand to dismiss all the servants and mercenaries, leaving only her close confidants to guard the door. She picked up her teacup, took a light sip, and looked up at Green. Her expression had completely shed its previous playfulness, and was now full of sincerity. "All right, Mr. Now that there are no outsiders, you can tell me in detail what exactly happened." Once everyone was seated, Green didn't hide anything. Looking at his familiar companions, he slowly recounted the entire sequence of events. The one who came looking for trouble this time was the Sin Archbishop of Greed of the Witch Cult, Regulus. His authority is very special. He possesses an immortal body that cannot be killed by ordinary attacks. It took a lot of effort on my part to temporarily seal him underground. Hearing this, Otto's expression immediately became serious, and he leaned forward. As a close friend, he was well aware of the witch cult's terror, and he asked urgently, "An Archbishop of Sin? Why would a guy like that suddenly come to Watergate City to cause trouble for you? There must be more to this than meets the eye." Garfield clenched his fists even tighter, his face full of rage. "Those damned witch cult scumbags." Green waved his hand, his expression growing even more solemn. He looked at Anastasia and then swept his gaze over his companions, saying in a deep voice, "I still have ways to deal with that guy Regulus. What's more irritating right now are the other lackeys of the witch cult." Amelia's body flickered with a faint spirit mana as she said firmly, "Are there others, Green?" According to the information I've obtained, there should be 2 other archbishops of sin, one of the 3 archbishops of gluttony, Louis Arneb, and the sin archbishop of lust, Capella. In that case, we might not have enough manpower, Emilia said with some concern. Otto immediately spoke up, his words organized and full of tacit understanding. If our 2 camps join forces, we can probably barely manage to deal with 2 archbishops of sin. Garfield also beat his chest in guarantee. I can take on 1 archbishop solo with no problem. Leave the most dangerous spot to me. Just as he finished speaking, a childish clamor suddenly came from outside the hall, accompanied by the pitter-patter of footsteps. A small figure burst inside. Mimi's short chestnut hair was messy and sticking up. Her short legs moved quickly as she ran straight into the middle of the group. Raising her small hand high, she shouted loudly with a serious face, all right, all right. This stupid big brother deals with 1, the green-clad big brother deals with 1, and then Mimi and Green deal with 1. That way we can win. She puffed out her small chest, looking as if she had planned the tactics long ago. Her amber eyes were bright, and she clearly didn't take the archbishops of sin seriously at all. To her, fighting, he pointed at himself with a look of utter disbelief, his voice trembling, wait, I'm fighting 1 alone. Green nodded silently and patted Otto on the shoulder. Yeah, I almost forgot I have a war god for a friend. Otto, I think you can do it. Chapter 203, The Plan Unfolds. Otto's face turned pale. He waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a rattle, his voice carrying a sob, don't do this, my friend. I'm just a civil official. Mimi immediately shot a contemptuous glance at Otto, her small brows furrowing and her mouth pouting high in disdain, crying like a baby. What a spineless guy. You don't even dare to fight bad guys, how useless. She stood there with her hands on her hips, her small body ramrod straight like a haughty little adult. She didn't take the danger of the witch cult's archbishops of sin seriously at all, thinking only that Otto was cowardly and timid. Anastasia pursed her lips and reached out to gently pinch Mimi's soft cheek, her tone gentle yet slightly reproachful as she stopped her mischief. Stop being naughty, Mimi. Don't be so rude. Then, her tone shifted, her eyes carrying a hint of entrustment as she asked softly, how is the task I gave you coming along? Mimi squinted as her cheek was pinched, immediately forgetting about her disdain for Otto. She looked up cheerfully and patted her chest reassuringly, don't worry, miss. The guests you wanted to invite have already been brought here. It's just that Mimi ran fast, so I arrived a bit early. Just as she finished speaking, the wooden door of the courtyard's main hall was pushed open gently, and steady footsteps slowly echoed. The first to walk in was a girl with short, neat, light blonde hair. Her hair was fluffy and lively, with strands falling casually over her forehead. Her eyes were clear yet held a hint of rebellious sharp edge. Dressed in a simple short jacket and trousers, her figure was small but her aura was imposing. It was felt. Following closely behind her was a tall, upright young man with long crimson hair tied in a low ponytail. He wore a neat white knight's uniform with gold trim, and the sword at his waist exuded authority. It was the kingdom's strongest knight, Reinhard. As soon as Felt entered, her gaze locked onto Green. Her brows quirked slightly, and she spoke with a hint of reproachful banter, familiar yet blunt, well then, Green. You came all the way to Watergate City to have fun by yourself without even letting me know. Do you still have any respect for me, your big boss? Lady Amelia, Lady Anastasia, good day to you. Reinhard stepped forward slowly and bowed slightly to Anastasia and Amelia in the hall. With a gentle expression and proper manners, he stood quietly beside Felt, displaying the composure and respect of a knight. Seeing Felt and Reinhard appear, Green's eyes instantly lit up with surprise, and his tense expression completely relaxed. He blurted out immediately, his voice full of joy, that's great. With this, we have enough people. With Reinhard, the kingdom's strongest knight, present, plus the strength of everyone else on the scene. Against the 3 archbishops of sin, greed, gluttony, and lust, they finally had full confidence, and no longer needed to worry about being short-handed. As his voice trailed off, another figure flashed through his mind. His brows furrowed imperceptibly as he calculated in his heart, logically, the Sun Princess should also be nearby. After all, with such a big commotion in Watergate City, it was impossible for someone of her character not to notice. But thinking of that princess's temperament, Green couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That woman's personality was too difficult. She always preferred soft persuasion over hard pressure, and had a knack for doing the opposite of what was expected. If he lowered himself to invite her for help, not only would she refuse, but she would also go out of her way to make things difficult or simply watch from the sidelines. In the end, it would only be counterproductive. As for the other one, Duchess Crush of the Carston family, since she hadn't had her memories taken away like in the original story, she hadn't accepted this invitation. Seeing this, Green didn't waste words. He quickly and concisely recounted to Felt the situation regarding Regulus being sealed, and the sin archbishops of gluttony and lust lurking in Watergate City. After listening, Felt snorted, crossed her arms, turned her face away, and pouted with its Sundra expression. "Humph, did I say I was going to help you? Don't flatter yourself." But her ears turned slightly red. Though she spoke of refusal, her feet didn't move an inch toward the exit. Beside her, Reinhard lowered his head slightly and advised in a steady, respectful tone, "Lady Felt, if the witch cult is causing trouble here, I suggest we eliminate them completely. This will not only protect the residents of Watergate City, but also enhance your reputation among the people, which will be of great benefit in the future." Hearing this, Felt glared at Reinhard, then turned back to Green awkwardly, muttering with a pouting, Sundra attitude, I know. Couldn't you just let Green beg me a bit more before I agreed to help? Fine, tell me, who am I supposed to cut down?" Though she sounded reluctant, her arms had unconsciously uncrossed. It was clear she had relented, and was just waiting for Green to give her a graceful way out. "Big boss, you're as blunt as ever." Seeing her cute, insincere behavior, Green couldn't help but chuckle. Going along with her, he acted helpless yet indulgent. "It's better if we defeat them one by one. For now, I need rain to guard that great rift. If the Sin Archbishop of Greed breaks free from the Earth's core, I need you to tie him down." In just a few words, the division of labor was settled. No one objected, and they all nodded in agreement. Everyone began preparing for action. The heavy atmosphere in the hall transformed into a determined readiness. Green gave Betty a few more instructions, telling her to stay by Amelia's side, and not to act impulsively. Seeing the little girl nod obediently despite her reluctance, he finally turned to leave with peace of mind. Once the matters at the courtyard were fully arranged, Green bid everyone farewell, and walked out of the quiet courtyard alone, weaving through the streets of Watergate City as they gradually regained order. His destination was the procession of the Church of Abundance, to which he belonged. Green wasn't fighting alone now, he had his own subordinates. As the saint of the Church of Abundance, the entire church was practically under his sole command. "All right, Simon. I think I've made myself clear. You know what to do, right?" Old priest Simon folded his hands in front of him, his expression solemn. Hearing this, he slowly nodded, his aged voice steady and powerful, without a hint of hesitation. "Understood, Lord Saint. You want me to secretly search for a hidden church where nearly 100 beautiful young girls are being held. And I must act with the utmost secrecy, without alerting the enemy, to find the church's exact location, guard situation, and the condition of the girls, reporting back to you at any time." As old priest Simon finished speaking, the other subordinates of the Church of Abundance in the room looked at each other, their eyes holding a hint of tacitly understood strangeness. Several church members stole glances at Green, with ambiguous and peculiar smiles hanging on the corners of their mouths. They had clearly misunderstood, thinking Green's serious business of finding a hidden church to rescue the girls was some other sordid intention. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #2O for Chapter 200 for the Knights of the Church of Abundance. Chapter 204, Knights of the Church of Abundance. In the crowd, a small, shifty-looking cultist with rat-like features rubbed his hands together and stepped forward with a fawning expression. The fellow leaned in close to Green, his tone carrying a hint of sycophantic and lewd probing, as he lowered his voice and said, "Saint, isn't your demand a bit too high? Why not start with 10 and see? Usually, after 2 or 3 times, one wouldn't have any energy left, even if there were more, you'd only be able to watch. Why go to such trouble to find so many people?" As soon as these words were spoken, several subordinates nearby couldn't help but chuckle softly, their eyes looking at Green with increasing eccentricity. "Pfft, what do you know? The more people, the merrier. Ha 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 ha. Is it very funny?" Green's originally solemn face darkened instantly, a flash of cold anger crossing his eyes as the atmospheric pressure around him suddenly dropped. "Insolence!" Simon barked a low shout, scaring the shifty-eyed cultist so much his face turned pale instantly. His legs buckled, nearly kneeling on the spot, and the lewd grin on his face froze as he trembled all over, no longer daring to look up at Green. "Your Eminence, please appease your anger. I know I was wrong. I'll go and catch those 100 girls for you right away." The low chuckling around them also came to an abrupt halt. The rest of the subordinates bowed their heads, not daring to breathe loudly, their previous stray thoughts vanishing without a trace. Green's teeth ground together with a creaking sound, yet it wasn't a roar of intense rage, instead, it carried a deep sense of powerlessness. He reached out his fingertips to rub his throbbing temples, his eyes filled with helplessness and exhaustion toward this group of idiotic subordinates. "You bastards, I'm going to save people, do you understand?" "Understood, understood. It's easier to get things done when there's a life-saving debt involved." Green continued, "It seems you still don't realize the gravity of the situation. Didn't you feel the turmoil in the city earlier?" The shifty-eyed cultist had just breathed a sigh of relief when he was stunned by Green's question. He scratched his head, stammering and not daring to speak. The cultists nearby also looked up, their embarrassment fading into a look of confusion. Seeing this, Simon quickly stepped forward, his expression becoming solemn again. He bowed slightly to Green and spoke steadily, "I have heard of it, Saint. Subordinates reported that thugs had infiltrated the city to cause trouble, disrupting the markets and injuring many citizens." "It wasn't just thugs." Green interrupted him, his face darkening completely. "It's the witch cult." The moment those words were spoken, the room fell so silent that a needle drop could be heard. The cultists, who were full of ignorance and embarrassment just a moment ago, all changed color simultaneously. Their grins vanished completely, replaced by an undisguisable terror, and even their breathing became much lighter. The witch cult's fearsome reputation was known to everyone within the kingdom's borders, as was the brutality and horror of the archbishops of Sin. Every time they appeared, it resulted in massive disasters. The old priest Simon's pupils shrank slightly. His hands clenched unconsciously, and his aged face was filled with shock, which then turned into deep solemnity. His voice was taut as he spoke, "The witch cult. It's actually those heretics. No wonder this turmoil was so strange. Then the young girls you are looking for, Saint, have they perhaps fallen into the hands of the witch cult?" Green nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group of subordinates who had finally put away their stray thoughts. His tone became increasingly serious. "Those girls have been imprisoned by the witch cult's Sin Archbishop of Greed. I need you to secretly investigate their whereabouts, focusing your search on the churches within Watergate City." "Very well, Saint. This old man understands." Listening to Green's words, Simon looked at him with eyes full of certain admiration and respect. Ever since Green became the saint of the Church of Abundance, Simon had followed him wholeheartedly, believing deeply that every decision Green made was full of profound meaning, and he had never once disobeyed the saint's orders. Without waiting for further instructions from Green, Simon stepped forward. His aged but upright body bowed slightly, and his tone was earnest and firm as he volunteered. "The witch cult has committed countless evils and harmed the innocent. Our Church of Abundance absolutely cannot sit idly by. I will lead all the capable subordinates of the church and set out immediately. We will divide into several teams for a covert investigation, and will not overlook any suspicious church strongholds. We will certainly find the whereabouts of those girls as quickly as possible, ensuring we don't alert the enemy or fail your trust. Simon's words were powerful, but the other cultists in the room still looked pale, their bodies shrinking back slightly. They huddled together, whispering in low voices, their tones filled with unrestrainable worry and fear. The witch cult, those are heretics who kill without blinking. We don't even know how to fight properly. If we accidentally run into them head-on, we'll definitely be dead. Yeah, I heard those witch cultists' blades are incredibly sharp. Killing us wouldn't be any different from killing dogs, right? The fragmented murmurs grew louder, and the terror on everyone's faces became more apparent. The shifty-eyed cultist from before was shrinking to the very back of the crowd. Seeing this, Simon's face darkened to the point it could drip water. He immediately interrupted their whispering sharply, his aged voice carrying an unquestionable authority. All of you, shut up. Stop talking nonsense here, and demoralizing the ranks. You bunch of cowards, traitors, and opportunists. The saints said we are to gather intelligence. Who told you to go and risk your lives? Green waved his hand, looking at the group of cultists who were scared witless. There was no anger in his eyes, only a bit of calm reassurance. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful, instantly suppressing the panic in the room. No matter. The witch cult's fearsome reputation precedes them, it is only natural for you to feel fear. Green waved his hand, his tone flat and undisturbed. Looking at the trembling cultists before him, he didn't offer much reproach. After all, these people were almost all old-timers, not battle-hardened warriors. Facing vicious thugs like the witch cult, cowardice was simply human nature. But as soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of a crucial matter. His eyes lit up slightly, and his finger paused in midair. He then looked at Simon and asked with a hint of urgency, "Right, Simon, didn't our church recruit some knights before? How many are there?" As he asked this, Green was already calculating rapidly in his mind. The one to deal with this time wasn't just the Sin Archbishop of Greed, but also the Sin Archbishop of Lust lurking in the shadows. That Archbishop of Sin was most adept at controlling bizarre monsters. If only Reinhard and Felt were to fight head-on, there would inevitably be gaps in the rear. If the church's knights could be put to use, they could assist in searching for the girl's whereabouts and provide extra combat power when later confronting the monsters driven by the Sin Archbishop of Lust. By holding the streets and alleys of Watergate City and protecting the common people, the chances of victory would increase by several points. But when his voice fell, Simon, opposite him, didn't reply loudly right away. Instead, he showed a bit of difficulty. Chapter 205, Battle Deployment. Regarding the recruitment of knights, we have indeed recruited some. A hint of unease played across the aged face as his eyes darted away. His steps were hesitant as he edged closer to Green, looking as if he had something to say but didn't know how to start. Watching his behavior, Green's heart sank slightly, a faint sense of foreboding washing over him. Simon hunched his shoulders, his hands clenching and unclenching repeatedly. After stammering for a long while, he finally raised his hand. His thin, bony fingers stiffly formed the shape of an 8. His voice was kept extremely low. "Saint, this is the total number of knights we have right now." Seeing the gesture Simon made, Green was stunned for a moment, and then a sudden burst of joyful light erupted in his eyes. The tension that had gripped his expression for days vanished instantly. He even took an involuntary step forward, his voice full of irrepressible delight as he spoke loudly, 800. He never expected the church to have quietly gathered so much combat power. 800 knights, even if they weren't as elite as the kingdom's regular army, would be enough to set up defenses in Watergate City. Combined with Reinhard and the others to tie down the Sin Archbishop of Lust's monsters, it would be more than enough. They could even launch a proactive strike and seize control of the witch cult's secret strongholds first. The more Green thought about it, the more excited he became. He waved a hand with a firm and decisive tone, 800 it is. With 800 people, we'll strike first to gain the upper hand. Once you've identified the stronghold locations, Simon, immediately lead the knights to blockade the perimeter. Don't give those witch cult people any chance to escape. However, Simon froze in place and shook his head gently with extreme embarrassment. Saint, it's not 800. The joy on Green's face faded instantly. The upward curve of his lips froze, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He couldn't help but show some disappointment. Losing the combat power of 800 people did indeed make him feel less confident. But after a brief moment of reflection, he immediately looked up at Simon again, the fire of hope reigniting in his eyes, his tone carrying a certain expectant assurance. If not 800, could it be 80? He nodded slightly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together as he quickly began to calculate. While 80 people were far from being an elite force of 800, they would be flexible, making them perfect for a surprise attack squad. They could quietly circle around to the rear of the witch cult stronghold and unexpectedly block the exits. Coordinating with Reinhard and Felt at the front, they could form an encirclement, ensuring the Archbishop of Sin wouldn't escape easily. At this thought, Green's tone became even more determined. He waved his hand, his previous disappointment completely gone, and said loudly, 80 it is. 80 people for a surprise attack. We'll carry out a covert raid, which fits perfectly with our scouting plan. Once we find that hidden church, we'll split the 80 people into squads to surround it from all sides and catch them off guard. But as soon as he finished speaking, Simon still didn't nod. His old head sank even lower, almost retracting into his collar. Saint, it's not 80 either. It's just 8. The last few words were practically squeezed out through his teeth. After Simon finished speaking, he kept his head bowed low, not daring to look at Green's face. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Green stood where he was, the excitement and determination on his face fading bit by bit. All his emotions were pulled back completely, leaving only a surface of unruffled calm. He lowered his hands to his sides, and let his gaze fall flatly on the extremely embarrassed Simon. His voice was level and emotionless, even carrying a hint of slow realization as he softly repeated, 8 without the tie. So that's single digits. Why yes, Saint. Just 8. I am incompetent for failing to recruit more hands. I ask for your punishment, Saint. Green looked at his fearful expression, then thought back to the surprise attack plan he had just been calculating so intently, and his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Although he was disappointed deep down, he couldn't be bothered to get angry. He simply let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Forget it, 8 is 8 then. It's better than having none at all. It's quality over quantity, right? Where are they? Call them out quickly. As his voice fell, the few cultists in the room who had been shrinking into the corners, not daring to breathe loudly, looked at each other with eyes full of confusion. Cough cough. It wasn't until old Simon coughed heavily that the rat-faced cultist was the first to react, hurriedly nudging his companion with his elbow. A second later, the few of them moved their feet in a disorganized fashion, inexplicably straightened their backs, and stood in a row before Green. Green's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with doubt. He pointed a finger at them, his tone carrying a hint of bewilderment. What are you guys doing? As soon as the words left his mouth, he looked at the figures standing in a neat row. He froze for a moment, then it was as if he had thought of something terrifying. The confusion on Green's face instantly stiffened. He slowly raised his hand and extended his fingers one by one, counting the people in front of him. First was the rat-faced cultist, then a few unfamiliar cultists next to him. 1, 2, 3, counting to the end, he then looked at the old priest Simon standing to the side. No more, no less counting Simon, there were exactly 8 people. The air completely froze at that moment. Green's finger remained stiff in midair as he stood there in a daze. His mouth twitched uncontrollably and violently, and the veins on his temples began to throb faintly. I'm fucking done with this, you old bastard. You couldn't possibly mean that the 8 knights you mentioned are yourselves, right? Simon's crisp response was like a heavy hammer smashing into Green's heart. His body swayed, and he had to steady himself by grabbing the corner of a nearby table. The last trace of color drained from his face, completely crushed by this absurd truth. Before he could recover, the 8 people standing in a row instantly puffed out their chests and stood tall. Their previously awkward and foolish appearances vanished, replaced by military-like stances as they stepped forward one by one to announce their names with full momentum. Former Captain of the Kingdom's Night Order, 3rd Company, Bard. Former Private First Class of the Kingdom's Expeditionary Force, Spearman Phalanx, Dean. Former Petty Thief from the Royal Capital's 9th Prison, Bill. Green stared at him for a full 3 seconds, first taking a deep breath, and then exhaling sharply. There's a fucking thief too. How are we supposed to play this? As soon as he finished, old Simon suddenly straightened his hunched back. All embarrassment vanished from his aged face, instantly replaced by a solemn and determined expression. He slammed his right foot against the ground and raised his hand to give Green a standard and crisp knight's salute. This subordinate advocates for battle. The witch cult is nothing but a bunch of heretics, there is no need to fear them. We have the protection of the forest goddess and the leadership of the saint. We will certainly not lose this battle. A few others were infected by Simon's momentum and followed suit, raising their hands in salute and shouting in unison, "This subordinate advocates for battle. This subordinate advocates for battle." In the crowd, a thin cultist with darting eyes saw this and hurriedly squeezed forward a step. He mimicked Simon's posture, puffing out his chest and saluting with a look of righteous sacrifice, shouting loudly, "This subordinate advocates for surrender, fake surrender. We'll infiltrate their ranks to gather intelligence and then strike them from both inside and out to catch them off guard." These words actually sounded quite strategic. Hearing this, Simon even nodded slightly, as if he quite approved of the idea. But before Green could speak, Bill, who was standing at the end, suddenly grew anxious. He shrank his neck and took a small half-step forward, raising his small hand to his forehead in imitation, "This subordinate advocates for surrender. Real surrender. How about we just run away quickly?" Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #206 Chapter 206 Reinhard still went to the moon. Chapter 206 Reinhard still went to the moon. Green felt his temples throbbing, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. "All of you, shut up. Tie this spy up and hang him from the flagpole." As Green's words fell, his gaze was so cold and stern that there was no room for negotiation. No one present dared to speak up for mercy again. 2 slightly sturdier cultists nearby glanced at each other and hurriedly stepped forward. They grabbed Bill, who was still slumped on the ground begging for mercy, from both sides. Ignoring his flailing limbs and wailing apologies, they forcibly dragged him up. "Lord Saint, have mercy. I was truly wrong, I won't ever do it again." Seeing the annoying fellow being taken away, Green's expression softened slightly. "All right, the rest of you proceed according to plan. Just investigate quietly, do not get into a direct confrontation with the enemy." Half a day later, Green received the information sent back by Simon. His footsteps thudded loudly against the stone pavement. The wind whistled past his ears, swirling up scattered rags and withered leaves from the roadside. There were far fewer pedestrians on the streets now. The high-ranking officials of Watergate City had used magic broadcasts to tell the residents to hide in their homes for shelter. He focused only on running headlong, wanting to reach his destination as quickly as possible to investigate the situation. His pace was so fast he almost left after images, and he didn't notice the figure approaching from the opposite direction at all. It wasn't until a petite figure carrying an urgent momentum suddenly crashed into his line of sight that Green managed to check his steps. The soles of his shoes slid a short distance on the smooth stone before he barely came to a halt. Looking up, the person he had bumped into was none other than Felt. Her usual casual and carefree demeanor was completely gone. Her short, pale blonde hair was disheveled by the wind, and fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Her lively eyes were now filled with anxiety, her brow was tightly furrowed, and her breathing was ragged. She had clearly run all the way here. Her short-styled outfit was stained with dust, and she still clutched a small dagger in her hand. It was obvious she had just returned from an investigation elsewhere, and had encountered a troublesome situation. Green steadied himself. Looking at the panting Felt before him, his brow instantly knotted in a mix of urgency and confusion as he spoke first. Felt, why are you here? What's the situation over at the rift right now? The skid marks from his slide remained on the stone path. The tension he felt upon learning about the witch cult's stronghold had not yet dissipated. Seeing Felt in such a frantic state now, his heart leaped into his throat again. Watergate City's situation was already critical. If something went wrong with the rift outside the city, they would truly be attacked from both sides. Felt leaned on her knees, gasping for air. Strands of pale blonde hair stuck to her forehead, and her small chest heaved. It took her quite a while to catch her breath. She looked up at Green, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her tone was hurried and carried a hint of absurd helplessness. Green, that guy you said was knocked into the center of the earth. Green's pupils suddenly constricted, and the color drained from most of his face. He was utterly shocked. He almost blurted out, "Huh. Even a guy like Reinhard can't handle him." Reinhard was the strongest knight in the kingdom, possessing invincible divine protection. No matter how powerful the opponent, he shouldn't lose easily. Hearing this, Felt's lip twitched violently. Her anxiety was replaced by a trace of wry amusement. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, her tone was filled with the surreal as she said word for word, "It's too ridiculous. He threw Reinhard into the sky, and he hasn't come down for almost half an hour." As soon as these words came out, Green froze on the spot. His eyes widened and his mouth hung slightly open. He's that badass? When Felt heard Green's reaction, she immediately grew anxious. She stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve, her pale blonde eyebrows shooting up. "My knight's whereabouts are currently unknown. Hurry up and think of something. That's Reinhard. If something really happens to him, the whole kingdom will fall into chaos." Green was pulled into a stumble. When he regained his senses, he looked unconcerned. He waved his hand, a hint of feigned calm composure even appearing at the corners of his mouth as he patted his chest and said, don't worry. You don't need to worry about Reinhard at all. That invincible divine protection of his is no joke. A fall from a high altitude can't hurt him. In a little while, he'll just do a leap of faith and come back on his own. It's useless for us to worry blindly." He wasn't just boasting, he knew Reinhard's capabilities better than anyone. Seeing that Felt was still anxious, Green became even more confident. He straightened his back and waved his hand grandly, his tone full of assurance. "All right, it's just a knight, right? I have 8 elite knights under me, each one more formidable than the last. I'll lend you a few in a bit." Felt lowered her eyes, her fingertips rubbing the hilt of her dagger. She thought about it for a moment and realized Green wasn't wrong. Reinhard's level of resilience was unmatched in the entire kingdom. Forget being thrown into the sky, he could probably crawl out of lava completely unscathed. She let go of Green's sleeve, but her brow remained furrowed. Her tone was blunt with concern. "You have a point. That guy is more tenacious than a cockroach, he won't die. So what do we do now? Go after the guy who escaped? To be honest, the two of us combined might not be enough to beat him." A steady and gentle male voice, yet carrying the weathered rasp of age, drifted slowly from the corner of the alley beside them. "Has Your Excellency Green encountered a powerful enemy? I wonder if adding this old man would improve our chances of victory." Upon hearing the voice, Green and Felt turned their heads simultaneously. From the corner of the alley, a figure as upright as a pine tree stepped out slowly. The old man wore a clean, light gray martial arts uniform, with a simple and unadorned longsword hanging at his waist. His silver hair was tied back neatly. Although his face was etched with the marks of time, his features remained sharp, and his eyes were as keen as blades. He didn't project any extra aura, yet he naturally carried a cold sword intent from a lifetime of battle. Even just standing there quietly, he was not someone to be underestimated. It was none other than Wilhelm van Astrea, known as the Sword Demon. Looking at the approaching Wilhelm, Green's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. He quickly took 2 steps forward, his tone urgent with follow-up questions. "Old man Wilhelm. Since you're here, then Crush and the others." Before he could finish, Wilhelm shook his head slightly. His silver hair swayed with the movement, and his sharp eyes remained calm. He interrupted in a deep voice. "Duke Karsten did not come in person. The situation in Watergate City is complex. Duke Karsten must remain in the royal capital to oversee the overall situation and cannot easily leave." Green was slightly stunned for a moment. Then, regaining his senses and looking at the Sword Demon who had come alone, his heart was filled with doubt. He instinctively asked, "Then you are here because—" As soon as he spoke, Wilhelm suddenly stopped. He slowly bent his knees in front of the 2 of them, kneeling on one knee with his right hand over his chest, performing a most solemn warrior's salute to Green. "Your Excellency Green, I have said before that I would use this body, which is already halfway into the grave, to repay your kindness. Having learned of your movements today, I requested permission from Duke Karsten, and rushed here immediately." Chapter 207, Felt's ideal. Green looked at his stubborn expression, and knew that further persuasion would be useless, so he simply stopped declining. A warm current surged through his heart, and his originally chaotic mind settled down quite a bit at that moment. He set aside his awkwardness, looked at Wilhelm with a serious expression, then turned to Felt, his tone becoming decisive. "Since the old man says so, I won't refuse. For now, we'll split into 2 groups. Felt, you come with me to raid the Sin Archbishop of Greed's home base. Old man, go help me protect Emilia, and the others for a while." "Understood." Wilhelm nodded slightly without the slightest hesitation. His figure blurred as he sped toward the outskirts of the city like a gust of wind, vanishing at the end of the alley in an instant, leaving only a sharp silhouette behind. Watching Wilhelm's fleeting back, Felt crossed her arms and tilted her head toward Green. Her pale blonde eyebrows shot up high, and a mischievous smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she spoke in a teasing tone. "I thought you could only attract young, naive little girls. I didn't expect even an elderly grandfather to be won over by you. Lord Green's charm is truly something else." She deliberately dragged out her words, the playfulness in her eyes impossible to hide. The anxious and panicked look from before was completely gone, and she had reverted back to that quirky girl from the slums who loved to tease Green. Hearing this, Green's face instantly darkened halfway. Seeing her look of enjoying the spectacle, he immediately reached out and roughly tousled the top of Felt's head, making her already messy short hair look even more like a bird's nest, and spoke irritably, "That's enough. Stop being so sarcastic. If you keep going, believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson." The strength in his hand was neither too heavy nor too light, carrying a hint of doting. After all, Felt had always had a sharp tongue, he was long used to it. But being teased like this, he still couldn't help but want to retort. But Felt wasn't afraid of his threat at all. She tilted her small face up, slapped away his mischievous hand, took a half step back, and stood with her hands on her hips. With her chin slightly raised and a look of disdain and provocation in her eyes, she let out a scoff. "How when did the weak dog of the slums gain such ability? Back in the slums, you couldn't even beat me, yet now you dare to talk tough." She kept calling him weak dog, accurately poking at Green's sore spot. The smugness in her tone was impossible to hide, looking as if she was certain Green wouldn't actually lay a hand on her. Green was left speechless by her rebuttal, his mouth twitching violently. Looking at her small but stubborn face, he felt both angry and amused. He reached out as if to pinch her cheek and said menacingly, "You little brat, you're getting more and more disrespectful. Watch out or I'll mess you up." Seeing Green's flailing gestures, Felt didn't dodge. Instead, she suddenly retracted her provocative smile, and looked straight at his face, quietly observing him. The wind blew through the alley, brushing aside the stray hairs on Green's forehead to reveal his clean-cut face. Gone was his usual blustering impatience, his eyes still held a lingering trace of solemnity. His clean appearance was actually more pleasant to look at than those meticulously dressed noble sons in the royal capital. Her heart suddenly softened, and a strange warmth quietly welled up within her. In a daze, she remembered when they first met. This guy was huddled in a corner of the slums, dying of illness, and looking like a frail weakling. She had only saved him because she took pity on him. She hadn't expected that in such a short time, the boy who once needed protection had grown into someone capable of standing on his own. He now had people willing to go through fire and water for him, and was no longer that feeble youth who couldn't even walk steadily. This guy, when he cleans himself up, he's actually quite good-looking. As soon as this thought surfaced, Felt snapped back to her senses. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she quickly averted her gaze. The young girl crossed her arms and curled her lip in feigned disdain to hide her inner emotion, stubbornly muttering, "Hey Green, can you still call me Big Boss now?" Green looked down at Felt in surprise, his gaze falling on her reddened ear tips, and her eyes filled with complex emotions. His heart skipped a beat, filled with confusion. "Big Boss, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're trying to borrow money." Felt's face, which had been filled with expectation, instantly froze. Hearing his oblivious words, she was so angry her cheeks puffed out. The blush that had just appeared faded completely. She gave him a harsh glare, raised her foot to lightly kick the tip of his shoe, and spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. "Dumbass." After kicking him, Felt's huffy expression slowly dissipated. Her arms remained crossed, but she let out a soft sigh. Sigh, life is truly unpredictable. She turned her head to glance at the bewildered Green, a trace of nostalgia flashing in her eyes as she continued to herself, "Last time, when I stole that witch's insignia, I originally planned to take the reward and go to the border with you to sell apples. Things seemed so simple then. Once we earned enough money, we could buy a small rundown house at the border and never have to return to the slums to starve or freeze. I could have fed you up to be stronger too. With you and Old Man Rum pulling the cart, we wouldn't even have needed to rent an earth dragon, ha ha ha." Listening to the scene she described, Green's mouth twitched, and he didn't hesitate to complain. It would still be better to rent one. Old Man Rum would be fine, but if I were pulling the cart, it would take until dark. The apples would have rotted by then. At that rate, forget earning money for a house, we'd probably lose the travel expenses too. Felt burst out laughing, "It doesn't matter. If the apples go bad, we can just sell them to the nobles." Ha 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 ha. Without any more words, the two of them just shared a smile. The crisp laughter echoed in the empty alley for a moment, but Felt's laughter gradually died down, and the smile on her face slowly faded. "Hey, Green, we're friends, right?" Green stopped in his tracks and nodded seriously, his tone absolutely certain without the slightest hesitation, "Yeah, definitely. Just friends." Felt's voice was as light as the wind, almost drowned out by the breeze in the alley. Green took a step forward and reached out to gently hook his arm around Felt's neck, pulling her closer to him. "What, you don't want to be friends with me? Do you want to be my enemy instead? With your skills, you're still a bit green. If you want to oppose me, go practice for a few more years." Felt was held by the neck and couldn't move. She reached out and pounded his arm hard, shouting through gritted teeth, "You're going to be the death of me." Just as Felt was about to explode, the clock tower of Watergate City suddenly let out a booming chime. Dong dong dong, the deep, heavy tolling of the bell penetrated the alleys, echoing layer upon layer through the empty streets, instantly interrupting their bickering. The bell toll was steady and solemn, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of pressure, making even the wind seem to pause. Immediately following that, a sharp and arrogant young female voice came through Watergate City's magical broadcasting equipment. "All you meat scraps, can you hear me? Problematic ad. Reported here you can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #208 Chapter 208 The Wrathful Bishop Silius Chapter 208 Archbishop of Wrath Sirius, I am the Sin Archbishop of Lust of the Witch Cult, Lady Capella Emirata Lugnica. Kneel and kowtow to me, tremble in fear until you wet yourselves, and weep tears of agony. A bunch of meat scraps, ya ha 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 ha. Listening to that frantic and grating voice on the magic broadcast, Green Anderson knitted his brows together, his face full of disgust and helplessness, and he couldn't help but spit out, "Another lunatic." As soon as he said this, Felt, who was being held by the neck in his arms, instantly broke free from his arm and glared at him fiercely. The young girl reached out to pat her neck, which had been turned red from being throttled, and poked his arm with annoyance. "You still have the heart to make sarcastic remarks. This is an archbishop of sin of the witch cult, far more terrifying than the small fries we encountered before. The sin archbishop of greed hasn't even been dealt with yet, and now another one of lust has popped up. We're in big trouble this time." Although she spoke words of panic, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, she quickly put away the softness of her previous girlhood sentiments, instantly recovering the quick-wittedness and decisiveness typical of a girl from the slums. Her light golden eyebrows knit tightly together as her gaze swept across the deserted street. Her ears remained perked to catch any subsequent sounds from the broadcast, fearing she might miss even a shred of critical information. "It seems that guy has taken over the magic broadcast tower. We'd better make this quick, otherwise, another archbishop of sin will show up, and it will be endless." The more Felt spoke, the more solemn her expression became. With the sin archbishop of greed's stronghold yet to be visited, and the sin archbishop of lust now causing trouble, every second wasted added another layer of danger. Without further ado, she grabbed Green Anderson's wrist, her fingertips instinctively channeling the divine protection of wind within her. A pale cyan breeze instantly coiled around their ankles, intending to whisk Green Anderson away toward the sin archbishop of greed's stronghold. But as she pulled with all her might, Green Anderson stood rooted to the spot, unmoving, not shifting his feet even an inch. Felt immediately frowned, turned her head in confusion, and tugged at his arm, her tone filled with urgency. "What are you doing, Green Anderson? Hurry up and let's go. Staying in this dump for too long is bound to lead to bad news. We need to focus on the task at hand." She shook his arm, but Green Anderson ignored her urging entirely. His eyes, which had previously held a hint of laziness, were now fixed straight toward the corner of the street, his brows locked even tighter. The disgust on Green Anderson's face turned into solemnity, even carrying a hint of incredulous shock. "You were right, boss. Look over there, there's another one." Felt was stunned for a moment, and as she looked in the direction of his gaze, her heart sank abruptly. In the open space on the right side of the street, a brand new wooden mobile stage cart was parked askew, with not a single audience member below. Yet, standing atop the stage was a bizarre figure. It was a woman wrapped entirely in white bandages, which tightly swathed her body and face, revealing only a pair of scarlet, burning eyes. She wore the iconic black attire of the witch cult, with mottled stains on the hem, and her entire being exuded a madness that was paranoid to the extreme. Completely disregarding the silence around her, she clutched a magic mirror inlaid with dark gold patterns tightly in both hands, her gaze burning with a near-pathological intensity, staring unblinkingly at the mirror's surface. The bandaged woman mumbled repeatedly, her voice hoarse and infatuated, sounding particularly chilling in the empty street. "I have finally found you. Finally found you. It must be love guiding me from the shadows, allowing us to meet here. Ah, love, 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 love." As she murmured, she rubbed her cheek against the mirror's surface, her movements intimate yet eerie, as if what she held in her arms was not a magic mirror but her long-lost lover. That madness, wrapped in the desire for love, was even more hair-raising than the arrogance of the sin archbishop of lust on the broadcast. Just then, the magic mirror she held in her palms suddenly began to tremble violently, and a faint white light emanated from its surface. Immediately after, a shrill voice, filled with exasperation and terror, exploded from the magic mirror, reaching Green Anderson and Felt's ears directly. "Save me, master. This woman is trying to rape me. Hurry and save me from this crazy woman." This voice came too suddenly and was filled with such absurd grievance that it instantly broke the tense atmosphere of the scene. The bandaged Archbishop of Wrath, Sirius, finally slowly withdrew from her obsession with the magic mirror, sensing the presence of Green Anderson and felt not far away. Her originally hunched body slowly straightened, and her bandage-wrapped fingers loosened and then clenched. Her originally scarlet, infatuated eyes were instantly stained with violent madness. As she slowly turned around, the corners of her mouth curled upward uncontrollably, revealing pale white teeth through the gaps in the bandages. The smile was sinister and eerie, making one's scalp tingle like tearing cloth. Wonderful, wonderful. Although the time is a bit late, since there is an audience, the performance must continue. Her voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together, yet her tone was eerily gentle. The Archbishop of Wrath bowed slightly, kowtowing respectfully toward Green Anderson and felt, her movements stiff and rigid, while she kept muttering strange honorifics. My deepest apologies, I must ask for a little bit of your time. Thank you, I am sorry. The moment she straightened up, the hostility around her body erupted suddenly, and the air seemed to become scorching hot. Her bandage-wrapped body trembled slightly with hysterical excitement. I am the Archbishop of Wrath of the Witch Cult, named Sirius Romani Conti. Before she finished saying her name, Green Anderson's eyes suddenly narrowed, and there was no longer any shock or laziness in his gaze, only extreme solemnity and decisiveness. Without a trace of hesitation or delay, a dull, thunderous sound exploded instantly, shaking the surrounding air. Sirius didn't even have room to react. Her entire body, like a kite with a broken string, flew backward instantly, slamming heavily into the backboard of the wooden stage cart behind her. The thick wooden board shattered on impact, wood chips and dust flying everywhere, choking one to the point of being unable to open their eyes, while the stage cart rocked violently, emitting a creaking sound of being unable to bear the weight. Damn it, I almost fell for her trick. Green Anderson's expression was grave, and he immediately lowered his voice to shout urgently at Felt, don't listen to this crazy woman's nonsense, and don't make eye contact with her. Don't let her emotions sway you. Her authority is wicked, it forcibly shares emotions and sensations, slowly controlling people into puppets. Hearing this, Felt instantly tensed her entire body, the divine protection of wind forming a pale cyan veil on her skin, as she vigilantly stared at the bandaged figure slowly rising from the dust. Sharing emotions? What do you mean? Green Anderson scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it to her for a moment. Hey, why don't you run first? Chapter 209, The Identity of the Archbishop of Wrath. Green scratched his head, unsure for a moment how to explain the bizarre nature of the Archbishop of Wrath's authority to her. He only knew that this authority was extremely treacherous, a single misstep could lead to total control, and he didn't want Felt to fall into such a dangerous situation. Anxious, he blurted out instinctively, hey, why don't you run first? I'll handle things here. As soon as these words left his mouth, Felt was stunned for a second, and then her hair practically stood on end with fury. She took a sudden step forward, brushing off Green's hand that had instinctively reached out to protect her. With hands on her hips, she tilted her small face up. Her originally cautious expression was instantly replaced by anger. Her pale gold eyes widened and her tone was filled with defiance and annoyance as she roared, enunciating every word, are you looking down on me? You bastard! Just as the two were arguing, the magic mirror inlaid with dark gold patterns suddenly broke free from its restraints. A white light flashed across the mirror's surface, and like a startled bird, it flew straight toward Green, diving into his lapels and huddling there, motionless. Green instinctively pressed his hand against his chest and cursed under his breath with a speechless expression, Wertox, you idiot, how did you end up in that crazy woman's hands? Immediately, the magic mirror's aggrieved and irritable voice came from inside his clothes, carrying a heavy sense of lingering fear. I don't know, Master. I was right here telling stories perfectly fine, when the broadcast suddenly told everyone to evacuate. My audience all ran away, leaving only this bandage-wrapped person. I just bragged to her a bit, saying I was a reaper who controlled souls. She didn't believe me, so I showed her a soul I'd collected, and then she went crazy, hugging me and licking me. It was so freaking disgusting. Hearing Wertox's aggrieved rant, Green was first taken aback, then he slapped his forehead as a look of sudden realization flashed through his eyes. No wonder that crazy woman was clinging to Wertox so desperately. This fool must have shown her the soul of the Bishop of Sloth. Green's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze locked onto the bandaged figure slowly standing up in the dust as his thoughts raced. The Archbishop of Wrath before him, Sirius, had always claimed to be Sloth's wife. Her obsession with Sloth was already bone-deep and utterly maddening. Wertox just had to brag about controlling souls in front of her, and even showed off Sloth's soul. This undoubtedly struck her most paranoid fixation. It would be strange if she didn't obsessively pursue him. What made his heart sink further was that long-buried secrets were also surfacing at this moment. This bandaged woman, who seemed unrecognizable and full of malice, was very likely Amelia's foster mother. Perhaps her memories had been brainwashed and altered by the Witch of Vainglory, turning her into a complete puppet of the witch cult. She had become this pathetic and terrifying form, consumed by wrath and a morbid obsession. The dust slowly dissipated and Sirius finally stood completely upright. Her bandage-wrapped body was slightly hunched, and her crimson eyes stared fixedly at the magic mirror in Green's hand. The violent aura of wrath around her surged continuously, and the stone slabs beneath her feet were cracked by invisible malice. Her originally raspy voice became sharp and piercing due to her extreme rage. "Imprisoning my lover's soul, taking away his abilities, you damn bastards should all be burned to ashes." Before her voice even faded, she flicked her wrist, and a thick, pitch-black chain suddenly shot out from beneath the bandages. The iron rings clattered piercingly as they lashed toward Green with a sharp wind. Green didn't dare be careless. He immediately dodged to the side, while raising his hand to block the blow with the unseen hand. Under the heavy impact of the chain, he was pushed back slightly. Just as he steadied himself, he saw intense magenta flames erupt around Sirius. The flames spread along the chain, crackling as they burned, causing the surrounding air to distort slightly. The color of the flames was eerie, but the temperature was terrifyingly high. There was no other meaning to them. They were simply pure, violent, high-temperature fire. Sirius laughed wildly as she swung the chain, the purple-pink flames drawing eerie arcs in the air, cutting off Green's space to dodge left or right. Green stepped across to block the front, the unseen hand parrying repeatedly in the air, forcefully knocking away the chain, and the purple-pink flames time and again. He didn't launch a fierce offensive, instead, he continuously created openings, gradually diverting Sirius's attacks off course. Felt immediately caught on. The short blade in her hand flashed with cold light, as she used the speed from the divine protection of wind to dart into the openings like a small whirlwind. Her blade grazed the bandages, forcing Sirius to retreat repeatedly. For a time, chains danced wildly, wind shadows darted about, and purple-pink flames splashed everywhere. Green bore the brunt of the attacks while Felt conducted guerrilla strikes from the side. One defending and one attacking, the two were in perfect rhythm. The more Felt fought, the brighter her eyes became, and a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of her mouth. This scene was just like the days in the slums when she would lead this sickly kid into brawls with thugs. She was responsible for the charge, while Green was responsible for watching her back. That unspoken understanding hadn't changed a bit. She and Green exchanged a quick glance. No words were needed, a plan was instantly formed. In the next second, Felt suddenly ducked, disappearing completely behind Green's back and out of Sirius's line of sight. Green reached behind his waist and pulled out a handful of lime powder. With a sudden flick of his wrist, a large cloud of white powder sprayed out, accurately coating Sirius's face. The Archbishop of Wrath was suddenly blinded. The purple-pink flames flickered wildly, and the chains lashed out frantically, but she could no longer find her target. Taking advantage of the moment her vision was lost and her attacks were in disarray, Felt kicked off the ground and leaped, stepping directly onto Green's shoulder. Green steadily supported her weight, acting as the most reliable platform for her. Leveraging the momentum of her descent, Felt channeled all her strength into her right leg and delivered a fierce, heavy kick downward toward the top of Sirius's head. A dull, heavy impact rang out as Felt's charged kick landed squarely on the top of Sirius's head. The Archbishop of Wrath stiffened, her bandage-wrapped body trembling violently, and the magenta flames surging around her were mostly extinguished instantly. The pitch-black chain also fell limply to the ground with a loud clang. With her brain traumatized, her consciousness shattered instantly. Without even a groan, she fell straight forward, crashing heavily onto the stone road. Dust kicked up, and there was no further movement. She appeared to have completely lost consciousness. Felt landed steadily, brushed the dust off her hands, and turned around proudly, giving Green a big peace sign. Her tone was full of the satisfaction of having vented her frustration, entirely the candid bravado of a girl from the slums who had just won a fight. Green looked at her lively appearance, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when his eyes suddenly narrowed, staring fixedly at the fallen Sirius. He clearly saw those bandage-wrapped fingers twitch ever so slightly. It was definitely not an unconscious spasm. Not good. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 210 Chapter 210 Taking Down Anger. Chapter 210 Taking Down Wrath. Green's heart tightened, and his expression changed instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, his body turned into an afterimage as he lunged toward Felt's side. Extending his long arm, he firmly encircled her slender waist and carried her as they retreated rapidly to the rear. In that same second, Sirius, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly erupted. Pitch-black chains, trailing remnants of purple-pink flames, smashed violently toward the spot where Felt had just been standing. The chains struck the stone slabs, instantly causing countless fragments of rock to explode outward in a terrifying display. Protected in Green's arms, Felt watched the scene before her, still shaken from the shock. Before she could speak, Green frowned and freed one hand to give her forehead a sharp flick. The force wasn't too heavy, but it was filled with lingering fear and reproach. "Is there nothing inside that head of yours? You idiot." The Archbishop of Wrath's fury, ignited by her missed chain strike, flared up completely, her entire face distorting into a mask of extreme rage. Her crimson eyes stared fixedly at Green and Felt, her nails scratching her own cheeks like a madwoman, leaving behind gruesome bloody furrows. Her shrill and crazed roar echoed throughout the entire area. "You all deserve to die. I'll burn every single one of you to ashes. I'll plunge you into the endless hellfire." Magenta flames surged wildly around her, and a scorching wave of air swept out, causing even the surrounding air to warp from the heat. Just as she was about to launch an even more horrific attack, a clear and somewhat composed young man's voice suddenly rang out from high above, cutting through the clamor of the angry flames. "Regrettably, my lady, I truly cannot express my approval of your actions." Before the words had even faded, a dazzling figure cut through the sky. Reinhard descended from the heavens, cloaked in an aura like the morning light. A powerful, indisputable presence swirled around him as his right leg, carrying matchless force, kicked heavily toward the Archbishop of Wrath's body. There was a dull thud. The force of the kick was staggering. The Archbishop of Wrath had no time to react at all, and she was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut, crashing heavily into the thick stone wall behind her. Dense cracks instantly spread across the wall's surface. Her body slid down limply, her eyes rolling back in her head. A trace of blood leaked from her mouth, and her violently heaving chest gradually stilled. This time, she had finally lost consciousness completely, slumped on the ground without further movement. Once Felt saw who had arrived, her tense heartstrings instantly relaxed, and the shock on her face was immediately replaced by a surge of pleasant surprise. After adjusting her position in Green's arms, she looked up and grumbled at Reinhard. "Reinhard, where on earth did you go? You had me worried for so long." Reinhard landed steadily and hastily bowed in greeting. His eyes were filled with guilt and self-reproach, and his tone was incredibly sincere. "It was my dereliction of duty to allow your highness to be in danger. I deserve 10,000 deaths. While I was fighting that enemy earlier, I was caught off guard and thrown high into the sky. Fortunately, I was able to use the moon as a foothold and narrowly escaped with my life." Standing to the side, Green rubbed his brow. Looking at the two of them safe and sound, and then glancing at the completely unconscious Archbishop of Wrath, he secretly cursed the cheater. Reinhard, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You definitely could have used your divine protection of wind riding to stop in midair. Hearing this, Reinhard straightened up, a gentle and open smile spreading across his handsome face. In his clear, bright eyes, there was no sign of panic at being seen through. Instead, there was a touch of composed tenderness. He raised a hand and lightly brushed the hem of his clothes, which hadn't gathered a speck of dust. Not at all, Green Kun thinks too highly of me. Reinhard's tone was full of sincerity. His gaze first fell upon Felt, who was still being protected in Green's arms. After confirming she was unharmed, he looked at Green and expressed his genuine gratitude. Fortunately you were here, Lady Felt's safety was ensured. Felt belatedly realized she was still being held by Green. Feeling the warmth through her clothes, she suddenly snapped back to her senses. A flush of heat rushed to her cheeks. She hurriedly reached out to push against Green's chest, struggling out of his embrace and taking a flustered half-step back. Her eyes darted around, not daring to meet their gazes. She pointedly looked toward the unconscious Archbishop of Wrath in the corner, changing the subject in a gruff voice to try and hide her embarrassment. All right, stop being so long-winded about this useless stuff. As she spoke, she tilted her chin toward the defenseless Sirius on the ground, her tone carrying her usual decisive ruthlessness. What are we going to do with this lunatic anyway? Just kill her and be done with it. Green's hand at his side curled slightly as he withdrew his now empty arm. His expression quickly returned to calm as he spoke in a deep voice, lock her up for now. This woman still holds many secrets. Felt shrugged nonchalantly. She didn't really care how the Archbishop of Wrath was handled and replied casually, fine, arrange it however you want. You call the shots. Green looked at the two of them and gave clear instructions. Then I'll have to ask Felt and Reinhard to escort this person to the high-security prison in the royal capital. Felt's eyes instantly widened. She looked at Green with a face full of dissatisfaction, took a step forward with clenched fists, and spoke huffily, you guy, are you trying to find an excuse to ditch me? How could I, big boss? I need to go investigate the follow-up clues to this incident. The operation must be covert. Too many people will make it easy to get exposed, it's more convenient for me to act alone. Green explained patiently, his tone carrying a faint, subtle hint of indulgence. Felt glared at him fiercely, seeing the certainty in his expression. Though she was unhappy, she knew it was hard to change his mind once he had decided, so she didn't insist too much in the end. She curled her lip and muttered in a prickly yet somewhat worried tone, fine, I give up. But you'd better remember, don't go dying out there, you idiot Green. Let's go, idiot Knight. You go carry this woman. After speaking, she turned her head away so Green wouldn't see the worry in her eyes, and instead gestured to Reinhard to prepare to escort the Archbishop of Wrath off the ground. Green didn't pause for a moment, his body turning into a sharp black shadow as he sprinted rapidly down the empty street. The sound of the wind, carrying dust, brushed past his ears. In a few moments, the previous battlefield was left far behind. A faint light flashed at his chest, and the magic mirror Wulgaroth floated slowly out from his collar. The mirror's surface shimmered with a deep, dark light as it spoke with an urgent tone. Master, aren't you going to reclaim the authority from that woman? Green looked straight ahead, his running rhythm not faltering in the slightest as he replied calmly, what? The Emperor isn't worried but the eunuch is. The magic mirror wobbled and immediately let out a flattering laugh. Hee, I'm also looking forward to you opening up a new world after you've gathered enough authority, Master. Then I can throw my weight around too. Chapter 211, Capella's Demand. Green sprinted all the way, his steps as swift as the wind. After passing through several empty and dilapidated alleys, a towering stone tower suddenly appeared in his field of vision. This was one of the core towers in Watergate City responsible for controlling magic broadcasts. The tower was built of heavy bluestone, piercing straight into the sky. But at this moment, a pitch-black witch-cult flag was hanging prominently on the originally clean tower. The flag flapped loudly in the wind, exuding an eerie and dangerous aura. Looking closely, several figures of black misshapen monsters could be seen running back and forth between the cracks in the tower walls and the windows of the floors. Their sharp claws scraped against the stone, making a piercing grinding sound. It was obvious that the entire broadcast tower had already been completely occupied by the witch cult. Just as Green stopped and looked up, his gaze heavy as he stared at the high tower, a sweet yet arrogant and playful female voice suddenly spread clearly to every corner of the surroundings through the magic broadcast that covered the city. The sound quality was extremely piercing, drowning out the sound of the wind and the monsters' roars, echoing continuously in the empty streets. Hello, hello. Greetings, you meat scraps. This is the world's cutest Capella Emirata Lugnica. The female voice was flirtatious and full of wanton provocation, carrying an undisguised arrogance as each word fell into Green's ears. Now this city is firmly controlled by the witch cult. The higher-ups of this city should be able to hear me as well, right? I'll give you a chance. Before sunset, hand over the witch's remains. The voice paused for a moment, then suddenly became cold and ruthless, carrying a deadly threat that pierced straight into the heart. If you dare delay or refuse, I will personally destroy all the sluice gates of Watergate City, and let the seawater flood in. I will drown this city and all you ants in the vast ocean. The remains of Typhon, the Witch of Pride, were buried deep at the very bottom of this city. This city was originally a giant trap set for Typhon, the Witch of Pride. After the Witch of Pride died, her remains became the endless energy source for this city, supporting the operation of Watergate City's magic circle. As for the meat scraps in this building who haven't escaped yet, consider yourselves interest for now. Don't be afraid, I'm going to turn you into meat scraps that are even more meat scraps than meat scraps. The arrogant laughter from the broadcast still echoed in the air. In the next second, eardrum-piercing screams suddenly exploded, surging out from the broadcast tower in waves. Spare my child. Please spare us. Someone save us. My body feels so horrible. Don't come over. Don't touch me. The heart-wrenching cries of young children were mixed with the desperate wails of women, and the hoarse roars and screams of men. There was also the faint weeping of the elderly. Countless voices were jumbled together, each filled with the fear of death, making one's heart tighten at the sound. Following that, sounds even more terrifying than the crying ensued. The squelching sound of flesh being forcibly twisted, the crisp snapping of bones being dislocated and bent, the piercing screech of tendons being pulled, and the bubbling sound of flesh melting and deforming. The screams became increasingly shrill and distorted. Some people rolled on the ground in pain, roaring until their throats were hoarse. My hand has turned into a strange shape. It hurts. My whole body is melting. Help me, someone help me. I don't want to turn into a monster. Gradually, the vivid cries were replaced by the hissing of monsters. Under Capella's authority, the bodies of those civilians underwent frantic mutation, distortion, and restructuring. The eerie sounds of flesh tearing and bones deforming mixed with dying whimpers and desperate screams, permeating the air and turning the entire area into a living hell. Green stood still, listening to the continuous screams and eerie sounds. His face was as cold as ice, and his aura instantly chilled to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. After speaking, Green no longer hesitated. He suddenly turned his steps, exerted force through his feet, and walked straight toward the entrance of the broadcast tower occupied by the witch cult. His entire aura was tense, and he was already prepared to break into the tower. Mortal, have you seen Al? A cold and somewhat arrogant female voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Green's thoughts just in time. He paused and looked up, only to see Priscilla, dressed in a brilliant red dress, standing in the middle of an alley not far ahead. The hem of her skirt swayed gently in the wind. She held an exquisite folding fan, her posture elegant yet exuding an innate arrogance. Her gaze fell coldly on Green, her posture that of a superior questioning an inferior. The moment he saw who it was, the tension in Green's brow smoothed out, a flash of genuine joy crossed his eyes, and he unconsciously stopped his pace. Priscilla. He blurted out, his tone carrying a bit of urgent expectation as he looked straight at the arrogant Priscilla. "Are you here to save the civilians in the tower?" At this moment, in his view, with the help of a top-tier combatant like Priscilla, the chances of victory against the cruel and bizarre Sin Archbishop of Lust Capella would undoubtedly be much higher. As long as he could join forces with Priscilla, he could resolve the crisis in the broadcast tower with the greatest speed. After clearing out the witch cult forces here, he could also pull away as soon as possible to deal with the trouble on the Sin Archbishop of Greed's side, rather than being bogged down by crises on both ends. Green calculated quickly in his heart, and the cold aura around him softened slightly as he waited for the Sun Princess to respond. Hearing this, Priscilla's brows showed a hint of undisguised disgust, and she lightly raised her delicate hand. The exquisite folding fan snapped open with a schwa sound, blocking her front. Simultaneously, a faint magic barrier quietly rose between the two of them, completely isolating Green's aura. She looked down at Green, her golden eyes full of distance and confusion, as she spoke in a cold tone. "Who are you again?" "Mere mortal, do not address me by my name." The expectation on Green's face froze instantly. His mouth twitched, his face darkened, and the retort in his heart burst out, "No way, Sister Strong. Now you're playing the I don't know you card. Is your ankle all better now?" Priscilla's eyebrows furrowed, her face darkening slightly as she subconsciously pulled her foot back. She clearly remembered the ridiculous experience of being bitten by this man before, and a strange sense of annoyance rose in her heart. "I remember now. It is you, that uncivilized hound. To be so rude to me, do you wish to be sent to the gallows?" She snapped her fan shut, her fingertips exerting slight pressure, her tone carrying the indignation of being offended, displaying her noble majesty. Green rolled his eyes at her, not bothering to argue further, and waved her off impatiently. "If you're not going to help, then get out of the way. You're acting all crazy." After a pause, he added another blunt remark, his tone full of mockery, "Still asking where Al is? Someone didn't get lost again, did they?" Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #212 Chapter 212 Goodbye Capella Chapter 212, Meeting Capella again. After Green finished speaking, he headed toward the main entrance of the high tower on his own. With a mere thought, the blood-colored cloak manifested itself behind Green's back. Capella's combat power was among the best in the witch cult, and her powerful recovery ability granted her near immortality. If he got entangled with her, there was no telling how much time would be wasted. Green stepped directly into the gate shrouded in the tower's shadow, where a fishy, sweet stench hit his face, mixed with the damp smell of stone, and the greasy odor of mutated flesh. The stone slabs beneath his feet were greasy and slippery. Just 3 steps in, 2 mutated monsters lunged from the shadows on both sides. They still retained some humanoid outlines, their claws glinting coldly as they roared and lunged for Green's throat. Just in time. Green's eyes narrowed, and with a slight stir of his mind, invisible hands silently emerged. These transparent palms, condensed solely from the sloth witch factors, precisely grabbed the 2 monsters' ankles. Their claws were inches away but could no longer advance an inch. Their bodies suddenly froze in midair, their futile struggles firmly suppressed by the invisible force. Green glanced over their twisted limbs, a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. He no longer hesitated and applied slight pressure with his palms. Only 2 crisp cracks were heard as the monster's limbs were snapped by brute force. The intense pain made them let out heart-wrenching wails as their bodies convulsed violently on the ground, but Green did not pause for a second. In this world, as long as the core was not completely destroyed, there was still a possibility for severed limbs to recover. For now, the best course of action was to neutralize their threat. The rustling sound of a skirt brushing against the ground came from behind. With a somewhat lazy yet haughty pace, Priscilla actually followed him at a slow walk. She stood a few steps away from Green, her eyes scanning the mutated monsters twitching and roaring in pain on the ground. Priscilla lightly pressed her folding fan against her chin with her delicate hand, her tone filled with undisguised confusion. "Strange, mortal, aren't you going to kill them?" In her view, the most efficient way to deal with these things that had turned into aberrations and lost their human form was to end their suffering quickly and cleanly. The actions of the men before her were truly redundant. Green lowered his eyes to glance at the immobilized monsters on the ground. With a slight movement of his fingertips, he retracted the invisible hands lingering around him, his tone flat yet certain. These monsters should all be ordinary residents mutated by the Sin Archbishop of Lust's authority. It's hard to strike them down. He hadn't forgotten the desperate cries coming from the broadcast just now. These people were innocent victims, not true enemies. Their bodies were merely manipulated and twisted by Capella's authority. As long as the influence of the authority could be lifted, there might be a chance for recovery. Upon hearing this, Priscilla immediately let out a contemptuous sneer, yet a flicker of admiration appeared in her mind as she spoke haughtily. You truly are indiscriminately compassionate. She had always been self-centered, all things in the world were meant to be used by her. In her view, she would sooner or later become the king of Lugnica, and Green's action was protecting her subjects. Green raised an eyebrow and glanced sideways at her. Is it any of your business? Why is the Sun Princess coming here, instead of looking for your loyal dog? Hearing this, Priscilla's golden eyes lifted slightly, and her whole body seemed to be surrounded by an aura that brooked no argument. She lightly twirled the folding fan in her hand, her tone carrying an innate arrogance and certainty as she spoke word by word. Where the sun shines is the sun's freedom. A mortal only needs to be responsible for looking up. Listening to this arrogant and self-centered speech, the corners of Green's mouth couldn't help but twitch. His originally tense expression gained a bit of helplessness as he rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, "Sometimes I feel like you're even more of a Chinibu than Garf." Just as he finished speaking, a violent sound of air breaking suddenly came from the upper levels of the tower. Purple wings, carrying a thick, sweet, fishy scent, suddenly dove down from a gap in the floor. The flapping of the wings whipped up a gale, blowing debris and dust across the ground. The blood-colored cloak around Green suddenly tightened, and Priscilla also instantly retracted her casual expression, gripping her folding fan tightly as she looked up into the air. That petite yet flamboyant figure landed steadily a few meters in front of the two of them. Her gorgeous yet eerie attire made her face look pretty, and a pair of deep purple wings spread out behind her back. The tips of the wings glinted with a cold luster. It was the Sin Archbishop of Lust who had been rampaging and provoking everyone through the broadcast. Capella Emerata Lugnica. She tilted her head, her eyes curving into a cunning arc, and her mouth split into a wanton smile. Her cloyingly sweet voice was full of cruel mockery as she laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Yoshi has more meat scraps swarmed in. Capella's originally mocking and playful eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light the moment she stared fixedly at Green. That cruel arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by a near-obsessive fervor. She abruptly folded her purple wings and took 2 light steps forward. Is it Green? Green, Green, Green. She called out Green's name repeatedly, her tone suddenly becoming coquettish. Her hands clutched the hem of her gorgeous clothes, her fingertips repeatedly rubbing the fabric, striking a posture of girlish bashfulness. She completely ignored the cold-faced Priscilla beside her, only Green remained in her eyes. It's really been a long time. Capella tilted her head slightly, a deliberate flush appearing on her cheeks, her tone carrying a sickly intimacy as she mentioned the past word by word. The hand I gave you before, have you been using it well? That was a gift I carefully prepared. The gift she spoke of was a limb she had once given to Green. This was a unique form of closeness and marking, mentioning it now, she was full of expectation as if seeking credit. Looking at her crazy and pretentious act, the corners of Green's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Without a second thought, he snapped back, his tone blunt and biting. Of course. The moment you left, I threw it to a stray dog on the roadside to grind its teeth. As soon as those words fell, the scene instantly plunged into dead silence. Although I fancy you, it doesn't mean you can casually say such arrogant words. The bashfulness on Capella's face froze, those fervent eyes darkened bit by bit, the aura around her rapidly turned cold, and a twisted rage began to climb frantically. Interesting, interesting. Mortal, has your overflowing love already permeated into the upper echelons of the witch cult? Beside them, Priscilla lightly covered the corner of her mouth with her folding fan, a playful smile flitting through her eyes. Clearly, she found Green's blunt way of retort and Capella's instant change of face quite amusing. She simply stood aside with her arms crossed, waiting for this farce to escalate. The bashfulness on Capella's face vanished instantly, her eyes that should have been sweet now surged with violent red light. She turned her head sharply, scanning the spectating Priscilla, as if looking at an ant, the corners of her mouth hooking into an arc of extreme provocation and disdain. "Hey, who do you think you are?" Chapter 213. The filthy duel at the broadcast tower. Capella's voice suddenly turned shrill, filled with undisguised malice as she pointed directly at Priscilla's chest, which was held upright by her corset. Her tone was lewd and arrogant, always walking around shaking those two filthy lumps of meat. "Your weapons really are obscene." As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. The playful smile on Priscilla's face instantly stiffened. Her crimson eyes suddenly narrowed, and the fire of rage exploded within them. She abruptly let go of her folding fan as magical energy erupted from her body like a volcano. The ground beneath her feet cracked slightly, and a regal pressure that looked down upon the world instantly enveloped the entire area. Priscilla's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Her usual haughty laziness was entirely replaced by a world-scorching fury. Every word carried a majesty that could incinerate everything, echoing within the hollow stone tower. "In places where the sunlight can reach, there should be no filth. A worm like you, living in dark corners, actually dares to step so boldly into the domain of the sun." Before her voice had even faded, she reached her pale hand directly into the void. A dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed from her fingertips as the scorching power of the sun gathered in her palm. A yang sword, made entirely of gold and engraved with magnificent patterns, suddenly manifested. The blade flowed with scalding solar mana, emitting a brilliant halo that one dared not look at directly. The surrounding air was slightly distorted by the high temperature, and even the cloying, sweet scent permeating the tower rapidly dissipated under this pure solar power. Priscilla gripped the yang sword tightly, her crimson eyes burning with rage. The tip of her blade pointed straight at Capella, her tone carrying a resolute determination and contempt. "Are you prepared to be burned to ashes?" Capella was forced back half a step by that scorching solar pressure, and the purple wings on her back suddenly snapped open. The last bit of sickly bashfulness on her face vanished completely, replaced by a hideous, violent rage. She was thoroughly incensed by Priscilla's arrogance. The turbid aura of her authority of lust surged wildly around her as she shrieked, "Why do you always put on such a high and mighty act? You're clearly just a woman with a lewd body. Looking at those exaggerated curves of yours, you must have had more than one man already. It's truly disgusting. I wonder if you can still maintain this noble appearance while you're pleasuring yourself beneath another filthy body." Priscilla spoke softly, "Vile worm, you are only fit to linger on with filthy words." Her voice was cold and calm, yet it carried an unquestionable authority. In the next second, she flicked her wrist and lunged forward, gripping the yang sword. The gilded blade carried a scorching yet restrained solar mana, without a single wasted movement. The sword techniques were precise and fierce, aimed straight for Capella's vitals. The sword intent was steady yet infinitely powerful. Wherever it passed, the air was quietly scorched, and even the foul atmosphere in the tower was instantly purified. Seeing this, Capella shrieked and beat her wings to dodge. Her hands transformed into monstrous claws, and relying on the immortal recovery of her authority of lust, she boldly pounced toward Priscilla to kill her. The sticky mist of her authority spread wantonly, attempting to touch Priscilla's body to alienate and twist it. But Priscilla's movements were elegant and agile, every step displaying noble poise as she swung the yang sword with ease. The solar mana formed an invisible barrier, completely isolating Capella's filthy authority. Every strike was lethal, every step pressed the advantage. She completely controlled the rhythm of the battle without a hint of panic, showing the composure and strength of a top-tier combatant. Priscilla swept her sword horizontally, and the sharp wind of the blade, condensed from solar mana, instantly sliced through the air, heading straight for Capella's face. Capella shrieked and beat her wings to retreat, but she was still half a step too slow. The scalding solar sword chi grazed her shoulder, instantly burning through a layer of mutated flesh. A piercing cry of pain erupted from Capella's mouth, and the stench of burnt flesh instantly filled the air. She flew backward in pain, slamming heavily against the thick bluestone gate behind her with a dull thud. The stone gate shook violently, and Capella used the recoil to make the spine on her back suddenly bulge and extend. In an instant, a purple dragon tail covered in hideous barbs burst from her body. The tip of the tail shimmered with a sticky black light. She whipped her tail fiercely, and the powerful sweep directly smashed the entire stone gate to pieces. Amidst the flying debris, countless purple flies the size of calves swarmed out, scrambling to be first. Their compound eyes were crimson, and the vibration of their wings produced a tooth-gritting hum, mixed with subtle yet shrill cries of pain. Those were civilians who had been completely mutated into flies by Capella's authority. Their remaining consciousness was wailing in agony. Faint cries and whimpers mixed with the buzzing of the fly swarm, making one's heart tighten. The swarm of flies pounced toward Green and Priscilla like a black cloud, emitting the same foul, mutated aura as Capella. "Damn, Capella, you're fucking disgusting." Green shouted coldly, and the invisible hands around him suddenly surged. Dozens of transparent giant palms appeared out of thin air, their wind fierce as they forcibly knocked back the entire approaching swarm. The purple flies that were knocked away crashed heavily onto the bluestone floor. The sound of shells cracking was accompanied by the lingering cries of pain. On the other side, Priscilla held the yang sword, her posture as elegant as a dance, as the blade drew cold golden arcs in the air. The yang sword possessed its own will, and would only strike down those Priscilla intended to kill. As the blade swept through the swarm, a succession of painful shrieks burst out. The flies that were hit instantly lost their ability to move and fell to the ground, twitching and letting out faint whimpers, but they were not completely obliterated. Capella hovered in midair, listening to the lingering cries of pain from the fly swarm below. Seeing that the two of them had not dealt a killing blow, a wild and sickly smile instantly bloomed on her face, and she laughed shrilly, "Ha ha ha ha, this is truly touching. Even though these meat scraps have turned into this disgusting state, there are still people who care about them." Her tone was soft and high-pitched, but her eyes were full of cruel delight, as if she were watching an interesting farce, completely disregarding the desperate screams of the mutated flies. Priscilla's sword strike paused. Her red eyes glanced at the swarm of flies struggling, twitching, and whimpering on the ground, then swept over the manic Capella. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of her mouth, her tone haughty and biting. "Ha, to be able to make such a love-starved statement, even I feel a bit of pity for you." As her words fell, she flicked her wrist, and the yang sword swung out again. A solar sword she precisely struck a fly that was pouncing wildly, the ear-piercing hiss stopped abruptly, and it fell powerlessly to the ground. Capella's smile instantly froze on her face. Her eyes narrowed sharply, and then she flew into a complete rage, screaming, "You disgusting lump of meat, what do you have to be proud of?" She pointed at Priscilla, her tone reaching the heights of malice and jealousy. Her voice was as sharp as nails scraping across a stone slab, mixed with the madness of being stung. "Even if someone loves you, they're only attracted to your lewd body. If you also turned into a disgusting pile of meat scraps and let out these filthy screams, I don't believe anyone would still like you." Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 214 Chapter 214 Gluttony Priest Lewis Chapter 214 Archbishop of Gluttony, Lewis. Priscilla lowered her gaze, and lightly wiped the blade of the yang sword. The gilded solar mana flowed along the edge, cleansing the surrounding foul aura completely. Her tone was flat, almost indifferent, as if she were speaking of an inconsequential trifle. Even the anger in her eyes had faded into a high and mighty pity. "So then, you've sculpted your skin to be so beautiful. Has anyone appeared who actually loves you?" This sentence accurately pierced the most unsightly secret in Capella's heart, and the filthy authority surging around her body instantly became violent. Her purple wings trembled violently, and the mutating mist around her almost solidified. Her teeth ground together with a clacking sound, each noise dripping with extreme malice and madness. World-destroying hatred surged in her crimson eyes as she shrieked, "Bitch, your head will make a fine decoration." Before her voice had even faded, Capella lost control completely. Her mutated claws and hideous dragon tail struck out at Priscilla simultaneously. The sharp claws gleamed with a purple-black, filthy luster, carrying a ruthlessness that could tear through anything. The barbed dragon tail swept across, bringing a whistling gale that sent the rubble on the ground flying. The thick, foul aura pressed down on Priscilla like a tidal wave, vowing to tear her apart and crush her. Priscilla remained composed, her crimson eyes showing not a hint of a ripple. She merely raised the yang sword slowly. With a light turn of the blade, the gilded solar mana exploded forth, forming a blazing wall of light that forcefully blocked Capella's onslaught. Wishful thinking. You should see if you're even worthy. Her tone remained that same nonchalant arrogance as she applied force to her wrist. The yang sword flicked upward suddenly, and violent solar sword chi burst forth, forcing back the incoming dragon tail. The blade followed through, stabbing straight toward Capella's heart. The two were locked in combat. Solar mana and the filthy authority constantly collided, sending rubble flying within the stone tower as the roaring sounds echoed incessantly. Green worked hard nearby to clear out the frenzied swarm of flies. The invisible hands crisscrossed, swatting the lunging purple flies to the ground and knocking them unconscious. Neither of them had the leisure to worry about anything else, and they failed to notice a corner in the shadows of the stone tower. A dark shadow, almost merging with the darkness, was using the chaos of the fight to silently creep closer behind Priscilla. The footsteps were so light they made no sound, and the figure emitted an eerie aura of deathly silence. Priscilla was fully focused on dealing with Capella's frantic counterattacks, her yang sword dancing in an impenetrable defense. The solar sword chi crisscrossed, neutralizing all of Capella's attacks. The sword chi that struck out from time to time even left burns on her body that were difficult to heal. Relying on her undying recovery, Capella lunged madly regardless of the pain. Her attacks grew more frenzied, yet she remained unable to get even an inch closer to Priscilla. She could only retreat step by step under the blazing solar power, her rage nearly consuming her. Just as Priscilla turned her wrist, preparing to force Capella back with a strike and take complete control of the battle, the long-lurking shadow suddenly accelerated, pouncing toward her back like a phantom, carrying lethal killing intent. Priscilla keenly sensed the danger behind her. Just as she was about to turn and swing her sword to parry, a slender white figure darted out from behind the shadow first, moving so fast it was merely a blur. In the next second, a cold and soft little hand suddenly clamped onto her sword-wielding wrist. The strength was astonishing, forcefully stopping her swing. Priscilla snapped her head around, her crimson eyes narrowing sharply. Standing before her was a petite girl dressed in a clean white dress. Long golden hair cascaded down like sunlight, and her skin was so pale it was almost transparent. However, her eyes held a depth and eeriness that did not match her appearance. The girl tilted her head up, her lips curling into a sweet yet cold smile. Her voice was crisp but carried unconcealed malice and greed as she recited her full name word by word. "Big sister, I've heard of you, Priscilla Bariel, the Sun Princess." As she finished speaking, the fingers gripping Priscilla's wrist tightened slightly. A wisp of eerie black energy rose from her fingertips, quietly spreading along Priscilla's skin. Her tone carried the joy of a successful scheme. "Thanks for the treat." Her wrist was pinned in a death grip, and that strand of eerie black energy climbed rapidly along her skin. Everywhere it passed, even the pure solar mana was instantly devoured and corroded. An indescribable sensation of hunger spread through her limbs and bones along with the black energy, as if it wanted to gnaw away her power, her memories, and even her soul. Priscilla's expression darkened. There was no panic in her crimson eyes, only extreme coldness and decisiveness. As the Sun Princess, she would never allow herself to be manipulated by others, let alone be restrained by such a base sneak attack. Almost the instant the black energy touched her meridians, she made a snap decision. Her sword-wielding arm exerted sudden force, and without the slightest hesitation, the yang sword swept upward from below, slashing through her own pinned wrist. The gilded blade, wrapped in scorching solar mana, was incredibly sharp and severed her wrist in an instant. The scalding solar mana immediately cauterized the cross-section. The high temperature instantly stopped the gushing blood, and a wisp of charred smoke rose, sealing the wound completely. Intense pain swept through her body. Even with Priscilla's resilient mind, she couldn't help but turn pale, the color draining from her lips. Her figure swayed slightly, but she still straightened her back, maintaining the arrogant posture befitting the Sun Princess without letting out a single cry of pain. Her handless arm dropped. Using the momentum from the struggle of cutting her own wrist, she threw herself backward, putting several paces of distance between herself and the enemy. Her remaining right hand gripped the Yang sword tightly, the blade pointing diagonally at the ground as solar mana continued to surge violently. The kingly pressure around her did not diminish in the slightest, she was merely pale, adding a touch of sharp ferocity to her aura. The Archbishop of Gluttony looked at the severed wrist in her hand, which still carried the warmth of the sunlight, and her blue eyes widened slightly. She then broke into an even more excited and greedy smile. Her tongue lightly licked the corner of her mouth, drawing a trace of blood from her fingertips into her mouth as she let out a satisfied sigh. Big sister is so decisive, actually cutting off her own hand. This is just too interesting, she toyed with the severed wrist, her tone sweet yet crazed, the hunger and greed unique to the authority of gluttony surging in her eyes. The flesh and blood of the Sun Princess contains such rich solar power. The taste is truly exquisite. Thanks for the treat, I'll be taking this power for myself. She was the youngest of the 3 archbishops of Gluttony, Louis Arneb. She took pleasure in devouring the power, memories, and existence of others. At this moment, the way she looked at Priscilla was as if she were looking at a peerless delicacy. Priscilla gritted her teeth against the agonizing pain in her wrist, her right hand clutching the Yang sword in a death grip. Her crimson eyes glared at the Archbishop of Gluttony, her tone bone-chillingly cold, her arrogant voice laced with sharp edge. Vile insect, you dare covet my power. Even the temperature of the setting sun is enough to evaporate the likes of you. Chapter 215, Yandere and Mesugaki. Inside the stone tower, the last giant purple fly was slammed into the ground by the invisible hand. Green dusted off his hands and looked up, catching sight of Priscilla retreating with a severed arm, her face deathly pale. His heart tightened and his body turned into a blur, rushing to Priscilla's side in the blink of an eye to stand between her and the 2 archbishops of Sin. Hey Priscilla, are you okay? Green's brow furrowed, his gaze falling on her severed arm where the bleeding had been cauterized, his concern undisguised. The invisible hands instantly swirled around him, entering a state of full alert as he stared fixedly at the opposing Capella, and the Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb. Hearing this, Priscilla's brow creased slightly. Even though she was severely injured, the arrogance with which she looked down upon all living things did not diminish in the slightest. She tilted her chin, her crimson eyes sweeping over Green, her tone carrying its usual dominance and nobility, leaving no room for argument. Mortal, put away the concern in your eyes. When you look into mine, you only need one expression, that of looking up in worship. Though her face was as pale as paper and even her stance held a trace of imperceptible instability, her back remained ramrod straight. Holding the Yang sword, solar mana still surrounded her body like a sun that would never set. Even wounded, she remained so dazzling that one could not look at her directly. Looking at her arrogant display, Green's tense expression suddenly relaxed, and he let out a chuckle for no particular reason. He said no more, reaching back to untie the blood-red cloak draped behind him. With a slight exertion from his fingertips, he suddenly flung it forward. The crimson cloak traced a sharp arc through the air, flying straight behind Priscilla. It wrapped around her body softly yet snugly, firmly protecting her wounded form, as the patterns on the cloak's edge gently pressed against her skin. Priscilla was just about to scold Green for such a presumptuous act. But then, a gentle yet massive surge of mana flowed continuously from the cloak into her body, traveling along her meridians and instantly enveloping the scorched cross-section of her severed arm. The wound that had been sealed by solar mana began to writhe and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of this warm mana. Severed bones, tendons, and skin healed rapidly. Where the empty stump had been, the outline of a fair wrist gradually emerged, and the pain vanished quickly. This sudden healing power caused Priscilla to daze for a moment, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. Warmth surged and grew along her blood vessels, bone and muscle texture reconnecting inch by inch as color gradually returned to her pale face. The empty gap at her wrist had now condensed into a complete, ivory-white arm. The surprise in Priscilla's eyes vanished in an instant, and her lips actually curled into a rare, bright, and flamboyant smile. Her crimson eyes shone with a searing light. She tilted her head to look at Green beside her, her tone carrying a hint of thunder-like reproach and satisfaction. "Mortal, to think you had such a treasure and didn't present it to me sooner. Stingy men will earn my disgust." As she finished speaking, her newly grown wrist lightly clenched and stretched, her strength flowing freely. The dormant solar mana around her suddenly surged again, its golden halo breaking through the gloom and sizzling away the foul black aura inside the stone tower. She no longer paid attention to Green behind her or the protective blood-red cloak. She gripped the yang sword with one hand, the blade humming and vibrating, reflecting the surging battle intent and sharpness in her eyes. Her figure then darted out, her skirt fluttering wildly, carrying a blazing sword light that could incinerate the darkness. Without looking back, she charged straight toward the Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb, who was playing with the severed hand with peak greed. Seeing Priscilla's severed arm fully restored in an instant, Louis Arneb's hand holding the severed wrist paused slightly. A flash of genuine surprise crossed her blue eyes, and the smile on her face faded a bit. Her gaze bypassed the charging Priscilla, and landed directly on Green nearby, her tone carrying inquiry and amazement as she spoke slowly. "What truly bizarre and interesting power. This recovery speed is several times faster than the legendary Blue Knight." Her fingertips rubbed the severed wrist that still held the scent of the sun. Memories of her brother Rye's defeat flashed through her mind, and her gaze toward Green grew more solemn. It was then covered by intense greed. Her voice rang out clear as she asked directly, "Was it at your hands that Big Brother fell?" Just as she finished, the blazing solar sword she tore through the air and arrived. The golden sword light, carrying high temperatures that could burn everything, instantly closed in. The air distorted violently from the heat, and the piercing sound of breaking air drowned out everything else. Louis Arneb instantly retracted her gaze. Without retreating in the slightest, the surprise on her face turned entirely into ecstatic battle intent. She abruptly discarded the severed wrist, and the bizarre black aura of the authority of Gluttony erupted from her body, turning into layers of black mist waves. Countless tentacles with the power of devouring surged frantically out of the mist, meeting Priscilla's yang sword head-on. Just in time. After all, I don't want to devour incomplete food either. So, please, use your life to give us a full meal. Her figure flickered lightly, her white skirt tracing a bizarre arc in the air. While evading the sword's edge, the black tentacles constantly coiled toward the yang sword, attempting to devour the solar mana on the blade. Her roars were full of mad battle intent, showing no fear of Priscilla's full-strength assault. As expected, two souls in one body. Green's brow furrowed slightly. As far as he knew, the Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis, existed in a soul state. Every time she appeared, she was possessing one of her two brothers. The body before him should be the other Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford. As long as he took down the Gluttony before him, he would recover the complete authority of Gluttony. Capella, watching the two of them become preoccupied with their fight, rolled her crimson eyes before finally locking onto the only free person on the field, Green. She slowly retracted her hideous, mutated claws. The purple wings on her back flapped gently as her figure floated in midair. Her previously furious and hideous face actually forced out a sickly and charming smile. Her bright golden hair drifted in the wind. Her tone was soft and seductive, carrying undisguised obsession and malice as she slowly approached Green. "Green Kuan. Now that those two are fighting tooth and nail and no one is here to disturb us, I'll just have to be your dance partner." Her steps were light, her gaze obsessed and mad as she stared fixedly at Green, as if appraising a possession that belonged only to her. As she spoke, she flicked her finger, twirling a strand of hair around it. The smile on her lips became increasingly sickly, her tone sweet yet carrying a deadly threat. I'm going to turn you into a round little frog, and keep you in a delicate glass jar. That way you can never run away again, and can only stay obediently by my side. Green narrowed his eyes and curled his lips into a smile. Please, can you stop pretending to be a Yandere when you're just a Mesogaki? Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 216 Chapter 216. Do you want to dance too? Chapter 216. Would you like to dance too? Hearing this, Capella was stunned for a moment before bursting into a series of crisp yet crazed giggles. The laughter echoed back and forth within the empty, cold stone tower, laced with an unmistakable sense of triumph and obsession. Ha ha ha. Green-kun, you really are completely different from those filthy meat scraps. Flapping her purple wings, she closed the distance to Green by a few more inches, her bright golden hair brushing against her pale, sickly cheeks. Her scarlet eyes surged with intense possessiveness, fixed firmly on Green, unwilling to look away for even a second. The way you look at me doesn't hold a trace of fear, nor a hint of disgust. Instead, it's so calm it makes my heart flutter. Capella lightly tapped her lips with her fingertip, her smile becoming increasingly sweet and cloying. Her tone carried an unquestionable certainty, as if she already viewed Green as her property. If this isn't falling in love with me, then what is it? Stop being so stubborn, my Green-kun. She slowly reached out her hand, a faint pink halo of mutation power swirling around her fingertips as she gently extended them toward Green. Follow the announcement of the gospel book, cast aside those useless obsessions, and come to my side. As long as you are willing to submit, I will give you unparalleled affection and keep you by my side forever. No one will be able to take you away. As she finished speaking, the aura around her suddenly became dangerous, and her wings tensed slightly. Behind the seemingly gentle invitation lay a hidden aggression and ruthlessness, ready to strike at any moment. If Green dared to refuse, the next second would bring a merciless attack. Green clicked his tongue impatiently upon hearing this, a hint of casual mockery playing in his eyes, completely disregarding the killing intent radiating from Capella's tensed form. Could you stop saying meat scraps every 2 seconds? I don't think that verbal tick suits you at all. It sounds vulgar and unlucky. How about you change the word? Try the word Zako. I feel like it sounds much better than that. Capella's hand, extended midair, suddenly froze. A flash of confusion crossed her scarlet eyes, and the pink mutation halo around her fingertips faded slightly. She tilted her head, her bright golden hair sliding down her shoulder. The obsessive madness usually on her face receded a bit, revealing a rare moment of bewilderment. She repeated the unfamiliar word in a soft, sweet tone, laced with uncertainty. Not like that. Green waved his hand, a mischievous smile curling his lips as he corrected her slowly. You have to say it twice in a row, and make your tone a bit more arrogant, understand? Capella blinked, her thoughts completely derailed by this sudden guidance, entirely forgetting her previous intent to force Green's submission. She frowned slightly, pondering seriously for a moment. Then, imitating Green's suggestion, she lifted her chin slightly and called out clearly. Zako Zako. Green snapped his fingers, the playfulness in his eyes deepening as he laughed and responded loudly, just like that. The crisp snap of his fingers rang out clearly within the stone tower. With a triumphant smile, he showed no regard for the Archbishop of Sin before him, instead acting as if he were teasing a temperamental kitten. Capella was stunned at first, and the confusion in her scarlet eyes always swirling with obsessive desire increased. It wasn't until she saw the blatant mockery in Green's eyes that she suddenly realized she had been completely played. That moment of soft bewilderment vanished instantly, and her fair cheeks flushed with a sickly crimson from anger. The pink mutation mana around her surged violently, and her purple wings flapped fiercely, whipping up sharp gusts of wind. Green-kun, the price for mocking me is very severe, you know. Her voice was soft and sweet, but laced with bone-chilling coldness. Before her words even faded, Capella's figure burst forward. The purple wings behind her flapped frantically, creating a sharp whistling sound as they cut through the air. Her originally slender fingers mutated instantly, and pitch-black, sharp claws suddenly elongated, lunging straight for Green's face. The playfulness in Green's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a sharp, serious look. He no longer showed any negligence. Almost the moment Capella moved, several invisible hands suddenly emerged from the void around him. Invisible mana condensed into powerful limbs, which, with the sound of rushing wind, intercepted the incoming Capella. The two exchanged blows, their techniques sharp and their attacks relentless. For a moment, they were evenly matched, making it difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Neither could suppress the other in a short time, and the combat atmosphere inside the stone tower was pushed to a fever pitch. Just as Green and Capella were locked in intense combat, with the shockwaves of mana collisions causing the tower's bricks to crumble, a clear and gentle voice suddenly came through the magic loudspeaker embedded in the ceiling. "Hello, hello, everyone. Can you hear me?" It was a lively and clear female voice, ethereal and melodious, carrying a unique sense of gentleness and strength. Accompanied by a faint melody, it slowly drifted through the cold, oppressive stone tower, dispelling some of the filth and violence brought by the Archbishop's authority. It was Liliana Masquerade. The girl hailed as the kingdom's songstress was currently using the broadcast system of another high tower to spread her song across the entire area. The voice from the magic loudspeaker carried a hint of light-hearted laughter, gentle yet powerful. It pierced through the sound of the fierce fighting inside the stone tower, reaching everyone's ears clearly. "Please stay safe in the shelters and believe that our heroes will surely achieve victory. Even though everyone is currently in the midst of suffering, surrounded by darkness and panic, please remain calm. Your precious family and the people you care about are all waiting to embrace you again. Never give up hope." Liliana's voice was soft and soothing, like a ray of warm sunshine, gradually smoothing over the violence and filth permeating the stone tower. The oppressive atmosphere lingering over the entire city was actually thinned out considerably by these gentle words. As her words finished, a few soft notes began to play in the broadcast, and the girl's lively voice rang out again, full of soaring spirit. "Ha ha, I have inspiration. Please listen to Journey Under the Dawn. La la." The melody then began to flow slowly, and the ethereal, healing singing spread through the stone tower via the broadcast. The clear voice, wrapped in warm mana, not only comforted the hearts of the civilians in the shelters outside, but also caused everyone on the battlefield to pause. Green used the invisible hand to block Capella's claws, taking the opportunity to step back. Listening to the singing in his ears, a relieved smile curled his lips. "Capella, didn't you say you wanted to dance with me?" Hearing this, Capella's scarlet eyes surged with obsessive humiliation and rage. A sickly, sharp smile curled her lips, and the pink mutation mana around her boiled even more frantically. "Then take this move of mine first," she shouted sharply, the purple wings on her back tensing as her figure suddenly accelerated in midair. Chapter 217. Capella's passed the mutated pitch-black claws, carrying a force that could destroy anything in its path, ruthlessly stabbed toward Green's chest. The tips of the claws gleamed with a cold light that could easily tear through steel, carrying a ferocity as if intent on mutual destruction. Green stood where he was without dodging in the slightest, the invisible hands around him instantly retracting. A faint green shimmer of the forest blessing quietly emerged, firmly protecting his vital points, yet he allowed the claws to strike toward his chest. The sharp claws sank deep into Green's flesh, instantly staining his clothes red as warm blood slowly seeped from the wound. Intense pain washed over him, but Green didn't even knit his brows. Instead, a look of certain amusement flickered in his eyes. Just as Capella's claws struck home, and she was about to exert more force to tear his body apart, Green suddenly raised his hand and gripped her mutated wrist tightly, his strength so great that she couldn't break free. Ignoring the surging pain in his chest and the flowing blood, he used the grip on her wrist to slightly turn his body. His other hand naturally rested lightly on Capella's waist, his feet planted firmly in a standard and elegant ballroom dance opening pose. Amidst the smoke-filled stone tower battlefield, it appeared without the slightest sense of incongruity. The claws were still embedded in the flesh of his chest, and blood soaked his clothes, yet Green's expression remained calm. Looking playfully at Capella right before him, accompanied by the melodious and healing song from the broadcast, he spoke slowly, Capella Emirata Lugnica. With Lugnica as your surname, Capella, you wouldn't happen to be some princess of the royal family, would you? Having her full name and secret origins exposed, Capella did not fly into the expected rage. Instead, she suddenly calmed down. Her crimson eyes narrowed slightly, her savage expression fading, replaced by a charming yet obsessive smile. Maintaining the posture of her wrist being restrained, and her waist being held by Green, she leaned in slightly. Her warm breath brushed past Green's ear as she spoke slowly in a soft, sweet, yet completely certain tone. Oh my, has Green-kun already started wanting to know about my past? As I thought, we really are a good match. The playful smile on Green's lips didn't fade, and his tone was flat, but every word was clear. 50 years ago, there was a princess in the kingdom of Lugnica named Emirata Lugnica. She was exquisitely beautiful but cruel in nature, regarded as a heretic by the royal family. In the end, it was announced to the public that she died young, and she didn't even have a formal state funeral. As Green finished speaking, the charm in Capella's eyes vanished instantly. Her crimson eyes surged with a hatred so thick it wouldn't dissipate. A resentment and unwillingness accumulated over 50 years, almost overflowing as if it were physical. She suddenly threw her head back and let out a series of frantic and sorrowful laughs. The laughter echoed within the stone tower, mixed with endless mockery and hate. Ha 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 ha, what an interesting way to put it. The only thing the royal family is good at is beautifying their own despicable image and covering up those filthy, unbearable truths. Her figure trembled slightly, and the wrist held by Green tightened unconsciously. Falling into a painful and resentful reminiscence, her voice became cold and hoarse. Back then, I was in the prime of my life, at my most beautiful and youngest, yet I happened to contract an incurable disease. I didn't want to die so pathetically, so I took the pure dragon blood exclusive to the royal family for treatment. But that violent dragon blood didn't fully cure the illness. Instead, it eroded my body bit by bit, turning me into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. At this point, Capella's voice suddenly rose, her hatred nearly bursting from her chest. The pink mutated mana around her surged wildly, and her purple wings trembled slightly with rage. And those selfish bastards, seeing me become unrecognizable, were afraid the royal family's scandal would be exposed. To protect their so-called noble image, they unhesitatingly threw me into a dark, damp dungeon to be imprisoned forever, while lying to the world that I had died of illness, completely erasing all traces of my existence. Listening to Capella's blood-weeping accusations, Green's expression shifted slightly, and he calmly guessed, "So, the witch cult saved you and took you out of that dungeon." The boiling pink mana around Capella paused for a moment, and her hatred-twisted face calmed slightly. She gave a low laugh, one devoid of its former charm, leaving only desolation and ruthlessness. It was just each getting what they needed. Relying on the mutated power brought by the dragon blood, I struggled to break free from the dungeon's shackles and fled everywhere like a rat in the sewers. Until a bizarrely strange, white-clothed motherly flesh scrap found me and gave me the factor of the Witch of Lust. By the way, Green-kun, do you want to see how I used to look? Ha 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 ha. As she finished speaking, a mad anticipation flashed in Capella's crimson eyes, and her body was enveloped in a thick layer of black mist. With just a thought, the aura around her underwent an earth-shaking change. The originally mutated pitch-black claws lost their sharpness at a visible rate, gradually retracting and returning to slender, fair hands. But beneath the skin, countless pitch-black meridians roamed and writhed frantically, as if numerous living things were scurrying under the surface, eerie and terrifying. Green's gaze swept over her body, especially those black meridians scurrying under her skin. His expression was completely undisturbed, even somewhat nonchalant, as he spoke flatly, "This is nothing much, at most, it's like having a full-body tattoo." Hearing this, Capella did not fly into a rage, instead, she let out an even more mad and tender laugh. Her crimson eyes were full of obsessive love, and the black mist and pink mana around her intertwined more intensely. Ignoring the stalemate at her chest, she struggled to lean closer to Green, her tone filled with reckless madness and obsession. "Ha ha ha, Green-kun, you really are exactly as recorded in the Gospel book. You belong exclusively to me. Fall in love with me and stay by my side forever. Seeing her become increasingly out of control, Green's expression changed slightly, showing no intention of indulging her. He decisively raised his hand, pressing his palm directly against Capella's cheek and forcibly pushing her approaching face away, shouting sharply with some impatience, "Don't go crazy yet. Let me take a look first." As he spoke, Green's left hand still gripped her wrist tightly. His right hand grasped the air, and a heavy book with a pitch-black cover engraved with strange golden patterns suddenly emerged from the void, slowly landing in his hand. Driven by mana, the pages turned on their own without wind, making a crisp rustling sound. The patterns on the black cover emitted a faint, dim light, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. Green lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on the slowly opening pages. His playful expression gradually faded, replaced by solemnity and focus. Cinderella, unlocked condition, invite a fake princess to dance. Abilities, max-level dancing skills, max-level hopscotch, max-level cat's cradle items, cursed glass slippers, magic pumpkin carriage. With the change of dynasties in Lugnica, Capella, who had been reborn from the brink of death, was no longer the Princess Emerauda of the past. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #218 Chapter 218, 100 free draws upon login. Chapter 218, get 100 draws upon logging in. On the other side of the stone tower, a gold and red hemline danced like a raging fire. Priscilla Bariel held her holy sword, every strike carrying a searing arrogance and precision. Layers of blazing red sword she sliced through the air, forcing her opponent into a corner. The Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis, had a petite frame and an innocent appearance, but her explosive power was comparable to that of a magical beast. However, she did not rely on brute force. Instead, she used the eerie leaper for short-range teleportation, contending with Priscilla by using the countless martial arts she had devoured. But even so, in the face of Priscilla's absolute sword speed and divine protection, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Her body was already marked by several burn scars, and her pure white clothes were stained with blood. With a clear, crisp sound, Priscilla spun and flicked her sword, the tip accurately striking Louis's shoulder. With an elegant yet domineering flick, the young girl-like body was sent flying several meters through the air. Louis spun lightly in the air and stumbled half a step upon landing, crashing into the stone wall as rubble rustled down. She slowly stood up straight, her small hand wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her face showed no pathetic roar, only a detached, inorganic displeasure. Turning her gaze toward where Capella and Green were at a standstill, Louis spoke, "Your efficiency is too low. Hurry up and deal with that man, we need support over here." Capella, being called out, glanced over, her crimson eyes filled with condescending disdain and arrogance as she sneered, "Support you? Among the three siblings of Gluttony, you're the only one who doesn't even have a complete witch factors, holding only a third of the authority. Do you think you're worthy of commanding this mistress? How ridiculous. Since you're weak, just hide obediently. Don't come bothering this mistress and Greencoin's good time." Hearing this, Louis's golden eyelashes flickered slightly. She wasn't angry, she simply stared hollowly at Capella, her voice remaining flat. "Whether the factor is complete or not does not affect my judgment. You are wasting time. The mission will fail." The young girl raised her small hand, her fingertip lightly touching her lips, as a hint of paranoid coldness seeped into her tone for the first time. "Your behavior toward that man is too strange. It doesn't fit the witch cult's logic of operation. You are deviating from the Gospel's instructions." The charm on Capella's face suddenly turned fierce, as pink mana and black gas surged around her. How this mistress chooses to act is at the place of a doll who can only eat memories to butt in. "If you dare talk back again, this mistress will tear that little body of yours into shredded meat first." As the sharp exchange between the two reached his ears, the playfulness in Green's eyes instantly intensified. He immediately seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, deliberately raising his voice a few notches. With a tone full of instigation, he called out to Capella, "Right, right, right. I think this Archbishop of Gluttony clearly wants to give you orders as if she's your superior. Despite her own lack of strength, she dares to boss you around. This is a complete case of workplace bullying." As he spoke, the palm he had pressed against Capella's cheek loosened slightly, but the strength with which he gripped her wrist did not diminish in the slightest, looking very much like someone enjoying the chaos. Hearing this, Capella instantly turned and gave Green a sidelong glance, a hint of knowing mockery flashing through her crimson eyes. The hostile aura surging around her subsided slightly, and she returned to her usual charming and cunning self. The girl's fingertips moved slightly, and the wrist Green was holding rubbed against him gently. With a teasing tone, she slowly began to mock him. "Green-kun, do you take this mistress for a fool? Such clumsy provocation is really too beneath you." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lewis, who was still staring hollowly from not far away. A paranoid smile curled on her lips as she continued, "While this mistress has never cared about those boring instructions in the gospel book, let alone bothered with the witch cult's mission arrangements, I find this mission quite interesting myself. I wouldn't want it to be ruined like this." As her voice fell, Capella leaned in slightly, her warm breath once again swirling around Green. In a tone carrying an irresistible dominance and madness, she said word by word, "So, Green-kun, you'd better stop playing these little tricks, and obediently turn into a frog to stay by this mistress's side for the rest of your life. Or rather, do you want to become a piece of trash?" Green's smile suddenly sank, and he let out a soft sigh, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness yet long-expected indifference. "Sigh, I knew it." Before his voice had even faded, his eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he barked out, "Take this glass slipper." In the moment he raised his hand, a faint light flowed, and the halo of the black-patterned ancient book floating nearby flickered. A clear, lustrous glass slipper appeared out of thin air in his palm. The edges of the shoe glowed with fairy tale colors, yet it was wrapped in a completely contradictory, sharp force. His wrist swung violently, breaking the air. The heel and toe of the glass slipper carried a fierce wind, slamming hard against the side of Capella's face. A sharp crack sound exploded. The force was so savage that it instantly tore through her skin, causing half of her cheek to rip open as blood splattered. Her exquisite features were immediately smeared with crimson blood, leaving her in a pathetic state. Caught off guard, Capella cried out in pain, her sharp shriek mixing with shock as it suddenly erupted. She covered her face and stumbled back half a step, the madness in her crimson eyes now mixed with bone-deep pain. She sobbed and complained with a spoiled air. "It hurts, hurts, hurts. When will Green-kun ever learn to treat a lady with gentleness?" The hair at her temples was messy and stuck to her blood-stained skin, while the pitch-black veins beneath her skin suddenly began to pulse wildly. Her pink mutation mana rose and fell in a rage, yet her tone still clung to that irrepressible, charming paranoia. In her expression of both pain and resentment, there was actually a bit more of an absurd, ambiguous tension. "It seems I must perform some training on you." Her tone suddenly turned sharp, and her originally soft voice was stained with bone-chilling ruthlessness. The pink mutation mana around her surged like a tide, and the black mist clinging to her body billowed along with it. A faint light flashed beneath her feet, and her originally slender bare feet rapidly twisted and mutated, the pitch-black veins beneath the skin surging frantically. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a pair of hideous beast claws covered in black scales, their tips glinting with a cold light. The claw blades were incredibly sharp, easily capable of slicing through metal and stone, exuding a violent aura identical to her previous claws. Before Green could react, Capella exerted force, breaking free from Green's hand that had been loosely supporting her waist, and her body suddenly took to the air. The mutated beast claws tensed, and her waist twisted with powerful force. Accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking air, she unleashed a series of consecutive spinning kicks toward Green's abdomen and chest. Wherever the beast claws passed, the air was torn into ear-piercing shrieks, every kick carrying the violent power of dragon blood mutation. Every move was ruthless, vowing to heavily injure Green, and force him to never be able to escape her control again. Green's eyes narrowed as he immediately retreated half a step, the faint green light of the forest blessing reappearing around him. At the same time, he held the glass slipper in his palm across his front, barely blocking Capella's storm-like kicks. With cold light condensed in his eyes, Green did not retreat, but instead advanced, his footsteps suddenly shifting half a step to precisely jam into the gaps of her kicking techniques. Chapter 219. The witch factor of lust. Taking advantage of the moment, Capella spun around to build momentum, her center of gravity suspended in midair. His wrist flicked violently, and the lustrous, translucent cursed glass slipper in his palm shifted its angle. Instead of defending or blocking, he pressed it straight and hard against the sole of her mutated beast claw. Buzz! A cold and mysterious magical power instantly exploded from the surface of the glass slipper, and a force that countered the authority of mutation pierced through her flesh and muscle. What's going on? Capella's kick suddenly stalled, a flash of caught-off-guard surprise crossing her crimson eyes. A strange sensation of numbness and stiffness suddenly surged from the sole of her foot. The mutated beast claws, covered in black scales, receded at a visible speed, the pitch-black meridians rapidly retracted and went dormant, and the scales crumbled and dissolved. In an instant, she was forcibly suppressed by the cursed magic of the glass slipper, reverting back into a slender, fair, and completely undistorted human barefoot. Now was the time. Green's eyes sharpened. His free hand shot out like lightning, accurately locking onto her slender ankle, his knuckles exerting force as he gripped it tightly without letting go. Using the opening while her body was off balance and suspended in midair, he lifted his hand to support the heel of the glass slipper, aimed it at her toes, and shoved it on with a powerful thrust. With a soft click, the glass slipper, carrying its cursed aura, was fitted perfectly onto Capella's foot. The moment the shoe fit the curve of her foot, black energy and pink mutation magic thrashed and struggled violently in sync, only to be firmly locked down by the shimmering light continuously overflowing from the shoe, unable to stir even the slightest ripple again. Capella froze in midair, the wound on half of her cheek still bleeding. Shocked, annoyed, and panicked, her delicate voice suddenly rose, trembling with pain and disbelief. What did you do? There's something wrong with this shoe. This mistress's power is draining away. Before she could finish her sentence, an irresistible wave of weakness instantly swept through her entire body. Her previously tense body suddenly lost all strength. After her mutation power was completely suppressed, even the strength to support her body was drained dry. Capella's body went limp, and she fell straight toward the ground, hitting the cold stone tiles heavily with a dull thud. The purple wings and appendages that had been spread out behind her waist also rapidly regressed at this moment. Finally, they reverted completely to the normal lines of a lower back, with no trace left of her form after the witch's mutation. The churning pink magic and black mist around her dissipated completely, and the sense of oppression belonging to the Sin Archbishop of Lust vanished in an instant. And at the very moment Capella collapsed to the ground, the air around Green suddenly distorted. A strange and violent power erupted from his limbs and bones without warning, crashing wildly through his veins. The cold power belonging to the witch factor of sloth, which had been dormant in his body, was instantly provoked. Two completely different sin authorities clashed and tore at each other violently within his meridians. Green's expression changed drastically. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and barely managed to steady himself, struggling to adapt. Has the witch factor of lust been transferred from Capella to me by the glass slipper? The paranoid madness of sloth and the seductive restlessness of lust, the two extreme sin powers, were as incompatible as fire and water within his body. At that moment, a soft and gentle female voice, carrying a hint of timidity and tenderness, slowly echoed in the depths of his mind without warning. The voice was ethereal and soft, like a spring breeze brushing over a sea of flowers, carrying a warmth that soothed agitation as it accurately pierced into his chaotic mind. Grim, open your mind and don't resist. I will help you soothe this power. It was the voice of the Witch of Lust, Carmilla. Green's heart jolted. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he followed the guidance of that voice, slowly relaxing his tense mind, and no longer deliberately fighting against the two restless witch factors within him. In the next second, a warm pink light quietly spread from the depths of his heart. It gently enveloped the violently clashing sloth and lust factors, smoothing over their violence bit by bit. As the chaotic power was slowly organized and gathered, the previously heart-wrenching pain also gradually lessened. Green's tense body relaxed completely. He slowly unclenched his fists, feeling a sense of fullness and power within him like never before. A sense of power that had been dormant for a long time was completely awakened. He lowered his head slightly, stretching his wrist, which had been slightly numb from the earlier block, and then slowly rotated his neck. A slight cracking sound came from his neck joints. All the soreness and stagnation in his body dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sense of lightness. A streak of light suddenly floated out from his chest, and after circling in the air a few times, it transformed into an ancient magic mirror carved with exquisite dark patterns. The magic mirror glowed with a soft halo and hurriedly floated in front of Green, its tone full of concern and amazement. "Master, are you all right?" The pressure from the conflict between those two sin factors just now was terrifying. With a clash of power at that level, last time, I would have at most held out for 3 seconds before crashing and giving up. Green reached out and lightly brushed the surface of the magic mirror. Feeling the concern transmitted from the mirror's body, a relaxed smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his tone certain and somewhat self-satisfied. "I'm fine. Not only am I fine, but I feel like I've been completely enhanced." After saying that, he reached out to take the hovering magic mirror, and held it up to his face to examine himself carefully. The moment he saw his face in the mirror, Green feigned annoyance and took a sharp breath, clicking his tongue and shaking his head at his reflection, his tone full of helplessness. "Tisk, what's going on? I've actually become more handsome again. This damn charm is really something I can't do anything about." Looking back at Capella lying on the cold stone ground, without the suppression of the witch factor of lust. The violent yet uncontrolled dragon blood in her body had completely lost its shackles, and began to churn wildly. Eerie, pale black patterns slowly spread along her neck and cheeks like a fine spider web, covering her fair skin. Fine dragon scales began to grow on her arms and cheeks. They had an ugly and distorted texture. This was no longer the mutated form she could freely control as before, but a complete revelation of the monster-like appearance she feared most. She couldn't stop trembling. She reached out with shaking fingertips to lightly touch the coarse dragon scales on her face. Feeling the pitch-black patterns constantly darting beneath her skin, the madness and resentment in her eyes completely collapsed, leaving only a fear and despair that went deep into her bones. Tears mixed with the blood on her cheeks and fell. She curled her body, shaking her head constantly, her voice choked and hoarse, full of helplessness and breakdown, murmuring to herself over and over, "Don't be like this. It's not true, this mistress is not a monster." Looking at the usually arrogant and mad Sin Archbishop of Lust, now crying like a child with nowhere to go. Green toyed with the magic mirror in his hand for a moment, then tucked it back into his robes and walked slowly toward Capella. He slowly crouched down in front of Capella, looking down at the girl curled on the ground. Then he extended a finger and lightly hooked her chin, which was covered in tear stains and blood, forcing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. Green's eyes held his usual playful smile, his tone casual and carrying a hint of nonchalant comfort as he teased. "Why are you crying, brat? It's not like your face can't be fixed. Don't act like the sky is falling." Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #220 Chapter 220 The Sun Princess's Victory. Chapter 220 The Sun Princess's Victory. On the other battlefield, the advantage had been completely seized by the Sun Princess. Priscilla was enveloped in a surging halo of golden, blazing sunlight. Her divine protection of the sun was fully unleashed, a scorching golden domain firmly locking down the entire space. The power of the Archbishop of Gluttony, Lewis, disintegrated layer by layer under the suppression of the searing solar force. After several rounds of fierce close-quarters combat, Lewis's body was covered in scorching wounds, her form broken and incomplete. Priscilla seized the fatal opening as Lewis's old strength was spent, and new strength had yet to be born. Her proud, upright posture sank slightly as torrents of scalding solar force gathered around her. Holding the crimson, sharp yang sword Volokia in one hand, its scorching blade burning with red flames that punished only wickedness. She unleashed a pressure as oppressive as the blazing sun. "This ends here, lowly witch cultist." As her cold and arrogant words fell, Priscilla's arm abruptly exerted force, hurling the yang sword with all her might, holding nothing back. A sharp sound of rending air suddenly exploded. The crimson longsword, carrying the might of a wildfire sun, transformed into a stream of blazing light, instantly cleaving through the air. The sharp blade accurately pierced through Lewis's vital chest and abdomen. With irresistible force, it brutally pinned her entire body against the hard stone wall behind her. The wall instantly cracked, fissures spreading as fragments of stone crumbled away. Lewis's body convulsed violently. A hoarse, wretched scream was forced from her shattered throat. The remnants of her gluttony magic power rapidly melted away under the yang sword's scorching heat. She struggled and twisted her broken body but was firmly imprisoned by the yang sword, unable to move an inch, utterly reduced to a captive at the mercy of others. Priscilla slowly withdrew the blazing solar halo around her. Her crimson gaze swept coldly over the dying Lewis on the wall, a contemptuous curve lifting the corner of her mouth, her entire being radiating the arrogant aura of a victor. Then, she casually shifted her gaze, looking past the ravaged battlefield, her eyes accurately landing on Green, who was crouched before Capella. When she clearly saw the Sin Archbishop of Lust on the ground, disheveled, broken, with draconic scale patterns continuously spreading across her body, a flicker of obvious surprise passed through her narrow crimson eyes, and her originally lazy, arrogant expression stiffened slightly. Her skirt fluttered lightly with her steps as Priscilla walked closer over the shattered stone bricks. Looking down at the curled-up, weeping Capella, then shifting her scrutinizing gaze back to Green, she parted her red lips, her tone carrying a mix of surprise and amusement. "It seems I only took my eyes off this side for a moment, and you've already devoured her completely." Green's fingertips loosened slightly from Capella. He stood up, patting the dust off his trouser legs. Hearing this, he immediately wore a helpless expression, raising a hand to rub his temple as he spoke, caught between laughter and exasperation. Is there a more elegant adjective?" Priscilla raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing amusement rippling in her crimson eyes as she haughtily lifted her chin. Her tone was lazy yet carried a touch of mischief as she slowly enunciated four words: devoured and taken everything. Hearing this, Green's mouth twitched violently, and he promptly face-bombed. "Forget it. How about your side?" Priscilla indifferently gestured with her eyes toward Lewis, who was pinned to the wall by the yang sword. Green followed her gaze, stepping slowly toward the shattered stone wall. His eyes swept over the Archbishop of Gluttony, covered in scorch wounds and barely breathing, his brow slightly furrowed. "Still not dead? She won't suddenly power up or something, will she?" Lewis, pierced by the flaming yang sword, laboriously raised her head. Her turbid eyes fixed tightly on the approaching Green. The corners of her bloodied lips twisted into a distorted, sinister, and miserable smile. A hoarse voice, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, slowly sounded. "What a miscalculation, to think I'd fall into your hands." Her chest heaved violently with weak gasps. Her broken body continuously dripped filthy blood. The last remaining, fragmented magic power of Gluttony was annihilated inch by inch under the yang sword's scorching heat. "Don't celebrate too soon, Green Kun. I'll be waiting for you quietly in the depths of hell." Green stared intently at Lewis, pierced by the yang sword, his gaze locked onto her subtle bodily movements. A faint magical glow unconsciously shimmered at his fingertips, maintaining vigilance at all times. Although her aura was weak, the fierce, vicious glint in her eyes hadn't dissipated in the slightest. Her entire body was tense, a posture utterly unlike someone on the verge of death. Instead, it seemed as if she were secretly gathering her last ounce of strength. "Something's off. Why does it feel like she's charging up?" Green remained inwardly alert. Instead of retreating, he took a slight step forward. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His tone was calm yet carried full oppressive force as he slowly spoke. "Miss Gluttony, your last words are rather short." Lewis's turbid eyes suddenly narrowed. The last remnants of her gluttony magic power abruptly erupted. Before Green could react, she let out a fierce roar. Ignoring the excruciating pain of the yang sword scorching her body, she threw herself with all her might toward Green. The sharp blade of the yang sword instantly carved a deeper wound through her chest and abdomen. Scalding blood gushed forth, yet she seemed to feel no pain at all. Her shattered right hand, carrying the last trace of malice, shot straight for Green's throat. Green was prepared. The moment she lunged, he precisely retreated one step with his foot, positioning himself exactly at the limit of Lewis's attack range. Lewis's fingertips barely grazed the hem of Green's clothes. Her desperate, all-out fatal strike had completely missed. She remained frozen in her lunging posture. The yang sword piercing her body continued to scorch her magic power and flesh. All her strength was utterly drained. The originally vicious glint in her eyes was instantly replaced by bloodshot veins, her eyes wide with fury. With the last of her strength, she erupted in an unwilling roar, "Damn you!" Green looked at the Archbishop of Gluttony before him, at the end of her rope yet still clinging to a devouring obsession. Not only did he not evade, he slowly took a step forward. He directly extended his own wrist before Lewis. His tone was placid, yet carried a hint of playful certainty. "Even at this point, you still think about devouring me. In recognition of your effort, I can give you a chance." This sudden move caused Lewis, frozen in place, to jolt violently. Intense astonishment surged in her turbid eyes. She stared fixedly at the wrist Green offered, alarm bells ringing loudly in her mind. Instinct told her there must be a trap. But at this moment, scorched by the yang sword, she had lost all magic power, her life force severed. This before her was the only lifeline, the only chance to turn the tables, to devour the other and survive. The overwhelming desire to devour crushed all doubt. A fierce light abruptly ignited in Lewis's eyes, leaving no room for hesitation. She violently raised her shattered arm, her withered fingers digging tightly into Green's wrist. The force was so great it almost embedded into his skin. Her other hand trembled as she raised it to her mouth. Ignoring the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, she fiercely licked her own fingertips. The remaining magic power of Gluttony instantly condensed in her palm. "Since you're seeking death yourself, I have no reason to let you go, Grim Anderson." Clearly calling out the other's full name, touching any part of the target's body with her palm, licking the hand performing the technique, completing the ritual to trigger the devouring. The authority of Gluttony activated. A gray-black corrosive power of Gluttony madly surged through Green's meridians from her fingertips. Chapter 221, Hidden in the Darkness. The cold laws of devouring tried to tear apart his consciousness, gnawing at his memories and existence with brute force. But in the next second, boom. A sudden explosion of mana backlash erupted violently. Lewis's palm, which was gripping Green's wrist, felt as if it had slammed into an infinite barrier. The authority of Gluttony instantly fell into chaos, and went berserk, as the reverse torrent of erosion surged back into her broken body. Her internal organs felt as if they were being crushed by an immense force. Her body, already riddled with holes from the yang sword's burns, instantly split open, and dark red blood mixed with charred flesh continuously dripped down. Her pupils constricted violently, and her whole body twitched. She stared intently at Green, who remained calm and composed, as a broken and frantic roar escaped her throat. "You despicable bastard! Why did the devouring fail?" The bone-chilling backlash continuously tore at her soul. Lewis gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with extreme anger and despair, as her hoarse roar echoed through the ruined hall. "Is even the name written in the Lugnica Kingdom's historical records a lie? Grim Anderson." Green looked down at the hand on his wrist that was on the verge of collapse. A playful and wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a leisurely, nonchalant tone. "Sorry, that was just a fake name I used to fool people." He tilted his head slightly, looking calmly at the crumbling Archbishop of Gluttony, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "My name is actually Green Edison. Do you want to save up some strength and try again?" The magic mirror floating nearby swayed its surface slightly and chimed in with a playful tone, clearly enjoying the chaos. "Maybe it's Green Einstein." At those words, Green's shoulders shook slightly, and the playfulness in his eyes intensified. He looked down at the magic mirror floating beside him. Their eyes met, sharing a silent understanding. The next moment, the two troublemakers looked at each other and couldn't hold it back anymore, breaking into low laughter in unison. Ah ha ha ha. I, Green Holmes, swear that I'm definitely not lying to you this time. Ah ha 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 ha. Green's unrestrained laughter stopped abruptly. The mirth vanished from his face, replaced by a sudden serious expression, as if he had just remembered something vital. He scratched his head in confusion, turned to the magic mirror floating beside him, and asked casually, "By the way, Wolgaroth, what was the creator's name?" The magic mirror immediately stopped swaying. Its interest in the spectacle vanished as it pondered seriously for a moment before responding hesitantly. "I remember, it seemed to be Jehovah Chaos." The moment those words were spoken, Green's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped up to the dying Lewis and took the initiative to firmly grab her trembling hand, his tone incredibly serious. "Archbishop of Gluttony, don't give up. Try this name, Jehovah Chaos." Lewis gasped for air weakly. The agonizing pain from her chest being pierced by the yang sword was constantly eroding her last bit of vitality. She slowly raised her bloodshot eyes and glared fiercely at Green, her gaze filled with exhaustion, humiliation, and distrust. "Do you still want to keep playing with me?" Her voice was broken and hoarse, carrying a sense of total numbness. "This body is about to completely rot and die. There's no need for you to keep making up these boring lies to amuse yourselves." Green's expression was solemn, without a hint of a joke. He shook his head seriously, his tone absolutely certain. "No, I'm really not lying this time. That's definitely the true name. Try it one more time, and I'll drop dead right in front of you." "You lunatic." Lewis was shocked by his arrogant and outrageous promise. She instinctively struggled to pull her hand back, her expression full of resistance. "Get away from me." Instead of letting go, Green gripped even tighter, his attitude firm and overbearing. "Unless you try to activate devouring one more time, don't even think about dying in peace today." Lewis was completely bewildered by his unreasonable behavior, and her chaotic thoughts began to drift uncontrollably. Facing death, she wasn't afraid. She was originally a spiritual entity, and had always manifested by borrowing the bodies of her two older brothers. The death of the physical body would merely send her back to the corridor of souls. Seeing Lewis pursing her lips tightly and refusing to cooperate at all, Green simply stopped wasting words. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a blood vial glowing with a faint red light. Ignoring Lewis's resistance, he forced her jaw open with his fingers and poured the potion directly into her mouth. The sweet and gentle liquid slid down her throat, and rich healing mana instantly spread throughout her body. It forcibly pulled back a portion of her fading life force. Even the agonizing pain from her pierced chest eased significantly, and her decaying body briefly stabilized. Lewis coughed violently, her pupils constricting suddenly. She stared at Green with eyes full of disbelief, her voice exploding hoarsely with a mix of anger and confusion. "Damn it! What on earth do you want? You toy with me while using healing potions to keep me alive. What are you plotting?" Green looked sincere, even pleading slightly, as he shook the wrist she was holding. "I don't mean anything else. Just activate the authority one more time. Just one last time, okay?" After several rounds of this, Lewis was already physically and mentally exhausted. Her whole body was in unbearable pain, and she was filled with irritation from being worn down by his pestering. Knowing she was in a desperate situation and powerless to resist, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and compromise. She took a deep breath, her fingertips tightening around Green's wrist again. She raised her hand to lick her scarred palm, and her remaining gluttony mana began to surge slowly. Her lips moved, and she pronounced the unfamiliar name clearly, word by word, Jehovah Chaos. The ritual for the authority of gluttony was perfectly completed, and the pitch-black laws of devouring erupted once more. This time, there was no backlash, nor any barrier blocking it. The moment the authority touched Green's body, he shuddered violently, and the air around him twisted drastically. Ethereal, pitch-black invisible hands that couldn't be viewed directly by the naked eye suddenly manifested, flickering in midair and trembling restlessly. Fine, spiderweb-like black threads were forcibly stripped and pulled from the depths of Green's soul, flowing continuously toward Lewis along the devouring power of gluttony. The next moment, a grand voice filled with extreme terror and fury suddenly thundered between heaven and earth, causing the entire tower to shake slightly. Despicable otherworldly being. Stop at once. It was the majestic voice belonging solely to the Creator, but now it held only panic and wariness. Lewis stiffened suddenly, and then an expression of unbelievable ecstasy instantly erupted in her eyes. She clearly sensed a vast, boundless life force and primordial power far exceeding any authority of sin madly surging into her body through the black threads. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 222 Chapter 222 Jehovah Chaos Chapter 222 Jehovah Chaos. Lewis gasped, greedily activating the authority of gluttony. The Creator's soul fragments swirled into her mouth like a vortex. A torrential flood of immense power poured recklessly into her broken body. Her dried-up sea of mana filled instantly, her split flesh healed and scabbed over at a visible rate, and the tissues scorched and festered by the yang sword regenerated layer by layer. She slowly raised her head, the numbness and despair fading from her blood-red eyes. Replacing them was a cold, ghastly aura and a resurgence of malice. She looked coldly at Green before her, articulating each word with a low, bone-chilling voice. Grim Anderson, you will regret your foolish actions for the rest of your life. With this power, both you and that pretentious woman will die here. As she finished speaking, she forced herself to endure the scorching sensation of the sun left behind by the yang sword in her body, and suddenly exerted force. Her back tightened, her chest muscles contracted violently, and carrying the massive power newly born, she gave a sudden jolt inward. A harsh metallic vibration exploded, and the crimson yang sword that had pierced her chest and abdomen was instantly and forcibly ejected from the wound. It slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of gravel and dust. The voice of the Creator, filled with rage and terror, came to an abrupt halt the moment the soul fragments were completely devoured. It dissipated completely between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of sound. The faint divine pressure remaining in the air also vanished, but the battlefield, which should have returned to calm, stirred with an even more bizarre aura. Around the Archbishop of Gluttony, Lewis, a layer of gentle yet domineering golden divine light slowly emerged. Intertwining with the gray-black mist of the original authority of gluttony, two completely different forces swirled and flowed across her body, eerie and formidable. This aura, merging the authority of the deadly sins with the origin of a god, instantly swept through the entire ruined hall, even pinning the dust in the air in place. Priscilla, not far away, had her expression change abruptly. With a slight curl of her slender fingers, the crimson yang sword, Volakia, which had fallen to the ground, instantly tore through the air, and landed steadily in her hand. She gripped the yang sword tightly, her crimson eyes locked onto Lewis, who was surrounded by flowing divine light. Her long, narrow brows furrowed tightly, the golden sun halo around her roiling rapidly, and she asked Green sternly in a grave and angry tone, "Mortal, what exactly did you release?" Green remained standing in place, watching the transformed Lewis. Far from panicking, he waved his hand, his tone carrying a sense of certainty as he reassured Priscilla, "Don't worry, Priscilla, everything is still under my control." He cursed inwardly, his gaze cooling slightly. Damn it, this Creator really wasn't dead yet. To think it secretly hid its soul fragments in my invisible hand, how extremely insidious. I originally just wanted to use the authority of gluttony to clear out this ticking time bomb, but I didn't expect Lewis to accidentally get the upper hand. I just don't know if this girl can completely digest this weakened god. Just as Green's thoughts raced, Lewis, standing in the center of the arena, suddenly had her aura become violently chaotic. The layer of golden divine light flickered on and off, and the gray-black magic of gluttony began to surge frantically. Her expression instantly became twisted and painful, her hands clutching her head tightly, and her whole body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Two completely different souls were violently colliding and rampaging inside her body, frantically fighting for control. "This is my body. Mere ant, how dare you devour the origin of a god?" A violent soul tremor erupted, and an invisible shockwave spread frantically from Lewis as the center. Fine fragments of soul flew out from within her, scattering throughout the ruined hall, each strand retaining a faint trace of divinity and gluttony magic. The magic mirror floating nearby instantly lit up, as if it had seen a rare treasure, and immediately turned into a streak of light and darted out. It flew and circled around the soul fragments, greedily sucking all the scattered soul pieces into the mirror, the crunching sounds filled with satisfaction. "These are the Creator's soul fragments, a great supplement. Do you want some of this good stuff?" The magic mirror called out to Green in a rush while devouring frantically, its tone full of excitement. At this moment, Lewis let out a piercing scream. After convulsing violently, she suddenly stiffened in place, completely losing her original life force. She slowly raised her head, the blood-red eyes completely faded, leaving only a cold, indifferent, and aloof divine light. The gray-black magic of gluttony around her was also completely suppressed by the golden divine light. The one occupying this body now was Jehovah Chaos, the Creator who had regained control. Green looked at Lewis, who had completely changed into another person before him, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke slowly in a teasing tone. "Impressive, Lord Creator. To think you could still turn the tables when you're down to just this sliver of a remnant soul. I truly didn't expect it." The body occupied by the Creator had not a shred of a smile, its expression cold to the extreme. The next second, fine cracks like shattered porcelain erupted frantically from her cheeks and neck, spreading continuously across her entire body. Golden divine light and the remaining magic of gluttony leaked continuously from the cracks. The body could no longer withstand the tearing of the two forces. The Creator's voice was cold and venomous, filled with the madness of death, resonating through the entire hall, articulating each word. "Such a weak body cannot contain the soul of a god at all. Green, you have really done well. Since I am destined to have my soul scattered, then today, even if I have to exhaust my last shred of soul, I will drag you down with me." As the words fell, the golden divine light around him surged violently, and the cracks on the body became increasingly dense. The whole person turned into a divine bomb about to explode, lunging fiercely toward Green. Seeing the Creator, wrapped in violent divine power, lunging over, the golden divine light almost tore the entire space apart. The solar power around Priscilla instantly climbed to its peak, her yang sword pointing directly at the opponent, ready to step forward and fight. But Green raised his hand to stop her, his eyes devoid of any fear, instead filled with a playful, wicked grin. He slowly raised his hand, reached into his pocket to fumble for a moment, and then pulled out a quaint-looking matchbox. He flicked the lid open with his fingertips and took out the only match inside, which was glowing with a faint light. This match looked unremarkable, yet it concealed volatile energy. Green held the match between his fingertips, flicked his wrist, and looked at the lunging Creator, speaking loudly in an arrogant and thoroughly teasing tone. "Just with this crumbling remnant of a body, you want to live as long as heaven and earth with me? You're 100 years too early." Before the words had even faded, his fingertips moved slightly, striking the match in his hand. Feeling the terrifying power on the match, the Creator's originally crazed expression changed suddenly. Extreme panic welled up in its heart, and its lunging motion stalled for an instant. Chapter 223, Flame. A deep blue flame tip suddenly flared up at the fingertip of the match. That seemingly weak spark tore through all the darkness in the world the moment it was struck. The supreme authority of arson completely broke free from its shackles at this moment and erupted with a boom. There was no precursor of towering flames, no buildup of violent heat waves. Yet, that wisp of deep blue fire spreading from the match head contained the ultimate power to burn gods to ash and crush divine souls. Wherever the flame passed, space was scorched into twisted black cracks. Even the lingering divinity and the magic power of gluttony in the air were instantly burned into nothingness. The scorching air waves overturned the shattered stone pillars in the hall, and the rubble and debris turned directly into fly ash in the high temperature. Grim Anderson flicked his wrist, and the match burning with deep blue flames, like a meteor falling to the world, shot straight toward the rushing creator with the momentum of tearing through the sky. The creator let out a roar of absolute despair, and their crumbling body trembled violently. They could clearly perceive the great terror between life and death. The golden divine light covering their body was like thin paper before the flame, being wantonly torn apart. Extreme fear and monstrous resentment were intertwined in their broken divine soul. The curse before death was like a poisoned blade, resounding throughout the hall. Grim Anderson. I swear by the divine name of the Creator Jehovah Chaos, cursing you to be backlashed by your authority for eternity, suffering the agony of soul-burning fire. Everyone around you will perish because of your betrayal, and the power you hold will eventually turn into a blade piercing your heart. Even if my soul is scattered, I will make you fall into the endless purgatory forever, never to have a good end. You and all the ants in this world will eventually face the doomsday of destruction. I will wait in the underworld to see the day you are doomed forever. The vicious curse, carrying the last bit of divine power, echoed wildly in the hall, heading straight for Grim Anderson's face. Grim Anderson didn't even lift an eyelid, his face nonchalant, just those two dry words, lacking any coolness, and even revealing a bit of absurdity. They actually acted like an invisible, absurd law, directly shoving all the curses back exactly as they were. The creator was completely stunned, freezing in midair instantly, the resentment, madness, and viciousness on their face all shattered. Replaced by extreme astonishment, grievance, and rage distorted by anger. They were a dignified creator, a supreme god, yet their death-defying curse was actually reflected in such a childish and abstract way. How dare you? Before they could finish speaking, their crumbling divine soul instantly burst with cracks. Coupled with the deep blue god-burning flame already upon them, the double blow directly plunged them into a state of manic and aggrieved despair. Boom! A deafening burst resounded through heaven and earth, and the violent flame power exploded completely. The deep blue flames instantly swallowed the entire body. The golden divine light fled wildly within the flames, but was tightly entangled by the fire, burning away bit by bit. The creator was so angry that their whole body twitched violently. While enduring the backlash of the curse and being burned by the flames, their heart was full of unwillingness and grievance. Their roar even carried a trembling tone of being broken by anger. How unreasonable! I curse you! Reflection invalid. But no matter how they roared, it was useless. Their weak body simply could not withstand the double destructive power. The cracks on their body expanded and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flesh, divine soul, along with that roar of being broken, all dissolved and shattered in the flames. In just an instant, the creator in their remnant soul state was burned into ashes scattering across the sky by this terrifying fire of the authority of arson. With a gust of wind, they completely dissipated in the ruined hall, leaving no trace of a god's aura. And just at the moment the ashes drifted away, countless tiny divine divinity fragments rose from the embers of the flames. Like broken stars in the night sky, emitting a warm and brilliant golden divine light, they floated densely in midair. Every fragment circulated with the pure power of divine origin, shimmering with a faint light, illuminating the dim hall as if a galaxy had fallen, gorgeous to the extreme, and also tragically beautiful to the extreme. Grim Anderson withdrew his hand, patted the non-existent dust from his palms, looked nonchalant and cocky, turned his head to look at Priscilla beside him, who was full of shock and completely stunned, and raised an eyebrow slightly. How does my flame compare to the sun? Priscilla gazed blankly at the golden divine divinity fragments floating slowly in midair. She paused, her gaze falling on the wisp of deep blue fire that had not yet completely dissipated, and chuckled. It should be good for baking apple pie. Hearing this, Grim Anderson's mouth twitched fiercely. He glanced at her with a helpless and aggrieved face, muttering in a low voice, "Stubborn woman, can't you just give me a proper compliment?" As he spoke, he stepped forward slowly, walked straight up to Priscilla, extended a hand openly, spread his palm, and made it clear that he was asking for something. Priscilla raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of confusion and contempt rising in her crimson eyes. She gripped the yang sword, her tone carrying aloof laziness and arrogance. "You've only made a minor contribution, yet you are already impatiently asking me for a reward. That is too greedy." "What reward or no reward?" Grim Anderson frowned with a look of disgust, speaking righteously. "Don't try to brush it off. Stop feeding me empty promises, and hurry up and give my blood-colored cloak back to me." Priscilla was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Instead of returning it, she raised her hand and gathered the blood-colored cloak on her shoulders. Her figure spun lightly. Wearing the crimson cloak, she turned half a circle elegantly, her hem and the edges of the cloak spreading and rising together, her posture noble and beautiful, striking a calm and graceful pose. She looked down at Grim Anderson, a faint smile on her lips, and spoke leisurely. "Don't you think such a beautiful blood color suits my style very well?" Priscilla's red lips curled into a playful arc, and she scoffed faintly. "Stingy fellow, you willingly offered this gift in the beginning, and now you want to take it back. Your perspective is too small." Grim Anderson widened his eyes on the spot, calling it outrageous, his tone instantly raised, his face full of indignation after being robbed. "Are you trying to rob me blind? Let me tell you, don't wear this cloak casually. This garment is actually made of real human skin." Once these words were said, a clear look of disgust rarely appeared on Priscilla's exquisite face. Her brows furrowed tightly. She no longer had the interest to play with and appreciate it. She immediately reached out, tore the blood-colored cloak from her shoulders, flicked it away with disgust, and accurately threw it into Grim Anderson's arms. Her tone was full of impatience and revulsion. "You fellow, do you not have any proper treasures to offer? The gifts given by men who are infatuated with her will be blessed by her soul marriage art, offsetting damage for her." Grim Anderson caught the lightly falling blood-colored cloak, and draped it over his arm. Hearing this, he subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the magic mirror on the side. He silently slandered in his heart, let alone any proper treasures, he didn't even have anything normal. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #220 for Chapter 224 Fusion Gluttony. Chapter 224, Fusing Gluttony. On the other side, the magic mirror was hovering in midair with its mirror surface wide open, greedily devouring the scattered divinity fragments and residual soul debris, with the crunching sounds of chewing constantly ringing out. Suddenly meeting Green Anderson's gaze, the magic mirror stiffened, but it immediately became excited, its mirror surface glowing intensely as it hurriedly shouted at Green Anderson, "Come and eat. These are divinity fragments left behind by the Creator, top-tier good stuff. Hurry over and absorb them. They can definitely temper your physical body, strengthen your soul, and make you even more powerful and formidable. If you miss this, you won't have another chance." Green Anderson raised an eyebrow slightly, lifted his hand to grab at the air, and a few glistening, translucent golden divinity fragments fluttered into his palm. He picked up a fragment, tossed it into his mouth, chewed it slowly a couple of times, ran his tongue over the fine divinity texture, and said indifferently, "Tastes like lime." A cool, refreshing aura slid down his throat into his body, and the incredibly pure divinity origin flowed slowly through his limbs and bones. As one divinity fragment after another was continuously swallowed into his belly, the magic power that had originally been stable and dormant suddenly surged and churned, and his dried-up magic meridians were completely filled. The power throughout his body climbed steadily, and his entire aura became several times stronger and more robust. Just then, a dark, ancient black light quietly emerged around Green Anderson. That long-sealed dark fairy tale book broke free from spatial constraints on its own, and hovered in midair, its yellowed pages turning rapidly without wind with a rustling sound. Black mist churned between the gaps of the pages, and images vaguely appeared: a lonely castle tightly wrapped and besieged by layers of black thorns, appearing and disappearing in the light and shadow, gloomy and mysterious. The magic mirror caught a glimpse of the dark fairy tale book's strange movement, its surface trembling violently, and it instantly panicked, shouting hurriedly, "Master, eat faster. Those bitches are coming to steal our food." Before the words even finished, the dark fairy tale book suddenly unleashed an invisible suction force, like a brute vacuum cleaner, domineeringly pulling at the golden divinity fragments floating all over the sky. Streaks of divinity light uncontrollably surged toward the pages, being swallowed and stored directly by the book. Green Anderson was furious. Damn it, who is so insolent? Don't force me to lose my temper. The magic mirror also extended its magic arms, frantically competing for the fragments. Do something, Master, don't hold back. It's those shameless people from the Chaos faction. I finally understand that match had spatial coordinates on it. Their goal is to recover the divinity fragments and get a share of the authority in the new world. What a bunch of dogs. Green Anderson glanced at the dark fairy tale book competing for the fragments and nodded indifferently. He no longer tasted them slowly, immediately accelerating his speed of swallowing and absorbing, using his hands to continuously grab the scattered divinity light fragments around him, and taking them all into himself. After a silent scramble between the three, the dust settled. In the end, 1/3 of the scattered creator divinity fragments were forcibly plundered and swallowed by the dark fairy tale book, turning into dark power deposited deep within its pages. The vast majority of the remainder was steadily recovered and thoroughly refined by Green Anderson. The Chaos faction must have been prepared early on. Their speed of snatching was incredibly fast. But they also knew their limits and dared not overstep. If they took too much, they would definitely face Green Anderson's retaliation. Green Anderson leaned against the wall, clutching his stomach, and let out a burp. Damn, I was just focused on eating, it doesn't seem to be digesting very well. The magic mirror floated slowly in front of him, its surface glowing with an eerie dark light, and two solid magical phantom arms were each holding a twisting and wriggling purple-black gas mass. The mist was viscous and gloomy, faintly revealing the unique erosive aura of gluttony. Its tone was cheeky yet somewhat obsequious. Hee, Master, do you want to taste this? When we were scrambling earlier, I purified and extracted these good things from the scattered fragments. The instant he locked eyes with those two purple-black gas masses, a strong sense of palpitation suddenly rose in the bottom of Green Anderson's heart. The larger mass contained two portions, coming from Gluttony Louis Arneb, and the Gluttony Roy Alfred whom she possessed. The smaller mass was the witch factors of Gluttony Rybatten Katos, which it had obtained after the White Whale battle. Green Anderson's hair stood on end, and without even thinking, he waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of resistance. This wouldn't happen to be the witch of gluttony factor left behind by Louis, would it? I don't want it. Two extreme authorities plus external divinity are already conflicting enough. That feeling of tearing and clashing is too deadly. Keep it yourself. The magic mirror gently shook its mirror surface, swayed the magic arms holding the witch factors, and spoke with a tone that was both serious and helpless. It's of no use to me at all, Master. Moreover, only by devouring and controlling more than half of the divinity authority in this world will you be able to create a brand new world of your own. Green Anderson sighed helplessly. Fine. After speaking, he took the two witch factors and, gritting his teeth, swallowed them. As soon as the purple-black mist entered his mouth, it moved frantically like a living creature, drilling straight down his throat into his internal organs. Green Anderson's expression changed drastically. He felt as if two fierce beasts had been forcibly stuffed into his body, and his already restless magic power instantly turned chaotic, clashing violently with that gluttony factor. Damn it! This is even more uncomfortable than before. His whole body convulsed, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he fell to his knees. Two extreme authorities, external divinity, and now this witch of gluttony factor for forces were rampaging inside his body, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. The magic mirror's surface trembled in panic. Master. At this critical moment, a slightly playful female voice suddenly rang out in the depths of Green Anderson's heart. Ha, little Gu, aren't you going to ask me for help? Green Anderson's mind jolted, and enduring the excruciating pain, he roared in his heart, Daphne. Finally remembered me. The voice carried a hint of amusement, then turned into a warm yet domineering force that surged from the depths of his soul. The purple-black gluttony factor seemed to have found its resting place. It no longer rampaged, but was guided by that force, flowing slowly toward Green Anderson's abdomen and gradually merging with his original magic system. Gluttony isn't just simple devouring, oh, it is desire, it is satisfaction, it is the greed that fills all emptiness. Daphne's voice echoed in his ears like a hypnotic spell, and in a trance, Green Anderson seemed to see a young girl wearing a purple-black dress, lazily leaning on a throne piled high with countless foods, winking at him. Relax, accept it, let it become a part of you. The purple-black mist gradually became docile, turning into countless tiny streams that seeped into Green Anderson's limbs and bones. The pain of the original conflict and tearing was slowly transforming into a strange sense of fulfillment. Green Anderson could clearly feel that his understanding of devouring and absorbing was undergoing a qualitative change. It was no longer just rough plundering, but a deeper level of digestion and transformation. With the authority of gluttony as the foundation, fusing other energies in the future would also be much easier. Chapter 225, Magic Broadcast. Not bad, little Gu, you adapted quite quickly. Daphne's voice gradually faded away. Daphne is looking forward to it. Little Gu, you must create a world that can make me full, okay? Green clenched his fist, feeling the surging power like a deep abyss within his body, and after a long while, he squeezed out a sentence, that's fucking awesome. As soon as the words fell, a lazy and arrogant female voice sounded from the void, carrying undisguised disdain, sigh, mortal. Priscilla Bariel gently waved her folding fan, her heterochromatic gold and red eyes sweeping over Green's expression, which was so satisfied it was almost lewd. The young girl's red lips curled slightly, her tone filled with high and mighty disappointment. I am incredibly disappointed by the words you used to express your joy. Is this the only crude slang you know how to speak? Green curled the corner of his mouth, far from restraining himself, he instead lifted his chin even higher, adding with an infuriating look, it's fucking amazing. A vein on Priscilla's temple twitched slightly, and a flash of speechlessness crossed her heterochromatic gold and red eyes. She raised the exquisite, gem-encrusted folding fan in her hand and mercilessly tapped Green on the forehead, producing a crisp pop sound. Priscilla retracted her folding fan, and gently brushed non-existent dust off the hem of her dress with her slender hand. She looked up and glanced at Green, who still had a roguish look on his face. Her red lips parted slightly, her tone carrying an unquestionable command, yet hiding a certainty of tacit approval. All right, mortal, you should be done with your business, right? Take your spoils of war and come with me to find Al. Spoils of war. Green paused, rubbing his chin with his fingertips, a look of sudden realization flashing in his eyes. He then turned his head, his gaze falling on Capella, who was kneeling on the ground in a disheveled state in a corner not far away. During the chaotic battle just now, between devouring the godhead fragments and fusing with the witch of gluttony's witch factor, he had completely forgotten about this person. Almost forgot about this female brat. Green strolled over slowly, looking down at the dispirited Capella. He casually grabbed a piece of rope from the ground. He bent down and deftly tied Capella's hands behind her back, tying a sturdy knot. He straightened up and clapped his hands, his tone carrying a playful seriousness. All right, Capella, you are under arrest now. I advise you to behave, and not put up any futile resistance, lest you suffer physical pain. That seemingly sturdy rope tied around Capella was, to her, merely for show. Even though her authority had been taken away, she had long since fused with pure dragon blood, and her physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. She only needed to struggle slightly to instantly break free from these flimsy bonds. But she did not move. Her eyes, which had been full of violence and arrogance, now shed all their sharpness. Only dishevelment and fragility remained. She slightly lifted her head, using a pair of eyes filled with hope. She stared intently at Green, her voice carrying an imperceptible tremble and cautious anticipation. Green Kuen, is what you said before true? My body, can it really be healed? Upon hearing this, Green leaned down and extended two fingers, gently pinching Capella's small chin, and lifting it slightly, his gaze examining her with great interest. I'm really not used to you looking so docile and fragile. He curled the corners of his lips into his usual roguish smile, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Capella, I still prefer that arrogant, domineering, and unruly look you had before. Why don't you revert to it? The temperature from his fingertips was transmitted to her, and Capella's body trembled slightly as she met Green's gaze. She had countless times loathed her own twisted and ugly body, fearing the disgust of others when they saw her in this state. Fear and rejection. She had long been accustomed to using arrogance and violence to disguise herself, burying all her fragility deep in her heart. But at this moment in Green's eyes, she could not see a shred of disdain or aversion. There was no fear of her identity as an archbishop of sin, nor was there any disgust for her broken body. It was still that same indifferent, calm gaze as always. The warm touch still lingered on her jaw. Capella's tense heartstrings relaxed slightly, and she instinctively found her usual sharpness and spite, subconsciously gritting her teeth and mocking, "Greenquin, you trash knight." Before she could finish, a crisp but not forceful sound suddenly rang out. Green backhanded, lightly slapping Capella on the mouth. The force was extremely light, more like a disciplinary pat, but it instantly interrupted all her mockery. Capella froze on the spot, her pupils constricting. She looked at the man in front of her with eyes full of confusion, her eye sockets slightly reddening. Feeling both angry and bewildered, aggrieved and furious, she demanded, "What are you doing? It was clearly you who asked for it, why are you still hitting me?" Green wore a lazy and wicked smile on his lips, roguishness surging in his eyes, and he said indifferently, "Did I ever say I couldn't hit you? You trash archbishop of sin." Capella's breath hitched, she pursed her lips in defiance, glaring at him fixedly, "You're a knight, hey? Knights are supposed to be gentle and courteous, how can you casually bully a captive?" "Ha ha, I'm the scum among knights." Green laughed softly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, his tone wanton and wicked. As he spoke, he reached out with both hands and directly pinched both of Capella's soft cheeks, applying a little force to make her cheeks puff out. His tone deepened a bit, carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression. "Now, recognize your situation. Apologize to me obediently, you foul-mouthed female brat." Capella's cheeks were sore and painful from his pinching, and she had originally been holding onto a stubborn streak. But the force of Green's fingertips tightened bit by bit, squeezing her cheeks until they were puffed out, making it difficult for her to even speak. A thin layer of moisture instantly welled up in her eyes, hurt and aggrieved, and she could no longer remain tough. Sorry, I was wrong, Green." Priscilla frowned, her gold and red eyes full of impatience. She tapped her exquisite folding fan against her palm, and urged sternly, "Hurry up and let's go, trash knight, stop training your little captive there. I don't want to stay in this smoke-filled dump for another second." Upon hearing this, Green helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth, glanced at her sideways, and said slowly, "What's the rush, Sun Princess? This is a broadcast room, after all. Use your clever little head and think, what's the fastest way to find someone in a place like this?" Priscilla was taken aback. Her gaze swept around, and she soon noticed the dusty sound broadcasting device in the corner, and she instantly realized. She stepped forward, her slender hand disdainfully brushing the dust off the device, and clumsily fiddled with the knobs. She cleared her throat, raised her voice, and spoke into the microphone. "Ahem, Al, I order you to appear before me immediately." That arrogant demeanor was exactly her usual posturing when giving orders. The voice transmitted through the broadcast, but only brought back a burst of sizzling static. Green watched with a speechless face, silently walked forward, unceremoniously reached out and pushed her aside, his tone full of disdain. "What are you doing, you idiot young lady? Move aside, watch me, I'll teach you how to use the broadcast correctly." Green snatched the microphone from Priscilla's hand, casually wiped the dust off it, and brought it to his mouth, clearing his throat before speaking. Hello, is Leah there? Is Leah there? Hello everyone, I am Viscount Green from the Mathers territory. To be honest, the songstress's singing just now was mediocre. Let me perform a song for everyone, where is the road? Hey you damn woman, get lost, don't push me. Give it here, you trash knight, stop delaying me from doing serious business. Al, do you see a smoking tower? Run here quickly. Problematic ad. Report it here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 226 Chapter 226 Direct Flight Creation. Chapter 226, Sending them flying. On the empty street, a large pumpkin carriage emitting streams of magical rainbows was racing at high speed, or rather, it was flying just above the ground. This pushback, it's gotta be at least 200. Green held the flamboyant gilded control lever of the magical pumpkin carriage with both hands. His body leaned back slightly with the violent jolts, his face filled with heartless excitement. This bizarre vehicle from the Cinderella fairy tale rampaged through the potholed and dilapidated streets. The wheels crushed gravel and rubble, letting out a piercing roar and kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. On the prominent cross at the front of the carriage, Capella was tied tightly, her blonde hair whipped wildly against her face by the gale, her once exquisite makeup already a total mess. Her whole body shook violently with the carriage, her heart feeling like it was about to jump out of her throat. A mix of terror and humiliation made her voice tremble. "Green, you lunatic. Let me down right now." Priscilla sat on the luxurious velvet cushions in the back seat, her elegant clothes flapping in the wind. Her heterochromatic gold and red eyes glared fixedly at the reckless figure ahead, a vein throbbing at her temple. She grabbed her folding fan, which was nearly blown away, and scolded through gritted teeth. "Are you trying to throw me out? Control your damn carriage." Al, who had previously met up at the tower, gripped the edge of the door tightly, feeling a bit faint-hearted himself. "Brother, maybe slow down a bit. This carriage doesn't even have seatbelts. What's the rush, little brother? With the Sun Princess on board, this carriage won't flip even if I drive with my eyes closed." Green didn't look back, wearing a punchable smirk. He stepped harder on the magic pedal, and the pumpkin carriage's speed surged again. "Are you even listening to me, you bastard?" Just as she finished, the carriage made a sharp turn. Capella was swung nearly into the air, screaming in terror. Green just laughed heartily and pulled out a pair of sunglasses from nowhere, putting them on. "Ha ha," Capella's about to cry from frustration. Al looked at the black sunglasses on Green's face, caught between laughter and tears, and spoke helplessly. "Brother, you always come up with new tricks. Where did those sunglasses come from?" Green tapped the frame with his fingertip, his smile becoming even more annoying. The wind blew his words intermittently but couldn't hide his reckless, roguish air. "You mean these? Actually, they're just a pair of reading glasses painted black." Al was stunned for a long moment, staring straight at the pitch-black lenses. He didn't react for a while before instinctively following up. "So you mean they don't let any light through at all?" Green answered bluntly, having no intention of letting off the magic pedal. The pumpkin carriage continued to speed through the streets, even accelerating slightly. Al's expression froze instantly, his mouth twitching violently. Looking at the buildings receding rapidly and Priscilla's extremely dark face in the back seat, he finally couldn't help but shiver, his voice full of despair. "Hiss, driver, please pull over. I'll just walk. No stopping now." Green laughed loudly, maneuvering the pumpkin carriage into another sharp drift to avoid roadside obstacles. As the carriage tilted, Capella at the front screamed shrilly again. "You absolute piece of trash. I will never forgive you." Capella was shaken to the point of tears, looking a mess, her voice hoarse from screaming. Humiliation and fear were driving her insane. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. Green, slow down. There's someone ahead." You're going to kill me," Capella shouted from the front. Her eyes, which were once full of violence and stubbornness, were now filled only with pure terror. Green pulled down his sunglasses, letting the black lenses slide to the tip of his nose, revealing eyes that shone with startling brightness as he took in the battle ahead. In the middle of the street, Garfield was fighting side by side with Sword Demon Wilhelm. Opposite them, two witch cultists were using vicious techniques, and the fight was currently at a stalemate. The moment he saw them, Green's eyes lit up. He yanked the gilded control lever, his voice booming. "Garf, get out of the way. Let me run him over." Garfield, locked in a hard fight, paused and snapped his head back. At a glance, he saw that ridiculously flamboyant luxury magical pumpkin carriage charging toward them like crazy, with a disheveled Capella tied to the front. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Garfield's face changed instantly. Without a word, he lunged to the side, rolling clumsily into a corner of the street wall, grabbing the sword demon along the way. The old sword demon's brow jumped as he withdrew his sword and retreated, looking at this absurd vehicle with a complex gaze. Tied to the center of the front, Capella felt her soul nearly leave her body. Seeing the combat scene getting closer, her voice cracked into a shrill scream. Green, you aren't really planning to just ram straight through, are you? Green had already gripped the gilded lever tight, his gaze fierce, with no intention of hitting the brakes. He let the magical pumpkin carriage, enveloped in a gale, charge straight at the burly witch cultist. A deafening collision sound suddenly exploded, and dust instantly flew everywhere. The burly cultist didn't even have a chance to dodge before being sent flying by the hard front of the carriage. His body smashed into a stone wall by the street like a broken kite, becoming embedded in it. The front of the magnificent magical pumpkin carriage immediately dented inward, the body shaking violently as a powerful countershock swept through the whole vehicle. Just when everyone thought they were about to be violently thrown, several fluffy, milky white magical airbags suddenly popped out inside the carriage. They instantly enveloped Green in the driver's seat, Priscilla in the back, and Al, who was clutching the door. The soft airbags absorbed all the impact. The occupants were only lightly jolted and remained uninjured. See that? The pumpkin magic carriage safety is top-notch. Wrapped in the airbag, Green didn't forget to give a smug grin. Priscilla, squeezed by the airbag, furrowed her brows in disgust. She raised her folding fan and poked the soft airbag. Mortal, your crappy carriage actually has some useless things that just happen to come in handy. Al leaned against the airbag, breathing a long sigh of relief after the shock. Patting his chest, he murmured, I almost thought I was a goner. This carriage's structure is truly ahead of its time. But Capella at the front wasn't so lucky. Without any protection, the fierce inertia caused the ropes already loosened by the jolting to snap completely. She was instantly launched high into the air, her blonde hair flying wildly as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Green, I'll never let you get away with this. She tumbled clumsily through the air several times before finally landing with a plop in the great canal in the middle of the road. Garfield and sword demon Wilhelm stood to the side. After witnessing this extremely crude rescue, they were both dumbfounded and didn't recover for a long time. Garfield scratched his head, his eyes shining as he looked at the dented pumpkin carriage. So cool. My king, what kind of carriage is this to be so magnificent? Chapter 227. The previous generation sword saint. The dust filling the sky gradually dispersed, and the magical airbags inside the carriage slowly deflated and contracted. Several people rubbed their bodies, which felt stuffy from being squeezed, and gingerly squeezed out of the deformed pumpkin carriage. Green was the first to jump down, casually pulling off the sunglasses that had slipped to the tip of his nose and stuffing them into his pocket. Patting the dust off his body, he looked up at Garfield and the sword demon Wilhelm nearby and asked, "What's the situation here? Why did you start fighting with the small fry of the witch cult?" As his voice fell, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly turned heavy. Garfield pursed his lips and looked solemnly at the two figures standing not far away. He subconsciously took half a step back, handing the floor to Wilhelm beside him. The sword demon Wilhelm's hand holding his sword tightened slightly, his knuckles trembling from the force. Those sharp eyes, which had never shown a hint of cowardice through countless battlefields, were now covered with a layer of pain and hoarseness that was hard to hide. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze first falling on the blue-skinned warrior, who had been sent flying by the pumpkin carriage, and was struggling to slide down from the stone wall. The opponent's 8 thick arms waved wildly, and a violent aura emanated from his body. Even though he was heavily injured, he still exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. That blue-skinned warrior with multiple upper limbs is a former general of the Wallachia Empire, a hero of the demi-human multi-armed tribe, the 8-armed war god Kurugan. This person died in battle many years ago. I don't know why he was resurrected by the witch cult, and turned into a puppet that knows only slaughter. Wilhelm's voice was low and dry, every word sounding as if it were squeezed out of his throat. Then he slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the small-statured female swordsman holding a longsword nearby. Her hair was messy, her face pale, and her eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, with a cold killing intent swirling around her. But those features, that figure, were the image he had carved into his marrow and longed for decades. Wilhelm's shoulders trembled slightly. The normally steady and decisive sword demon now actually spoke with an uncontrollable sob. His originally straight back was slightly hunched at this moment, full of weariness and grief. And this small-statured swordsman is my late wife Teresa van Astria. After saying this, Wilhelm's eyes were already rimmed with red. The crowd present was instantly in an uproar, and Garfield's expression became increasingly heavy. "It's actually that legendary woman," Priscilla murmured softly, her gold-red eyes staring intently at the hollow female swordsman. Even though she had long since lost the elegance of her prime, the remaining sword saint aura around her still inspired awe. Green's gaze fell on the red hair faintly visible on her, and his brows instantly furrowed. His originally nonchalant expression completely faded, and with a rare solemnity in his tone, he spoke as if whispering to himself, "Holy crap, this is a bit tricky. Teresa's divine protection of the Reaper somewhat counters my fighting style of exchanging injuries." He knew well the fame of the previous sword saint, and was even clearer on the eeriness of the divine protection of the Reaper. Wounds caused by the holder of the divine protection of the Reaper cannot heal. The head-on, injury-for-injury style he was usually good at wouldn't gain any advantage at all in front of this. Furthermore, back at the magical broadcasting tower, he had already consumed a lot of mana using the authority of lust to undo the mutations of those residents who had turned into monsters. Wilhelm's hand hanging at his side slowly clenched, his gaze never leaving Teresa's face for a moment. His voice was steady but carried the determination of burning his bridges, as he said word for word, "Lord Green need not intervene. Teresa, I will personally take her sword away." He had waited for this day for too many years. Even if what was before him was just a puppet without a self, he wanted to touch her with his own hands, to end all of this with his own hands, and not let her remain a tool of slaughter for the witch cult. Hearing this, Green immediately frowned and spoke bluntly, his tone direct and unreserved, "If I may be so bold, old man, you probably can't beat her." He had no intention of belittling him, he was just stating a fact. Teresa was the previous sword saint, even as a puppet, her strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even if Wilhelm's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle, it would be difficult to defeat the former legend. Wilhelm did not get angry upon hearing this, he just shook his head bitterly, his aged eyes filled with relief and sorrow, as well as a death-defying determination. "I understand." He slowly raised his hand, grasping the hilt of the sword at his waist, his fingertips gently stroking the cold scabbard. His gaze fell tenderly yet mournfully on the hollowly standing Teresa, his voice as light as a breeze, yet carrying an unshakable resolve. "I never thought of defeating her. I will take her away with me, away from this endless slaughter." Before his voice could fade, the two puppets were the first to attack, charging fiercely toward the crowd without warning. Kurugan roared, his 8 thick arms waving together, either clenching into fists to smash down or grabbing at the hard objects around him. His blue body carried an all-destroying momentum as he pounced straight at Green and Garfield, the ground rumbling under his heavy footsteps as gravel splashed everywhere. On the other side, Teresa's hollow eyes showed no ripple, and the cold killing intent around her body instantly exploded. Her figure turned into a sharp afterimage, her longsword unsheathed, carrying the sharp sword chi unique to a sword saint. She pressed directly toward the oncoming Wilhelm, the eerie aura of the divine protection of the Reaper swirling on the blade's edge. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to be sliced apart. "Watch out!" Green shouted in a low voice, his originally solemn expression instantly replaced by a bit of sharpness. No longer caring to persuade Wilhelm, his figure suddenly flashed, dodging the heavy punch Kurugan smashed toward him. At this point, there was no room for further maneuvering, everyone was forced to fight, and the scene instantly became a mess as the sounds of fierce fighting exploded. Garfield roared as he stepped forward, tightly entangling this 8-armed monster to prevent him from interfering with the sword demon. Green circled to the side, looking for an opportunity to strike. Priscilla stood at the rear, her slender hand gently waving a folding fan, her gold-red eyes coldly surveying the battlefield. Al also gripped his weapon and stepped forward to ask, "Princess, aren't we going to help?" Priscilla raised her folding fan to stop him, saying, "I have also heard a bit about the love story between the sword demon and the previous sword saint. To step in and disturb them now would be quite insensitive." Meanwhile, Wilhelm was already engaged in a struggle with Teresa. He constantly held back his blade, only defending, and not attacking, dodging the lethal sword she slashed by his wife time and again. His gaze was full of sorrow and reluctance, maneuvering only with his exquisite swordsmanship. He was unwilling to harm her in the slightest. Their figures interlaced in the battlefield, becoming the most mournful scene in this chaos. The ear-piercing sound of clashing metal pierced the battlefield. Wilhelm blocked with his sword horizontally, forcefully taking a strike from Teresa that was saturated with the power of a sword saint. A huge force swept along the blade, causing the ground beneath his feet to instantly crack into fine patterns. He retreated several steps in succession, his arm numbed by the shock, and blood faintly seeped from the webbing of his thumb. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 228 Chapter 228 Sword Demons Love Song Chapter 228 Love Song of the Sword Demon. He gripped the hilt tightly, gritting his teeth to steady himself as he looked up at his mindless wife before him. Decades of longing and pain surged within his bloodshot eyes. His voice was hoarse yet resonant, each word practically roared from his throat. No matter how much you worry before taking up the sword, those worries vanish once it's in your hand. You are the woman who understood that better than I did. Teresa gave no response, her hollow eyes containing nothing but cold killing intent. With a flick of her wrist, her second strike slashed out fiercely. The sword energy, carrying the deathly silence of the divine protection of the Reaper, bore down on Wilhelm's heart. Wilhelm leaped to dodge. The blade grazed his neck, drawing a thin line of blood, but he didn't even notice. His gaze remained fixed on Teresa, as memories surged like a tide. His voice trembled uncontrollably, each word striking the battlefield with weight. "Do you remember when we parted? When I tried to stop you from joining the great expedition, you pushed me away, and left a wound on my shoulder that would never heal." He abruptly tore the fabric at his shoulder, revealing an old but distinct scar. It was the mark his wife had left all those years ago. It had never faded, just like the longing carved into his heart, which hadn't diminished in the slightest. "This is what you said back then." "I haven't forgotten a single word." Memories of the past flashed by rapidly. Under the moonlight, Teresa stood with her back to him, her clothes and hair a vibrant red. Her voice was calm but carried the weight of a final farewell. "When I return, I will heal this wound for you." Wilhelm stopped merely dodging and stepped forward slowly, sword in hand. He was no longer surrounded by sharp fighting spirit, but by a lifetime's worth of tenderness and obsession. He gazed at the figure before him, both familiar and strange. His eyes were resolute, and his voice rang out across the chaotic battlefield. "I've come to fulfill the promise of that day." With those words, he gripped his sword tight. He no longer held back, yet there was still no trace of killing intent. He aimed only to strike the longsword in Teresa's hand. He wanted to personally seize the sword that had shackled her life, and turned her into a tool for slaughter, fulfilling the promise that spanned decades. Elsewhere, Green, Garfield, and Al joined forces against Kurgan. The 8-armed war god's berserk assault grew increasingly violent. But Green excelled most at dealing with opponents who fought head-on, and he suppressed him in just a few moments. Amidst the clanging of metal, roars, and heavy breathing, Wilhelm and Teresa had already exchanged dozens of blows. At the very moment their figures crossed again, a rustling sound came from the rubble of a nearby abandoned house. A disheveled middle-aged man with messy hair, and a face full of exhaustion and misery limped out from behind a collapsed wall. It was Wilhelm's son Heinkel Astria. He had previously clashed with Felt, been knocked unconscious, and left in this abandoned district, only now was he slowly coming to. Heinkel rubbed his aching forehead as his vision cleared, immediately spotting Wilhelm locked in a fierce sword fight in the middle of the field. His eyes first showed confusion, then he spoke subconsciously with a hint of distant surprise, "Father." That single word, "father," was like a thunderclap in Wilhelm's ears. In the moment he was distracted, his swordsmanship suddenly faltered, leaving him wide open. Teresa's hollow eyes remained emotionless as she seized the split-second opening. Her long sword, wrapped in sharp sword energy, lunged forward mercilessly. The cold blade instantly pierced through Wilhelm's thigh, and the immense force sent him flying. Wilhelm slammed heavily against a stone wall, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips. Blood poured from the wound in his thigh as the power of the divine protection of the Reaper spread instantly, and agonizing pain swept through his entire body. Propping himself up with his sword, he struggled to stand, roaring as he gripped the hilt, "Teresa, no, it's not over yet. I can still fight." Heinkel froze completely where he stood, watching Wilhelm fall heavily wounded. Then he looked at the female swordsman who was slowly turning around, her red hair in disarray, and her body exuding cold killing intent. With his father's cry of "Teresa" echoing in his ears, his mind went blank, and his blood felt as if it had frozen. He stared blankly at that face etched into his memory, yet now devoid of any life. His voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with disbelief. You're joking, right?" Teresa didn't hesitate for a second, her hollow gaze locking onto Heinkel. She slowly lifted her feet, and began walking toward him, step by step. There was no mind, no emotion, only the innate killing instinct of a puppet. The aura of death around her grew thicker, and her blade was still stained with Wilhelm's blood. Wilhelm's pupils constricted, his heart feeling as if it were being squeezed tightly, making it painful to even breathe. He knew all too well that Teresa was now just a puppet controlled by the witch cult. The moment she reached Heinkel, she would swing her sword without hesitation. To force him to watch his own wife kill their son with her own hands, this torment was 10,000 times worse than death itself. Wilhelm screamed in agony, struggling to crawl over and stop her, but the wound in his thigh made it impossible to move. His voice was filled with ultimate despair. "Do you really think something like that can be forgiven?" Heinkel was shivering all over as terror swept through him. He frantically drew the sword at his waist, but his hands shook uncontrollably, the tip of the blade wobbling as his voice broke. "Impossible, how can this be? How could something so unbelievable happen? Run, Heinkel. You're no match for her." Wilhelm's eyes were nearly bursting as he roared his warning. But it was all too late. Teresa had already reached Heinkel, her emotionless eyes reflecting his terrified face. Her wrist rose slowly, the cold longsword pointing directly at Heinkel's neck before instantly flicking his own sword away. The shadow of death completely enveloped Heinkel. Pale with fright, he dropped his sword and knelt, begging for mercy, his voice filled with extreme terror. "Stop, no. Mother, please don't kill me." Teresa's longsword was raised high above his head. Just as it was about to fall, a cool, steady voice, carrying an unquestionable authority, suddenly rang out from high above, echoing across the entire battlefield. "That's enough." A golden light suddenly pierced through the smoke, and a tall, upright figure descended from the sky. His fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, and he radiated an awe-inspiring, holy aura. Reinhard van Astria dove down like a bolt of lightning. His wrist snapped with power as he delivered a hand-blade strike with devastating force, flipping in the air to chop down fiercely. A dazzling golden light exploded, and an immense amount of mana instantly dispersed. Teresa raised her sword to block, but she was violently blown back by the overwhelming power. Her feet carved two deep furrows into the ground as she was pushed back dozens of meters before finally steadying herself. Reinhard landed steadily, his blue eyes looking calmly at Teresa. He exuded the peerless pressure unique to the current sword saint. The battlefield instantly fell into a dead silence as everyone's eyes fixed upon the current sword saint who had descended from the heavens. Chapter 229. Things are looking bad. Wilhelm lay paralyzed on the ground, the wound on his thigh bleeding incessantly. He looked up at the red-haired youth descending from the sky, his lips trembling, his voice broken and hoarse. Reinhard. Those blue eyes, which were usually calm and tranquil as if filled with holy light, showed no trace of emotion at this moment, as cold as ice. With just one look, Wilhelm froze all over, his heart instantly swallowed by endless fear. He clearly foresaw the action the contemporary sword saint was about to take. Reinhard, look closely at the person before you. Do you not know who she is? Wilhelm roared like a madman, struggling to crawl over to stop him, his hands clawing into the rough ground, oblivious to the blood being rubbed out. Reinhard slowly raised his hand, and completely drew the dragon's sword from its scabbard. A dazzling golden light erupted instantly, and an incomparable, terrifying pressure swept out with him as the center. The earth trembled slightly, and gravel and dust were lifted into the air by this pressure. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, making it hard to breathe. Reinhard's voice was cold and indifferent, without a single ripple. Dead people do not move, dead people have no future. I do not allow such an unreasonable thing to happen. Teresa, on the opposite side, still had that same hollow and soulless appearance. Feeling the powerful pressure coming at her, she showed no intention of retreating. She gripped the long sword in her hand, her killing intent surging, and took a stance of complete confrontation, like a controlled puppet that only followed the instinct to kill. Don't, please don't. Please stop, don't kill her, she's my dear Teresa. Wilhelm crawled on the ground with difficulty, every inch he moved straining the wound on his thigh. The intense pain caused cold sweat to pour down his body, but he still crawled toward the two of them regardless of everything. Tears mixed with dust slid down his weathered face, which was filled with despair and pleading. Reinhard's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of being moved, his tone firm, and beyond dispute. Grandmother was killed by me 15 years ago. The one here is merely an impostor wearing grandmother's face. As the words fell, he no longer hesitated, the golden light around him becoming even more brilliant as he began to gather power. A world-destroying sword chi swirled around the dragon's sword, its target locked firmly onto Teresa without a hint of mercy. In the next second, Reinhard stomped the ground and leaped high into the air like a golden meteor. The dragon sword in his hand, carrying a majestic power capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, swung down heavily toward Teresa. The sharp sword she sliced through the sky, even tearing the air and producing a piercing hum, making it impossible to evade. No, no, no. Wilhelm's eyes were bloodshot, his throat hoarse from screaming, as he completely cast aside all dignity and sent a desperate cry for help to the others on the other side of the battlefield, his voice heart-wrenching, Lord Green. Lord Garfield. Someone, please save her. Anyone is fine, please, save my Teresa. This cry for help echoed across the smoke-filled battlefield, carrying the lifelong obsession and grief of a husband, moving everyone present. Green's figure suddenly flashed, reaching the back of the eight-armed fighting god in an instant. His pupils constricted, and the muscles in his arms suddenly bulged and knotted, veins snaking across his skin as the terrifying power within erupted. Green shouted, sinking his waist to exert force, and literally lifted the massive eight-armed fighting god into the air. Using the momentum of his charge, he violently threw it toward Reinhard, who was swinging his sword down in midair. The eight-armed fighting god in midair was instantly locked onto by the peerless golden sword chi. Its massive body instinctively took a defensive stance, its eight thick and hideous arms fully extended and crossing over each other in layers in front of it. It was as if it had built an indestructible wall of flesh and blood, attempting to withstand the sword saint's full-force strike. An extremely piercing sound of metal clashing rang through the sky, followed in the next second by a bone-chilling crack. The dragon sword in Reinhard's hand, carrying divine might, slashed down heavily upon the crossed arms of the eight-armed fighting god. That legendary figure of the demi-human race, said to be indestructible, was like paper before the sword saint's edge. 5 arms were severed on the spot by the sharp sword chi, and thick, dark divine blood splattered everywhere. The severed limbs tumbled through the air as they fell, the surfaces of the cuts as smooth, as if they had been precisely sliced by a razor. Its massive body instantly became like a broken kite, flying backward with a shrill whistle and crashing heavily into the ground in the distance. The massive impact caused the ground to crack into countless spiderweb-like fissures, and dust rose high into the sky. The remaining body of the eight-armed fighting god was deeply embedded in the pit, covered in hideous cracks, with no strength left to move, having completely lost its ability to fight. The violent wind following the shockwave swept across the field, directly knocking the dazed Teresa away, her body falling toward the distance as light as a feather. Wilhelm, who had been crawling on the ground near death, saw this, and a spark of hope in a desperate situation suddenly burst from his eyes. He gritted his teeth to suppress the piercing pain of the wound on his thigh tearing open, enduring the heavy drowsiness of his eyelids. Exerting all his remaining strength, he leaped and caught the falling Teresa steadily in his arms midair. "Teresa! Remember, please remember." The moment Wilhelm landed, he immediately turned with the momentum, his hands decisively grabbing Teresa's wrists and forcefully pinning her arms behind her back, locking her in a tight restraint. He would not let her, while under control, have any chance to swing her sword in resistance or face Reinhard again. He held his hollow-eyed lover in his arms, his back trembling uncontrollably as he gasped for breath. Cold sweat mixed with blood continued to slide from his temples. In his hoarse and broken gasps, there was the lingering fear of a narrow escape, and a deep sorrow buried in his heart. Seeing his full force strike suddenly blocked and the sword edge missing its mark, Reinhard's brilliant red hair drifted slightly in the gale. His cold gaze swept over Teresa, who was being held tightly by Wilhelm, his fingertips tightened slightly, and he slowly raised the dragon sword again. The sharp sword edge was once again aimed at that familiar yet strange figure, the golden light still brilliant, without any intention of yielding. "Grandfather, stop deceiving yourself." His voice was still cold and flat, without a hint of warmth, as if stating an established fact, ruthlessly crushing the last bit of hope in Wilhelm's heart. The blood drained from Wilhelm's face, the wound on his thigh still bleeding, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. He struggled to lift his head, desperately meeting Reinhard's ice-like blue eyes, his chest churning with overwhelming grief and anger, his voice so hoarse it almost broke. "Reinhard, do you truly have no heart?" The moment those words fell, the air suddenly froze, and even the howling wind seemed to stop. Reinhard's movement with the sword paused slightly, and in those tranquil blue eyes, a trace of an imperceptible change finally flickered. As if sensing the hidden, unusual aura around him, his gaze suddenly shifted, and the sharp sword edge in his hand abruptly veered, coldly changing direction. It pointed directly at Green, who was nearby with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, and having not yet recovered. "Green Kuan, please do not stop me, this is a matter of the House of Astria." Green was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked up innocently, scratching the back of his head, and revealing a dazed and harmless smile. "Did I do something?" Reinhard ignored his defense, and took a sudden step forward. The moment his heavy footstep hit the ground, the dust accumulated on the surrounding surface instantly rose, swirling and churning in the air. The countless invisible hands that were originally hidden in the void and undetectable by normal people were now clearly revealed against the reflection of the dust, floating densely in midair, hideous and bizarre, completely shrouding the battlefield. Green slowly straightened his body, slightly smoothing his somewhat messy breathing, and the casual smile on his face faded a bit. "Haha, look at how this turned out. Problematic ad. Report it here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #230 Chapter 230 Then fight Chapter 230, then let's fight." Before the words even faded, Reinhard's fingers tightened slightly around the dragon's sword. His blue eyes were cold and heavy as he faced the men before him, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable pressure as he pressed further. "So, Green Kuan, what is your answer?" The standoff in the air instantly reached its peak. The dense thicket of invisible hands in midair continued to crawl slowly, their cold aura pressing down relentlessly. The casual smile on Green's face faded slightly. Dropping his act of playing dumb, he looked at the contemporary sword saint with a frank gaze and countered with a question. "Do you really have to cut down one of our own at a time like this? That is merely a puppet of the enemy camp." Reinhard did not hesitate for a second, his tone cold and resolute, refusing to yield in the slightest. But hasn't she already been restrained by the old man? Green lifted his chin, looking at the disheveled Wilhelm not far away, who was tightly clutching Teresa, and continued to argue his point. She's lost the ability to resist now. She's no threat at all, right? Reinhard shook his head gently, his red hair remaining still in the stagnant wind. The conviction of the kingdom's sword was etched into his very marrow. As the kingdom's sword, I cannot allow such an irrational thing to occur. Hearing this, Green couldn't help but sigh softly. As if seeing through the tenderness hidden deep in the other's heart, he curled his lips helplessly. You really aren't honest with yourself, red-haired knight. He took half a step forward, his eyes clear, piercing through Reinhard's deliberately feigned coldness in a single sentence. Just say it plainly. The current grandmother is nothing more than a desecrated corpse, no longer a person with self-awareness who can live freely. You choose to defeat her without a shred of mercy, not because you want to eliminate a threat, but because you want to completely release her from the pain of being manipulated and exploited for so long. Why must you be so stubborn, forcing yourself into the role of the villain over and over again, making everyone hate you? Green's words were like a blade, precisely piercing through the layers of cold disguise Reinhard had wrapped himself in. The biting golden light surrounding him suddenly dimmed a little, and his grip on the dragon's sword loosened slightly. In those frozen blue eyes, the cold decisiveness finally faded a bit, replaced by a faint trace of emotion. He turned his head, a bitter and helpless smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his voice so soft it was almost a sigh. Green Kun, you really are a kind friend. After a pause, he looked up again. The struggle in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by that resolute determination once more. He nodded slightly to Green. Please, step aside. Green frowned slightly, still refusing to back down, and spoke in a low voice. I think we can seal Teresa away. Maybe we'll find a solution later. There's no need to deliver the killing blow right now. It's useless. Reinhard shook his head gently, his tone carrying an irreversible weight. What caused grandmother to become a corpse soldier is a bizarre ritual called the Sacrament of the Immortal King. This curse-like ritual is fundamentally irreversible. Green's heart sank. He wanted to try persuading him further, but a blood-curdling roar from Wilhelm suddenly came from behind, completely interrupting him. Wilhelm held his beloved tightly in his arms, tears streaming down and soaking his dust-covered clothes. His voice was hoarse and broken, yet it carried a sense of resigned despair. Enough, Lord Green, you have done more than enough. Please step aside, you cannot defeat him. Green fell silent for a few seconds, then turned to look at the haggard and despairing Wilhelm, letting out a heavy sigh. Sigh, Reinhard, look at the old man's state. Do you think he'll just live on alone after abandoning the previous sword saint? If you strike with that sword, he will surely die first. But at this moment, Wilhelm suddenly calmed down instead. He gently stroked Teresa's hollow-eyed face, his eyes filled with ultimate tenderness and relief. His voice was soft but firm. My Teresa has finally returned to my arms. To be able to die here with her is, for me, the best ending. Hearing this, Reinhard slowly approached step by step, holding the dragon's sword. His complex gaze fell upon Wilhelm, carrying a trace of subtle apology. He said solemnly, rest assured, when I strike, I will avoid you. Green couldn't help but raise a hand to his forehead, complaining with a face full of helplessness, you really have a way with words. Seeing that Reinhard was about to pass him by, Green suddenly turned and reached out to firmly press down on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Hey, wait a second. Reinhard stopped and turned his head, his blue eyes looking at Green with a hint of confusion. Is there something else, Green Kun? Green instantly dropped all his solemnity, a free-spirited smile curling his lips. His tone was light yet carried an unquestionable firmness. I still think we should have a fight first. Before Green's voice even faded, a powerful battle aura suddenly erupted from his body. His muscles tensed instantly, without the slightest hesitation. He whipped his waist around, his right leg carrying the sharp whistle of breaking wind, and the force of a thunderbolt as he kicked straight toward Reinhard's side. But at the very moment the strike was about to land, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer of holy light flowed around Reinhard. The divine protection of evasion instantly activated on its own. This was a heaven-sent divine protection unique to him. The first attack launched by an enemy would always be perfectly evaded. Reinhard's body shifted slightly in a way that almost defied the laws of physics. Without any wasted movement, he effortlessly dodged Green's powerful roundhouse kick. The fierce wind from the kick brushed past his arm and slammed into the empty air, causing dust to fly from the ground and a shallow crack to appear. Reinhard steadied himself, his red hair lightly fluttering from the recent gust. He looked at the battle-ready Green before him, his blue eyes holding a touch of regret and restraint. His voice was steady and solemn. "Step back, Green-kun. I don't want to hurt you." At those words, the free-spirited smile completely vanished from Green's face, and a strange, dark luster suddenly ignited in his eyes. His eyes suddenly flared with a deep, eerie purple light. The air across the entire battlefield became thick and oppressive as the authority of gluttony awoke within him, spreading out wildly. "Have you had dinner yet, Reinhard?" As the low words fell, the full authority of gluttony erupted completely in an instant. An invisible desire to devour invaded the mind like a tyrannical tide, frantically tearing at and bewitching Reinhard's consciousness. The contemporary sword saint's mind suddenly gave way, falling into a second of blank daze. After only a brief moment, Reinhard, who possessed countless divine protections, forcibly broke free from the authority's erosion. His gaze quickly regained its clarity as he steadied his mind once more. Chapter 231, Beloved Sword. He looked down at his arm, a flicker of indescribable palpitation and lingering fear crossing his brow, and spoke with a grave expression, as expected of Green-kun. "That feeling of being dominated by desire just now almost made me want to eat my own arm." After a pause, he tightened his grip on the dragon sword again, golden light climbing the blade once more, his tone returning to cold decisiveness. "But this is where it ends." Seeing this, Green felt helpless and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his face full of frustration, "Damn, isn't your resistance a bit too ridiculous?" Hearing this, Reinhard slowly raised the dragon sword in his hand, the chilling golden light flowing slowly along the blade, reflecting the holy light around him. He lowered his eyes to look at the blade, which was vibrating slightly and emitting fine golden light. A hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in his blue eyes, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Green-kun, your growth is also surprising. In the past, the dragon sword would not unsheath before you. Right now, it is very excited." This was both an acknowledgement and a declaration of war. To be able to make the dragon sword, which never easily unsheathes for the weak, develop a will to fight was enough to prove that Green's current strength was worthy of him going all out. Green, however, instantly retracted the tense fighting intent around him, returning to his usual nonchalant manner, and shrugged indifferently. "Oh dear, being so popular is also quite a headache for me." Then he changed the subject, glancing craftily at the dragon sword in Reinhard's hand, and joked, "By the way, is that sword of yours male or female? Looking for a partner? I happen to have a decent-looking blade here too." As soon as he finished speaking, a soft white light suddenly lit up in Green's palm, the brilliant radiance spreading freely from his hand. In an instant, a silver-white longsword, its scabbard carved with exquisite angel reliefs, appeared out of thin air in his hand. A warm but not to be underestimated halo flowed on the blade, facing Reinhard's dragon sword's golden light from a distance, its aura not losing out in the slightest. Green lightly pressed his hand on the hilt, his gaze passing over the two people in confrontation and falling on Wilhelm, who was holding his lover with a dead expression. His voice slowed, carrying a bit of solemn inquiry, "Old man, I'm curious, just how deep is your affection for Senior Teresa?" Wilhelm was slightly stunned, his cloudy eyes first blank and lost. When he looked down again at the empty-faced Teresa in his arms, his eyes suddenly became deep and tender, hiding half a lifetime of obsession and infatuation. His fingertips lightly caressed his lover's pale and cold cheek, his movements as gentle as if he were afraid of disturbing a fragile dream. A hoarse voice, wrapped in sorrow and devotion, slowly rang out, "My Teresa. You are my final faith. If your God wishes to call you back, how would I dare remain in a human world without faith?" The moment the words fell, the beloved sword Cubert in Green's hand suddenly vibrated incessantly, the sword body emitting a violent and long hum. Pure and holy white mana, like a tide breaking through shackles, surged from the blade, permeating the entire world. The biting sword intent, carrying deep affection and determination that spanned years, pressed down so hard that the stagnant air around it trembled. A cold light suddenly broke from the scabbard. Green's wrist suddenly exerted force, abruptly pulling the silver-white longsword completely out. This time, there was no longer any resistance. The clear ring of the blade unsheathing tore through the silence, the angel reliefs carved on the sword body lit up with a brilliant white glow, and surging mana swirled and surged. This precious sword, symbolizing the world's most sincere affection, now birthed a fighting intent so swift and fierce, a surging majesty unlike any moment in the past. Red-haired Reinhardt's pupils contracted slightly, and the golden light of the dragon sword in his hand fluctuated violently. He looked at Green, whose aura had now completely transformed. The contempt finally faded from his blue eyes, replaced by a heavy solemnity. Green held the sword and turned sideways, the blade pointing diagonally at the ground, white light flowing around him. Problematic ad. Report it here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #232 Chapter 232 Playing House Chapter 232 Playing House unable to break through for a long time, Reinhardt knew that holding back any longer would only delay matters. His gaze sharpened, and the holy light around him suddenly retracted, pouring entirely into the dragon sword in his hand. A towering wind pressure began to gather above his head, the golden light condensing to its limit, becoming increasingly violent and heavy. Green Kuan, this is my serious strike. He announced in a deep voice, his tone no longer holding back in the slightest, endure it or fall. Green's breathing was slightly rapid, his clothes already slashed in several places by sword chi. He raised his long sword, letting Cubert's pure white mana boil and surge completely, as the dormant authority of gluttony within him fused entirely with his sword intent. Purple devouring dark light wrapped around the shimmering white blade, holiness and eeriness intertwined, forming a contradictory yet terrifying power. Since you want to decide the winner. Green looked up, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning to its peak, yet a composed smile played at the corners of his mouth instead. Then I will use my strongest move to take on your sword saint's strike. The two faced each other from a distance, no more words needed between them. Reinhardt raised the dragon sword high, pouring in all the power of his divine protections. The vast golden light gathered into a giant torrent of a slash that spanned heaven and earth, tearing through the air as it crashed toward Green with crushing force. Holy Dragon Judgment. Green gripped Cubert with both hands, pouring all his energy into the blade. The intertwined white and purple devouring sword pressure condensed into a massive full-moon sword glow, slashing forward boldly against the golden torrent. One person crying, "True love is invincible." Boom. Two world-shattering torrents of energy collided violently in midair. Golden holy light and the white-purple devouring power clashed, annihilated, and exploded frantically. The terrifying shockwave instantly swept across the entire wilderness, clouds were shredded directly, and the earth trembled and cracked violently. Blinding light enveloped the entire field of vision. Wild winds howled, and mana turbulence surged recklessly, while even the air itself wailed and distorted continuously. Smoke and dust billowed and scattered. The violent aftershocks of mana still roamed freely between heaven and earth, the broken ground was crisscrossed with ravines, and the torn clouds slowly began to gather again. As the dust in the sky slowly settled, a tall and dazzling golden figure was the first to emerge from the mist. Reinhardt's posture remained as straight as a pine tree. His white robe was only slightly disheveled, and not a single wound could be seen on his body. The dragon sword reed in his hand had retracted its shimmer, as if that majestic power which spanned heaven and earth had never been used. He lifted his wrist slightly, casually shaking off the residual air currents lingering on the blade. He looked calmly at Green opposite him, his tone carrying a hint of impartial praise, yet also a sense of unquestionable certainty. Commendable, Green Kuan. Changing the subject, he held the long sword horizontally, the tip pointing toward the breathing disordered Green from a distance, his expression indifferent. However, unfortunately, this alone is not enough to defeat me. Green twirled his sword a few times and countered with a smile. I think it's quite enough. Reinhard reacted immediately, subconsciously scanning the surroundings. Wilhelm, who had been waiting for an opportunity at the edge of the battlefield just now, as well as Teresa, were now nowhere to be found. On the empty plains, besides the ravaged residual mana winds and the devastated earth, where could even a trace of the to be seen? The dust settled completely, and even the residual mana was gradually dissipating. Reinhard looked at the empty plains around him, and understood that Wilhelm and Teresa had used the chaos to escape. He let out a soft sigh and looked at Green in front of him. Green Cohen, is your choice really the right one? Green shrugged indifferently, holding his long sword with a composed and confident expression. It's fine. I actually have a way to save your grandmother. Just as those words fell, at the side of the battlefield, the eight-armed war god, who had been lying on the ground nearly dead, suddenly moved. He propped up his broken body, enduring the intense pain throughout his frame, and shakily pushed himself up, barely stabilizing his tottering form. The war god looked at the two with a burning gaze, his raspy voice slowly rising. Truly a magnificent battle. To witness a contest between two legends is truly fortunate. He gasped twice, his eyes filled with a bit of emotional reflection and relief. Even if we were interrupted halfway by those filthy fellows, today's scene is enough. With those words, the eight-armed war god laughed out loud, his laughter rough and heroic, making the surrounding rubble rustle. In that laughter, there was a fanaticism for the peak confrontation between the two heroes, the satisfaction of surviving a disaster, and a sense of free-spiritedness that disregarded life and death. However, before the laughter faded, a sudden change occurred. His body suddenly became transparent, and the remaining battle chi and mana around him receded like a tide, turning into countless tiny fragments of light. It was the sign of life force being exhausted and the soul completely dissociating from the body. His body disintegrated rapidly, turning into golden gray dust that danced through the sky and rose with the wind. Reinhard watched the rapidly dissipating figure, a rare ripple appearing in his golden eyes. He took a slow step forward and reached out, wanting to touch the existence that was about to vanish, but only caught a handful of wind. In the wind, that broken figure gradually became ethereal and finally returned to nothingness. Reinhard stood quietly, watching the dust drifting in the sky, and murmured in a low voice, his tone tinged with a bit of melancholy, "Did you find yourself in the moment before death?" He turned around and looked at Green again, his blue eyes deep as a pool, his voice carrying an undeniable solemnity. "Green Cohen, if you want to do something, please hurry." His gaze swept across the distant, still turbulent sky, his tone cold and resolute. "I cannot tolerate a huge hidden danger capable of destroying everything lurking beneath the peace of the kingdom." In the next second, he flickered several times, turning into a golden stream of light and instantly disappearing at the end of the battlefield, leaving only a faint scent lingering in the wind. Green watched the direction he left, the composure on his face slowly fading into a look of solemnity. He let out a long breath, the white light of Cubert in his hand dimmed, and the long sword was gently sheathed with a crisp click. Just then, a lazy and somewhat haughty female voice drifted over leisurely from the other side of the battlefield. "All right, mortal." Priscilla, holding an exquisite folding fan, walked out slowly. The dress on her body was still spotless, but there was a bit more fatigue between her brows. This mistress is also somewhat tired. If there are no interesting programs next, this mistress will be going back. As she spoke, she carelessly tucked her golden hair behind her ear, her eyes carrying a hint of boredom with the current situation. Green's eyes darted around, and a cunning smile immediately piled onto his face. "Of course there is, princess. Want to play house?" Chapter 233, The Wife Returns Home. Somewhere inside a church. Regulus sat in a sofa on the high platform with a gloomy face, surrounded by a suppressed, extreme rage, his fingertips clenching tightly. Damn it, damn it. He suddenly raised his hand and smashed it against the armrest beside him. His violent roar echoed through the empty church, his tone filled with the irritability and frustration of being disturbed. "That damn pretty boy, What kind of despicable old geezers is he hiding on him? Even though they've been dead for so many years, they still jump out to interfere with my right to exercise my freedom. To actually use the authority of sloth so nonchalantly, Betelgeuse Romanicanti's rights have been completely violated by them. Below the platform, his wives, dressed in uniform, simple long dresses, all bowed their heads and stood respectfully, not even daring to take a loud breath. Everyone's body was tense, their eyes fixed on the ground beneath their feet. Not a single person dared to look up at the enraged Regulus, nor did anyone dare to make the slightest sound. They were terrified that the slightest movement would provoke this moody San Archbishop of greed, and turn them into an outlet for his rage. In the entire church, only Regulus's angry cursing, and the sound of everyone's extremely suppressed breathing remained, dead silent and oppressive. Regulus vented for a long while, spittle flying everywhere, but his rage showed no sign of subsiding. Instead, it was like a prairie fire, burning more and more intensely. He paused for a moment, breathing heavily, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below the platform. What met his eyes was a solemn scene, as motionless as wood. Those wives, who were usually gentle, timid, or capable, all had their heads bowed now. Their backs were straight yet as stiff as stone statues, and not even a single strand of hair trembled. They stood there quietly, as if they were just a row of soulless dolls, letting Regulus roar, unwilling to give even the slightest hint of a response. This deathly silence stung Regulus's nerves more than any accusation could. He stood up abruptly, his tall figure carrying a suffocating sense of pressure. He strode to the railing and stared down at them from above, his chest heaving violently, his voice suddenly rising with extreme annoyance at being ignored, and a hysterical interrogation. "You damn women. When a husband is angry, shouldn't you as wives immediately come up and nestle by my side to comfort me with soft words? Why aren't you moving? Why are you standing there like blocks of wood?" He pinched the bridge of his nose tightly with his fingertips, the scarlet in his eyes almost overflowing. His tone was filled with the violence and grievance of being betrayed, every word carrying a poisoned sting. "Do you not even understand this much of your duty? Do you just want to stand there coldly like this, to violate my rights as a husband and ignore my emotions? Answer me." A sharp shout caused the dust on the church ceiling to fall in flurries. The wives below all trembled in unison, but still, no one dared to look up. Regulus clenched his fingers tightly, his knuckles turning pale from excessive force, and a tooth-aching creak sounded continuously from between his fingers. That suppressed, extreme violence seemed ready to gush out from the gaps in his bones. He suddenly looked up, a cold murderous intent flashing through his scarlet eyes. "Well, since you're unwilling to move, it doesn't matter." His voice was low and raspy, with a dangerous laziness, yet every word was heart-piercing. "As wives, it's only natural to use your lives to appease your husband's anger, isn't it?" As he finished speaking, he casually opened his right hand, and several pieces of gravel scattered below the platform instantly floated into the air. The rice-sized stone chips spun rapidly in his palm, faster and faster, finally turning into several sharp streaks of light. That was the power containing the authority of greed. Tiny stones, once given extreme acceleration and destructive power, were comparable to cannonballs, enough to easily pierce through steel. The wives below froze in unison, their pupils shrinking. They finally looked up, their eyes full of terrified pleading, but not one dared to move a single step, their breathing almost coming to a halt. A cruel smile curled on Regulus's lips. His wrist dipped slightly as he aimed at a wife in the front row. "We've been getting along quite pleasantly all this time, haven't we? Number 91, arigato, and goodbye." He slightly loosened his fingertips, preparing to throw the lethal flying stone. Just as Regulus's fingertips were about to release, and the lethal stone was about to burst through the air, the heavy wooden church door was suddenly knocked upon. Bang 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 bang, the rhythmic yet abrupt knocking forcefully broke the deathly and tense atmosphere in the church, and even the gravel floating in Regulus's palm paused for a moment. Before anyone could react, a slender, pale hand reached in from outside and gently pushed open the heavy wooden door. Warm light poured in through the open crack of the door, and a slender, dignified figure stepped in slowly. A soft voice sounded, carrying a perfectly measured submissiveness. "Husband Sama, I have returned." The newcomer was a young girl with golden hair as dazzling as sunlight, and eyes that were a deep, clear dark blue. Her posture was upright, her temperament dignified and gentle, as she walked step by step into this church filled with oppression. The moment Regulus, whose eyes were scarlet and full of violence, clearly saw the newcomer, the murderous intent and rage around him actually receded rapidly like a tide. His eyes suddenly lit up, the corners of his tight mouth slowly curled up, and his originally cold eyes were instantly tinged with a bit of genuine joy. His condescending posture also softened considerably, and the gravel floating in his palm instantly lost its support, falling to the ground with a pitter-patter. Regulus immediately released his clenched hand. His tone changed from the previous violence, carrying a bit of a husband's deliberately displayed tenderness and concern as he spoke loudly. "Oh, number 184, I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to return." He strode back from the railing of the high platform, his tone full of undisguised pleasant surprise, even carrying a hint of earnestness as if claiming credit. "After I learned that you were captured and imprisoned by the enemy, I was thinking about you every single moment. After all, as a qualified husband, I have the duty to save my trapped wife. I was just planning to handle the matters at hand, and then personally bring you back." Seeing this, the wives below all breathed a sigh of relief, their tense bodies softening slightly. Their gazes toward number 184 were filled with the relief of having survived a disaster. Sylphie quickly took a step forward, her exquisite skirt swaying gently. She bowed respectfully, her deep blue eyes lowered, her tone submissive yet revealing a hint of deliberate composure. "Thank you for your concern, husband Sama." Before her voice could finish, the joy on Regulus's face instantly froze. In the next second, his figure flashed like a bolt of golden lightning, instantly closing in on Sylphie. Without waiting for her to react, one hand had already tightly gripped her neck, lifting her up easily. Sylphie's toes left the ground, but her face remained calm, as if what was being choked was not her life, but an insignificant object. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #230 for Chapter 230 for the new wife. Chapter 234. The new wife. Regulus stared at her from inches away, the joy in his eyes completely replaced by cold mockery. His tone was lazy yet lethally venomous. "But you see, even though you are my wife, as a perfectionist husband, I have no need for a partner who fled back from the enemy camp." He applied slight pressure with his fingertips, letting her feel the suffocating weight of his presence, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Furthermore, it took you so long just to escape back here. You've truly disappointed me to the core." Sylphie's neck turned red from the strangling grip, and her breathing grew ragged, yet her gaze remained calm. She spoke one word at a time, her voice soft and gentle yet carrying a persistent determination. "Please forgive me, husband. I have brought you a gift." Regulus was momentarily stunned before letting out a short, derisive laugh. "How surprising, my lovely number 184. Still clutching her neck, he leaned down slightly, pressing close to her ear, and asked in a tone both extremely tender and extremely cruel, "Is this gift to your life?" Sylphie shook her head and said indifferently, "Better than that. I have brought you a new wife." Just as she finished speaking, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the church entrance. A noble woman dressed in a red gown strode inside. Her crimson hem trailed across the cold marble floor, each step composed and elegant. An innate arrogance was etched between her brows, and she radiated a chilling aura that warned strangers to keep their distance, completely disregarding Regulus. "Oh my, is this a matchmaking game?" She parted her red lips, her voice crisp and laced with a hint of nonchalant playfulness. The slight upward lilt at the end of her sentence easily punctured Regulus's self-important sense of control. Regulus's eyes lit up, the cold aura around him instantly dissipating, replaced by extreme amazement and obsessive desire. He abruptly loosened his grip, throwing Sylphie violently to the ground. The force was so great that she slammed into the base of a pillar. She let out a muffled groan, but still showed no sign of begging for mercy. He stepped forward quickly, his gaze greedily tracing the features and figure of the woman in the red gown. His perfectionist nitpicking vanished entirely, replaced by undisguised praise. "Such beauty. You are qualified to become my wife, woman. The woman in the red gown arched an eyebrow slightly and raised her slender hand, directly avoiding Regulus's reaching fingertips. A trace of disdain flickered in her eyes, her tone incredibly indifferent. Qualified? Mortal, you seem to have misunderstood something. Selection has always been my privilege alone. And you, unfortunately, are not even qualified to be the fruit server by my side. Instead of being angry, Regulus chuckled softly, the possessiveness in his eyes growing even more intense. Among his wives, there had only ever been those who obeyed him or feared him. The feeling of someone like this woman in red, composed, unhurried, and even surpassing him in presence was something he found very novel. Regulus turned to look at the disheveled Sylphie on the ground, his gaze turning cold and mean again, his tone full of disgust. Number 184, I suppose you are of some use after all, finally finding something that suits my fancy. With that, he didn't spare Sylphie another glance. He turned straight back to the woman in red, restraining his hostility and striving to strike what he considered a perfect pose as he spoke warmly. No matter what you want, status, wealth, even everything in this world, I can give it to you. Just stay by my side and be my perfect wife. Priscilla looked down at him and unfurled a gilded folding fan, its surface adorned with intricate and beautiful gems. With a gentle wave, she blocked Regulus's reaching hand, the disdain between her brows deepening, her tone tinged with unabashed contempt. This is truly the most amusing joke I have heard today. Among the 8 husbands I have married, even the worst one was more of a man than you. She spoke every word clearly, each sentence stabbing at Regulus's most sensitive perfectionist nerve, without the slightest hesitation. The gentle facade Regulus had been forcing himself to maintain shattered instantly. The amazement and possessiveness from moments ago were replaced by a sudden surge of hostility and rage. His face contorted for a moment, and the air around him became stagnant and cold. He took a sudden step back, his gaze terrifyingly dark as he glared at Priscilla. His voice became shrill from extreme anger, carrying a paranoid interrogation. What did you say? Hey, woman, you couldn't possibly not be a virgin anymore, could you? As those words escaped him, his perfectionist paranoia completely erupted. In his eyes, his wife had to be an absolutely pure, flawless existence, with no trace of being tainted by the past allowed. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, as a cloud of gloom settled over his mediocre face. If the woman before him truly was as imperfect as he feared, he would utterly discard her in the next second, and she would pay the price. In truth, although Priscilla nominally had 8 husbands, those men had all died young. They had passed away long before they could ever enjoy the Sun Princess's favors. The 23-year-old girl was also known as the Pure Widow. Priscilla gave Regulus a disgusted look. His crude and narrow-minded words had already begun to tread on her nerves. The gilded folding fan snapped shut with a sharp sound against her palm, and frost covered her features. Her arrogant tone was laced with bone-chilling mockery, every word carrying immense weight. Whether I am pure or not, what does that have to do with you? A weak man like you likely lacks the ability to turn a girl into a woman anyway. These words completely ignited the fire of rage in Regulus's heart. His perfectionist pride had been brutally trampled upon. The violent aura around him surged wildly, and the decency he had been trying to maintain vanished without a trace. He roared out, his eyes bloodshot, his furious voice shaking the church ceiling. Everyone has the right to pursue beauty. Time and time again, you provoke me, taking for granted your violation of my rights. He whipped his head around, redirecting his fury towards Sylphie nearby. He pointed a finger sharply at her as she stood there quietly, his gaze as cold as if dipped in poison, his tone full of overwhelming rage and disgust. And you, number 184. Did you bring back a filthy woman just to make a fool of me? Sylphie's hand at her side twitched slightly. The flicker of playfulness that had appeared on her face was instantly suppressed. After returning to her usual calm and placid state, she lowered her head slightly, her tone still soft and indifferent, betraying no emotion. How could I, husband? This beautiful elder sister is actually still a pure maiden. Regulus was suddenly taken aback, his furious expression freezing on his face. His eyes were full of disbelief as he reflexively blurted out, "But she has clearly had 8 husbands." He stared intently at Priscilla. His perfectionist paranoia made him both disgusted by her past marriages and enamored by her extreme beauty and unique temperament, leaving his heart trapped in a state of extreme contradiction and conflict. Sylphie looked up, a faint trace of calculation flickering in her eyes. She spoke slowly and steadily, each word reaching Regulus's ears clearly. "This is called the 8 departed families. All 8 husbands passed away early without ever touching her. This only proves how rare this woman is. She is a person of pureness seldom seen in this world, perfectly worthy of your pursuit of perfection, husband." As her voice fell, a moment of dead silence descended upon the church. Chapter 235. That person. Regulus froze in place, his brows furrowed as he repeatedly mulled over the words, 8 parting families. Looking at the proud, noble, and untainted Priscilla before him, the rage in his heart gradually ebbed away. A perverted possessiveness and a craving for perfection surged once more, his gaze shifting constantly between suspicion and greed. Regulus took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rising anger, and his crimson eyes fixed on Priscilla once again. He assumed a patronizing posture, his tone carrying an unquestionable dominance. "Since you are still a pure virgin, I will give you one more chance. Woman, become my wife. You have no other choice." He was certain that such a perfect and pure woman would eventually submit to him, completely failing to notice the intensifying disgust in her eyes. Hearing this, Priscilla let out a contemptuous sneer, lightly pressing her folding fan against the corner of her lips, her eyes full of disdain and mockery. She looked down at Regulus with a haughty gaze, her tone both resolute and arrogant. "How I truly do not understand where your confidence comes from. You are clearly so mediocre. Both your appearance and personality are below the passing grade. To such a disgusting request, my answer is but 2 words: no way." The word refusal completely shattered the last of Regulus's patience. He was an extremely egoistic person who could not tolerate the slightest defiance. His killing intent suddenly erupted, and a cold aura swept through the entire church. With a vicious look in his eyes, Regulus spat out the fatal words one by one, "Then I can only ask you to die." Before his voice even faded, the authority of time around him began to surge. The air grew stagnant, and the threat of death instantly enveloped Priscilla. "Wait, wait." Seeing this, Sylphie's expression changed slightly. No longer caring to maintain her composure, she hurriedly rushed in front of Priscilla. She first reached out to stop the about-to-explode Regulus, then turned and ran urgently to Priscilla's side, whispering in her ear with a tone full of anxiety and helplessness, "Are you crazy? We agreed that you'd pretend to say yes first. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Priscilla furrowed her brows, casting a loathing glance at the ashen-faced Regulus not far away, and whispered back to Sylphie with a tone full of resistance, "It's too disgusting. Are you playing a trick on me on purpose? I'm begging you, just nod for now. I'll let you beat him to death in a bit." Sylphie was so anxious that fine sweat broke out on her forehead. Fearing that Priscilla would completely provoke Regulus and disrupt all their plans, she could only plead in a low voice. Priscilla looked at Sylphie's anxious state, then glanced at Regulus, whose killing intent was growing stronger, and gave an impatient huff. She raised her chin proudly and looked back at Regulus. Her tone still carried a hint of reluctance and nobility, but she relented. "Fine, fine. Mortal, I am willing to become your wife. Can you offer up your life to me?" The killing intent around Regulus suddenly stalled, the rage on his face vanished instantly, replaced by the smugness of getting his way, and a paranoid joy. Looking at the proud Priscilla who had finally bowed her head, he felt that only such a noble woman was worthy of him. Having pride yet ultimately submitting to him greatly satisfied his desire for conquest. Regulus immediately burst into laughter, his tone full of determination. "Very well. Husbands and wives are meant to share life and death. I will give my heart to you." As he finished speaking, there was a secret vibration in the air. A wisp of invisible and intangible power drifted through the air, quietly piercing through the skin, and merging directly into Priscilla's body. That was the core of Regulus's authority of time, and also the source of his immortality. This heart, as long as it was deposited in the body of someone he considered his wife, he could arbitrarily manipulate the time of himself or other things. But as the favorite of the sun, during the daylight hours when the sun's rays shone, Priscilla's perception of all evil intrusions was keen to the extreme. Priscilla's brows suddenly knitted together, her cold voice directly breaking the dead silence of the church. "Green, it seems the thing you want has appeared inside my body." The ecstasy on Regulus's face froze instantly, and he subconsciously murmured the name. The next second, the color drained from his face, his eyes widened, and he roared out of control, "It's that person. Where is he? Where is he?" He looked around in a panic, a wave of unprecedented terror surging in his heart. Priscilla didn't even spare him a glance. She clenched her hand in the air, and blazing golden flames suddenly rose. A young sword engraved with solar patterns appeared, its scorching light instantly dispelling all the cold and paranoid aura in the church. Her eyes were cold, and without the slightest hesitation, she turned the sword tip and stabbed it straight into her own chest. Her crimson skirt rippled slightly, the young woman didn't even furrow her brow. When she pulled the young sword out again, the scorching blade had pierced through a pulsating heart covered in pitch-black patterns. That was precisely the manifestation of Regulus's little king authority. Truly disgusting. Take it away quickly. Priscilla frowned in disgust and flicked her wrist. With a light shake of the young sword, the heart that was still struggling in its death throes was thrown directly toward Green, who was disguised as Sylphie. Regulus let out a heart-wrenching scream, his pupils shrinking violently. If this heart were destroyed, his authority to manipulate time would be reduced from infinite to a mere 5 seconds. "How did you know? You dared to scheme against me. Damn it, you all deserve to die." Regulus went completely mad, and the authority of time, that halted all things around him, went on a full-scale rampage. The air, dust, and scattered debris in the church all came to a standstill, turning into countless lethal blades. Dragging his crumbling body and carrying a world-destroying malice, he lunged crazily at the two. At this moment, the appearance of Sylphie slowly faded, and the girl Green revealed her original form. Green looked up, her eyes calm, and simply raised her hand. The invisible hand boomed out from the void, catching the pitch-black heart with unerring precision. "What a stinky man's thing, I don't want it." Green opened her thin lips, her tone full of indifference and distaste. With a thought, the invisible hand suspended in midair suddenly tightened its grip, its fingers exerting force as if crushing a fragile piece of glass. With a soft squelch, the heart that carried all of Regulus's paranoia and immortality was instantly crushed into pitch-black fragments that scattered and vanished with the wind. "I'm going to kill you." Seeing his second heart crushed, Regulus immediately began to rampage. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #236 Chapter 236 Dying Struggle. Chapter 236, Deathbed Struggles. Green maneuvered calmly, his body constantly retreating as he skillfully avoided every offensive Regulus launched through time stagnation. The wind was forcibly solidified, and gravel suspended in midair. Only Regulus's hysterical roars echoed in his ears. Green's gaze was calm. His lips parted slightly, and word by word, his cold counting voice echoed clearly through the area. The moment the 5-second limit was reached, the stagnant space trembled violently, and Regulus's time authority abruptly fractured and failed. The stones and dust that had been frozen crashed down, creating a chaotic pitter-patter of noise. His neck suddenly constricted, and he was abruptly choked into suffocation. His muscles grew stiff and tense, his face twisted into a pale mask, and his entire body fell into a state of paralysis, completely losing the ability to move. "It's over." Green whispered those 3 words and suddenly lunged forward. A solid, powerful punch slammed unreservedly into Regulus's face, the dull thud of colliding bones sounding exceptionally piercing. "Ugh, ah!" Regulus let out a miserable scream, and his whole body flew backward like a heavy object with its string cut. The wall exploded and collapsed, sending debris flying everywhere. He crashed straight through the thick wall, rolling miserably as he tumbled onto the street outside, making the ground tremble slightly. An afterimage flashed beneath Green's feet, as he gave chase in an instant. Closing his fingers into a fist, he raised it once more, his offensive ready to launch. Lying on the ground, Regulus was scared out of his wits. Intense fear mingled with skyrocketing rage as he glared deathly at the approaching Green, a hoarse and crazed roar squeezing out of his throat. Wait a moment. Agony and backlash swept through his body, yet he ignored them entirely, forcibly squeezing out the last of the power within him. Zizizi's strange temporal fluctuations emerged around him once again, and the space rippled with distorted patterns. Risking his life, he activated his restricted time authority once more, attempting to freeze his own body to block Green's impending heavy punch. A fierce light erupted in Regulus's bloodshot eyes. Ignoring the pain racking his body, he stepped onto the solidified air and charged frantically toward Green. His fingertips almost brushed against the hem of Green's clothes. He wanted nothing more than to tear the enemy before him to shreds in this fleeting moment of time. But Green had already seen through his tricks. His expression remained indifferent as he suddenly accelerated his pace. His figure retreated rapidly like a phantom, always maintaining a hair's breadth of distance from Regulus. No matter how hard Regulus sprinted, he could not get a single inch closer. The 5-second limit passed in a flash, and the time authority collapsed once more. Regulus's momentum came to a jarring halt as he fell back into the suffocating stiffness, his legs weakening until he nearly knelt on the ground. Looking at Green, who was right before his eyes yet always out of reach, the frustration and rage in his heart completely erupted. He tilted his head back and let out a shrill howl, his voice hoarse to the point of cracking as he roared with a face full of ferocity, "Ah!" Seeing Regulus frozen in place in such a hysterical and miserable state, a trace of a playful, mischievous smirk finally appeared in Green's eyes. He stomped his foot and quickly closed in on his opponent. His body spun lightly, his right leg carrying a sharp gale, as he ruthlessly delivered a clean roundhouse kick, slamming it hard into Regulus's chest and abdomen. Regulus had no power to dodge, and was sent flying once again. His body tumbled repeatedly across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust in a truly pathetic display. Green looked down at the fallen Regulus and said with an arrogant face, "Hitting you is like crushing an ant, you know." The fallen Regulus struggled to prop himself up from the ground, his crimson eyes locked onto Green. Bone-deep malice swirled in his eyes as every word was squeezed through his teeth, carrying a chilling hatred. "You forced my hand." Before his voice could fade, he tremblingly pulled an old glass bottle from his robes. The bottle contained a turbid liquid that emitted a strange, fishy stench. Just looking at it made one feel uneasy. "Originally, I didn't want to drink that disgusting woman's blood, but you have violated my rights time and time again. I will absolutely kill you." With a distorted face, Regulus didn't hesitate for a second. He tilted his head back and poured all the turbid blood in the bottle into his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed it all. The playful look on Green's face suddenly vanished, and his brows knit tightly together. The mischievous smile around him dissipated instantly, replaced by gravity. He clearly sensed that strange energy fluctuation, and a flash of realization crossed his eyes that was Capella's blood. It was mixed with rare dragon blood components, containing a violent, mutagenic power. Regulus was gambling everything, using the dragon blood to mutate his body and forcibly break through the limits of his authority, extending the duration he could hold his breath in time to completely shatter the current deadlock. A violent blast of air exploded outward with the mutated Regulus at its center, the ground cracking into countless spiderweb patterns. He clenched his mutated giant fists, now covered in black scales, his sharp claws glinting coldly. The fluctuations of the time authority were several times denser than before. This time, Green did not count leisurely. Several invisible hands instantly emerged around him, as his expression turned completely serious, ready for the challenge. Regulus let out a deafening roar, the zizizi sound of space-time distortion becoming extremely piercing. His figure vanished abruptly, and in the next second, he was almost pressed against Green's face. Green retreated rapidly, the invisible hands forming layers of defense in front of him. However, with his dragon blood-mutated body, Regulus forcibly broke through the obstructions. His claws grazed Green's hair, leaving a shallow gash. Damn, another mutation. He was startled, clearly realizing that this time, the time stagnation far exceeded the previous 5 seconds. The dragon blood had completely reinforced his body's endurance, forcibly stretching the duration of the authority, and completely breaking the previous rhythm. Seeing Green finally show a look of panic, Regulus's mutated face pulled into a hideous grin. His giant fist, carrying the power of space-time, slammed ruthlessly toward Green, his roar echoing through the street. Weren't you very arrogant? Keep it up. I'm going to grind you into mincemeat. Green narrowly avoided the giant fist swinging at his face, retreating repeatedly as his mind quickly calculated a way to respond. The duration of Regulus's time authority after mutation was a complete mystery. Fighting him head-on would only put Green at a disadvantage. He had to find a new breakthrough point. With his mind tense, his eyes rapidly scanned the surroundings. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure in pure white on the rooftop of a building by the street, flying gracefully. Her sleeves fluttered without a speck of dust, and her speed was so fast she was but a pale white afterimage. The moment he saw that figure, Green's hanging heart instantly settled. The gravity in his eyes vanished completely, and a confident smile curled onto his lips once more. He looked up at the furiously charging Regulus, his tone becoming playful and lazy again. With full confidence, he mocked loudly. Ha, old lay, did you think becoming uglier would help you win? Chapter 237, It's over. Regulus's mutated body suddenly kicked off the ground, his figure soaring into midair, his massive fists covered in black scales clenched tight. The violent power surged wildly around him as he looked down at Green, and let out a manic laugh. Ha 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 ha, go to spa. Carrying a momentum that could destroy heaven and earth, he dove down towards Green. It looked like his giant fist was about to land on top of Green's head. Before he could land, a crisp female voice filled with anger suddenly exploded from midair. Don't you dare bully my knight. Before the words had even faded, the moisture in the air instantly condensed. A massive ice pillar, glowing with a chilling light, formed instantly above Regulus. A deafening roar echoed through the streets as the giant ice pillar smashed down, forcefully slamming the diving Regulus into the ground. Dust flew as a large crater was instantly gouged into the ground. In his mutated state, he had no time to dodge and was pinned directly under the ice pillar. Amelia, dressed in a plain white dress, landed lightly on top of the ice pillar. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind as she narrowed her eyes and gave Green a playful, lively, and cute wink. Seeing this, Green's heart finally settled. He raised his hand to give her a thumbs up and joked with a smile. Wow, Leah, you're so violent. Amelia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately began to tidy her scattered hair in a bit of a panic. Her voice was soft and a little flustered. Fine. Strange noises soon came from beneath the ice pillar. Crack, crack, cracks spread rapidly like a spider web across the entire giant ice pillar. The ice layers were crumbling. Clearly, they couldn't trap the mutated Regulus for long. Green's expression tightened, and he immediately beckoned to Amelia on top of the ice pillar, his tone urgent. Leah, come here quickly, that guy isn't dead yet. Just as those words fell, bang. The entire ice pillar suddenly shattered, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. Her footing gone, Amelia was caught off guard as the ground vanished beneath her, and she let out an instinctive soft cry, yeah. Losing her balance, she fell straight down at high speed. Green didn't hesitate for a second, pushing off the ground with force to leap forward. He firmly caught Amelia's slender waist, spun gracefully in the air, and landed steadily back on the ground, instinctively shielding her tenderly in front of him. Still shaken, Amelia instinctively clutched Green's collar with her small hands. How long are you going to keep holding me? Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying a hint of lingering fear, and a touch of reliance. Green looked down at the girl in his arms. The cold hardness of battle faded from his eyes, replaced by a soft, slightly doting tone. You're so light, Leah. At your weight, I can't even feel you hanging on me. Gravel and ice shards were still pattering down, but from the deep pit, an even more violent and sinister aura suddenly erupted. The mutated Regulus slowly stood up from the shattered pile of ice. His black scales were cracked and stained with snow and dust. The killing intent in his crimson eyes reached its peak, as he locked onto the two of them. A low, terrifying growl came from his chest, his mutated face twisted and hideous. Interfering woman, neither of you should think about leaving here alive today. Do you think you can suppress me with numbers? It's just adding one more corpse. As he spoke, the surrounding space once again echoed with the ear-piercing sound of sizzles and distortions. The authority of greed, enhanced by dragon blood, instantly spread out. The surrounding street fell back into a deathly stagnation, with gravel and ice shards all suspended in midair. Regulus's mutated body, carrying a monstrous malice, charged at them once again. Green's eyes sharpened. Holding Amelia, he took a quick half-step back and shouted in a deep voice. Lia, freeze the left side, block his movement. Understood. Amelia immediately raised her hand, and chilling ice magic erupted from her palm. Large patches of ice spikes instantly froze on the ground, directly blocking Regulus's path to the left. Her silver hair glowed as countless ice spears appeared out of thin air, shooting towards him. The moment Regulus swung his fist to shatter the ice spears, Green had already activated his invisible hand. Several invisible forces ambushed him from the void, precisely wrapping around his limbs and forcefully restraining his assault. Green lunged forward, his fists and kicks carrying great force as he continuously attacked Regulus's openings. Amelia followed closely behind, using ice spikes and ice locks to control the field in turns. Their combination of offense and control was seamless, and their violent assault fell on Regulus like a dense rain. Although his strength had greatly increased after mutating, he was being pinned down by the two of them. The moment he tried to activate his time authority, it was interfered with by Amelia's ice magic, freezing the surrounding air currents, and then forcibly interrupted by Green's invisible hand. He had no way to exert his power. His black scales were beaten until they cracked and bled, making him look incredibly pathetic. After taking several heavy blows in a row, Regulus could no longer hold on. He staggered back a few steps, clutching his aching body, and roared in an anxious and aggrieved voice, "Everyone stop. Don't you think you're being a bit unfair? This completely violates the combat etiquette of chivalry. It should be a one-on-one duel." Hearing this, Green and Amelia's movements suddenly paused. They glanced at each other, both with a hint of mockery in their eyes, and then Green spoke slowly, his tone full of sarcasm. "We are taking turns dueling you one-on-one, aren't we?" This single sentence left Regulus speechless. Before he could react, the two of them struck again in perfect harmony, their assault even more fierce than before. Green's invisible hand provided a total lockdown, while Amelia's ice magic imposed constant restrictions. Fists, kicks, and ice blades fell in turn, giving Regulus no room to breathe, forcefully driving him back until he was kicked into the nearby river. Regulus emerged miserably from the river's surface. Before he could even catch his breath, his pupils shrank in terror at the sight above him. Amelia was fully channeling her ice magic, causing the moisture in the air to condense frantically. A giant ice pillar, dozens of times thicker than before and glowing with a bone-chilling light, hung across the sky, incredibly heavy. Meanwhile, dozens of invisible hands appeared around Green, steadily hoisting the massive ice pillar as he stared coldly at the river surface. "Goodbye, old lay." Green spoke coldly, and his wrist suddenly pressed down. Countless invisible hands exerted force together, and the giant ice pillar smashed toward the river surface with the force of a collapsing mountain. The massive impact kicked up a monstrous wall of water. Regulus didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed deep into the water. The river water surged with bubbles. He desperately activated his authority of greed to barely hold on, but even after mutating, he could only maintain it for about 10 seconds. Once the time limit was up, the authority suddenly failed. Cold river water instantly poured into his nose and throat, and a sense of suffocation swept through his entire body. He struggled desperately to float up, but the giant ice pillar pressed down with an insurmountable weight. With every gap in his authority, he was submerged by the river water again and again. The pain of suffocation intensified, and his mutated body no longer had the strength to struggle. Impossible. I am perfect. How could I possibly die? These commoners, monsters, heretics, how dare they harm me? If I die, those women will be happy. I can never forgive that. If I had known, I would have killed them all. I won't die. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor # 238 Chapter 238 Old Lays End Chapter 238, The End of Old Lay. Grim crouched by the riverbank, his fingertips almost touching the icy surface. His gaze was fixed on the water, which was gradually calming, as he murmured softly, "Old Lay, are you still alive?" The sound of soft footsteps came from behind him. Amelia walked slowly to his side, her silver hair fluttering in the evening breeze. With a hint of worry in her eyes, she gently tugged at Grim's sleeve. "Grim, don't stay so close to the water. I've heard there are water dragons in this river, it's very dangerous." Grim immediately raised a finger to his lips. With a solemn expression, he lowered his voice, Stay quiet for a moment, Leah. There seems to be movement down there." His gaze was locked onto the dark surface of the river. Beneath the water, bubbles rose intermittently, faint and eerie. Clearly, some unknown variable still lurked at the bottom. Amelia immediately held her breath and instinctively leaned closer behind Grim, her eyes nervously scanning the river water. Ice and snow magic quietly gathered in her palm, ready to respond to any sudden emergency at a moment's notice. Just as the two were focused and on guard, the river surface suddenly broke open, and a head abruptly popped out from underwater. Holy crap! Caught off guard, Grim didn't even have time to identify the newcomer. Acting on instinct and with quick reflexes, he raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch straight down. A painful scream suddenly rang out, echoing once more along the riverbank. Grim froze for a moment and instinctively withdrew his hand, murmuring in bewilderment. Holy crap, what was that? A moment later, the water swayed gently, and a red-haired girl clutching her swollen forehead floated to the surface. Her eyes were rimmed with red, looking aggrieved as if she were about to cry while staring at Grim on the bank. "Lord Apostle, why did you hit me?" Seeing who it was, Grim's face filled with helplessness. He rubbed his forehead and replied irritably, "Ariel, are you crazy? Popping out of the water like that gave me a fright. I thought Regulus wasn't completely dead yet." Seeing this, the tension in Amelia's heart suddenly relaxed. On the water, the red-haired girl Ariel clutched her forehead and pouted aggrievedly. Bubbles kept rising from her lips as she defended herself in a small, hurt voice. "I was hiding far away the whole time. I only swam over after I saw the battle on your side was over." Her wet red hair clung to her cheeks, and the red mark from the punch on her forehead was particularly conspicuous. Her eyes were watery, making her look pitiable, as if she were afraid Grim would scold her further. Looking at Ariel's pitiful appearance, Grim sighed helplessly. His tone softened as he waved toward the river. "All right, stop soaking in the water and come up." After saying that, he turned to Amelia beside him and said warmly, "Leah, please help use healing magic to treat the injury on her forehead." Amelia nodded slightly, her eyes gentle. She immediately stepped forward a few paces, a soft pale green healing light glowing in her palm, and replied softly. Hearing this, Ariel finally paddled the water aggrievedly and slowly swam toward the shore. The moment her fish tail touched land, it gradually transformed into legs, and the fabric tied around her waist draped down to become a long skirt. The mermaid girl's wet red hair dripped with water. Still clutching her forehead, she carefully climbed onto the riverbank step by step and stood before the two of them, her head bowed, not daring to look at Grim. After calming her emotions, Ariel lightly rubbed her newly healed forehead and asked hesitantly, "By the way, Lord Apostle, that woman you threw into the river earlier, do you still want her?" Grim tilted his head slightly upon hearing this and thought for a moment. "Are you referring to Capella?" Ariel shook her head quickly, blinking her red, innocent eyes while water continued to drip from her wet hair. I don't know her name. It's that woman you had tied to the front of the carriage before. Grim nodded. Yeah, that's Capella then. Where did you put her? Ariel pursed her moist lips and answered truthfully, I hypnotized her. I was afraid she'd cause trouble underwater, so I just handed her over to that green-hatted guy to take away. Grim let out a helpless breath, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If Otto knew you always called him that, he'd probably really be fuming. Isn't it green? Maybe I saw it wrong. Ariel looked dazed, not understanding what she had said wrong. She simply thought that since the man was always wearing a green hat, there was nothing wrong with calling him that. Just then, Grim's body suddenly jolted violently, and even the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. His expression suddenly froze, his brows furrowed tightly, and his entire body stiffened in place. A wild and domineering surge of power emerged without warning from the void, flooding into his body through his limbs and bones. The warm yet overbearing power flowed through his veins, carrying a unique sense of obsession and greed. It was incredibly familiar. It was the greed which factors. The moment its host perished, it had autonomously broken free from its shackles, crossed the distance, and chosen Grim as its new vessel. Amelia immediately sensed that something was wrong. Her face turned pale, and she rushed forward to support his swaying body, her voice full of panic. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Grim kept his eyes tightly shut as the power of greed churning within him crashed brutally against his consciousness. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Echidna's consciousness quietly descended into his mental world. A steady yet mysterious power enveloped the restless witch factors layer by layer. It suppressed and tamed it bit by bit, finally containing and taking control of this power completely, without being consumed by the obsessive desire in the slightest. The chaotic aura slowly calmed down, and the restless pressure around him gradually returned to silence. A moment later, Grim slowly opened his eyes. The struggle and pain had faded from his gaze, replaced by a steady and profound quality. His entire aura was now completely different. He raised his hand and gently patted Amelia's nervous, trembling hand, his tone calm and gentle. Don't worry, Leah. In fact, I've never felt better than I do now. The heavy stone hanging in her heart finally dropped. Amelia let out a long sigh and couldn't help but complain softly, her voice full of lingering fear and grievance. You are not allowed to act alone again, do you hear me? I was worried to death the whole way. If it weren't for Mr. Lesser Spirit showing me the way, I wouldn't have been able to find you at all. Grim's heart softened, and he quickly raised his hand to admit his fault, his tone full of apology. Sorry, Leah. It won't happen again. I promise never to act alone so rashly again. Amelia pursed her lips and gave a faint huff of annoyance, a faint pink flush appearing on her cheeks. She let go of his sleeve and said in a small voice, Humph, it better be. If you keep things from me and take risks on your own again, I'll really be angry. As soon as they finished speaking, a willful and haughty female voice came from not far away, carrying an innate arrogance and impatience. Hey, mortal, report the situation. Has that utterly arrogant fellow been completely dealt with? Chapter 239, Settling the Wives. Priscilla stood there, dressed in a magnificent and intricate gown. Although the hem was stained with a bit of dust from the battle, it still couldn't hide the noble aura she radiated. With one hand on her hip, she tilted her chin up and looked at Grim, her tone full of condescending inquiry. And those women, how do you plan to deal with them? Behind her, dozens of timid-looking young girls slowly and hesitantly stepped out one after another. They were all the wives whom Regulus had forcibly seized and imprisoned by his side. The girls' eyes were filled with fear and unease. They huddled closely together, timidly taking in the scene before them. Is that man dead? He should be dead. I saw him get swallowed by the river water. He should have died long ago. Serves him right. Then are we. As soon as those words were spoken, a sense of unease began to grow amidst the daze and helplessness of their newfound freedom. That man won't become our new master, will he? Amelia's sharp ears caught the girl's timid whispers, and she instantly pouted her pink lips. Her eyes reddened slightly as she reached out to gently tug on Grimm's sleeve, her tone full of coquettishness and a hint of grievance. "You can't, Grimm. You already have enough female companions." After she finished, her voice gradually softened, tinged with an imperceptible shyness. The girl lowered her head slightly, her silver hair veiling her blushing cheeks as she muttered softly, "If so many people are added all at once, the time I get to spend with you will be far too little." Looking at the charming and jealous girl in his arms, Grimm's heart softened. He reached out and gently pulled Amelia into his embrace. Turning to look at the group of fearful and uneasy girls, he waved his hand and spoke with a tone that was both serious and teasing. "Hey, don't go recognizing a master so recklessly. I have no such intentions." He then pointed his finger at the haughtily standing Priscilla, and said with a smile, "How about you follow Priscilla? Her name ends in law, so maybe she's a Lala." Hearing this, Priscilla gave the anxious girls a haughty glance, and let out a light sneer. "Humph, this mistress has not the slightest interest in these mediocre, decorative girls." Upon hearing this, the girls, who were already full of unease, instantly lowered their eyes. Their faces showed an unmistakable sense of disappointment and confusion, as they huddled even closer together. "Then where should we go? The charities in this city should take us in." "It's hard to say, this city has been destroyed beyond recognition. Are we going to be vagrants?" Just as the girls were at a loss and their eyes were reddening, as if they were about to cry, a loud and enthusiastic voice suddenly came from a corner of the nearby woods. An old man wearing a faded priest's robe and sporting a grayish-white beard hurried out from behind the bushes, clutching a stack of crumpled flyers in his hand. With a kind yet eager smile plastered on his face, he walked quickly over to everyone. He gestured toward the girls, his tone full of warmth. "Ha ha, may the forest goddess protect you. Poor, innocent children, do not be afraid." As his gaze swept over the homeless girls, the priest immediately straightened his back and began to recruit loudly. "Children, do you want to become nuns? Our Church of Abundance is currently recruiting new members. We are a legitimate church ranked among the top 500 in the nation. We offer excellent benefits, including room and board. Upon joining, you'll receive a brand new set of nun's robes, and you can even learn healing magic." Grimm whipped his head around and caught sight of the old priest, who had scurried out from the corner. His expression instantly became very colorful. A "holy shit" was about to escape his lips, but it was choked back by old Simon's righteous aura. Grimm rushed over in a few steps and grabbed the old man's hand just as he was about to raise the flyers high, his mouth twitching. "When did you hide over there?" Old Simon brushed the dust off his collar with a serious, "I'm a professional" look, pointed to a nearby tree trunk, and replied with full vigor, "I've been here since you were talking about the water dragon. I was worried that witch cultist might escape, so I stayed here alone to monitor him closely." "You've really worked hard, old Simon. But next time, you should still hide a bit further away." "Safety first," Grimm said, patting old Simon on the shoulder. The old man nodded quickly, his expression looking a bit impatient. Yes, Saint Exalted One, please take a rest." Old Simon straightened his crumpled robe and slapped the stack of flyers, which were as wrinkled as dried pickles, against his palm. The smile on his face instantly switched from kind priest to gold medal salesman mode as he shouted with full vigor. "I still need to bamboozle preach. You and Lady Amelia should go enjoy the scenery nearby. I need to recruit some new blood for our church." Grimm's praise got stuck in his throat. Seeing old Simon's overly practiced manner, his lips couldn't help but twitch. He turned to look at Amelia beside him. The girl was covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking slightly, and even her silver hair was trembling a bit. Amelia leaned against his shoulder, her voice soft as she held back laughter, a hint of a smile still in her eyes. "Let's go, Grimm. It's a good time to check the church for any remaining witch cultists. Let's not stay here and disturb Mr. Simon while he's busy." Old Simon's enthusiastic preaching voice was highly piercing. Children. Our church provides room and board and doesn't make empty promises. Brand new nun robes are given directly. As long as you diligently complete the church's tasks, you'll receive a monthly stipend of 20 silver coins. Task rewards are calculated separately. Come, take a flyer. It's first come, first served. The first 20 people will also receive a bottle of holy water to ensure all your previous bad luck is washed away. Accompanied by the increasingly loud sounds of Old Simon's preaching behind them, Grim held Amelia's hand, and walked slowly toward the damaged but still orderly church not far away. The setting sun shone through the stained glass, casting mottled shadows of light on the floor. With her tense nerves finally relaxed, Amelia gently stretched her arms, and tilted her head back slightly. Her silver hair slid down her shoulders, and her exquisite features were full of relaxation. She said softly to Grim beside her, "Grim, you've been so busy since coming to Watergate City these past few days. You've really worked hard." Dealing with the mess left behind by the witch cult, Grim had almost no time to rest, and a hint of imperceptible fatigue always lingered in his eyes. Grim reached out and rubbed her soft silver hair, his eyes gentle and his tone relaxed. "It's all right. We should be able to relax for a long time now. The matter with the witch cult is pretty much settled." The greed witch factor was now fully under his control. Capella had been taken away by Otto to be dealt with, and those innocent girls now had a place to go. The heavy burden on his heart was finally lifted, and even his breathing felt lighter. Amelia blinked her clear violet eyes. Her gaze swept across the empty church altar, and she walked over with light steps, holding her skirt and spinning in a small circle. Her pure white skirt billowed slightly with her movements. Her cheeks were inexplicably tinged with a faint blush, as if she had thought of something embarrassing. The girl's fingertips gently gripped her skirt as she spoke in a small voice. "Grim, I heard from Rem about the interesting things that happened between you and her in the church. The reactions of you two. I feel like they could be written into a storybook." Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 240 Chapter 240 Chapter 240. It's your turn. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, and the tips of her ears flushed a delicate pink. A faint smile rippled in her purple eyes, mixed with a hint of small curiosity, as she peeked up at Grim to see how he would react. When Rem had told her about this past event, her tone had been full of tenderness, which in turn gave Amelia some soft, nostalgic feelings for that time she hadn't been a part of. Speaking of it now, a tiny flicker of jealousy quietly surfaced in her heart, yet it was overwhelmed by her reliance on Grim. Grim was startled at first upon hearing this, then he remembered the funny misunderstanding that had happened with Rem in the church and couldn't help but chuckle low. He stepped to the side of the altar, reached out to gently wrap his arm around Amelia's waist, and pulled her in front of him. "That Rem, why does she tell everyone everything? Leah, you're not jealous, are you?" Amelia leaned gently against Grim's shoulder, her silver hair brushing against his neck, carrying a faint, clear fragrance. She closed her eyes, her tone soft and serious, without a hint of pretense. "Not at all. Rem, Ram, and Betty are all my companions. Being together with everyone makes me feel very happy." Seeing Amelia's shy yet curious look, Grim's heart softened. He gently pinched the tip of her reddened ear with his fingertips, his voice becoming exceptionally tender. "Just companions. I thought we were family." Amelia's cheeks grew even hotter at his blunt words. She shrank further into his arms, her hands lightly clutching his lapel, her soft voice carrying a hint of shy murmuring, "For something like that, I still have to discuss it with Puck. When Puck wakes up, let's go tell him together." Hearing this, Grim immediately shook his head in feigned dissatisfaction. His hand around Amelia's waist tightened slightly with a bit of childish stubbornness. He leaned down to her ear and began to count down softly. "Leah, just consider it for 10 seconds, okay? 10, 9, 8. His warm breath brushed against the tip of her ear, making Amelia tremble slightly, her cheeks burning as if they were on fire. Her eyes grew misty with moisture, filled with panic and shyness. Her hands tightly gripped Grimm's lapel as she mumbled helplessly in a small voice, "Why are you being like this?" Grimm's countdown continued. His pace wasn't fast, yet he pressed her at every step, his clear eyes full of laughter. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Seeing that he was about to reach 1, Amelia's heart skipped a beat. Without time to think further, she nodded quickly. Her soft voice carried a hint of resigned coquettishness as she whispered, "All right, all right. I promise you. I really can't do anything with you." As soon as she finished, the laughter in Grimm's eyes instantly burst forth, full of the tenderness of a successful scheme. He lowered his head and, without hesitation, imprinted a gentle yet solemn kiss on Amelia's reddened forehead, his tone satisfied and slightly wheedling. "Ha ha ha, Leah, you're going to spoil me rotten." Hearing Grimm's wheedling words, the heat in Amelia's previously bright red cheeks faded slightly. Instead, she lifted her small chin, revealing a stretch of fair, slender neck. A faint look of triumph rippled in her eyes, and her voice carried a bit of pride. "Humph, I'm over 100 years old, it's okay to indulge you once in a while." She deliberately puffed out her chest, her silver hair sliding down her shoulders. Her purple eyes were bright. Despite her attempt to look mature, she still exuded the unique charm of a young girl. Grimm was struck right in the heart by Amelia's proud little look. The arm around her waist suddenly exerted force, steadily picking her up in a princess carry, and spinning her around once in the sunset-drenched church. Her pure white skirt fluttered in the wind like a blooming spirit flower. Amelia let out a startled cry, instinctively reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck. Her cheeks flushed again, and her purple eyes were filled with a flustered yet sweet glow. Grimm looked down at the beloved in his arms, his laughter hearty, his tone full of doting and admiration. "An older sister girlfriend is just the best. Why don't we get married today, Leah? Put me down quickly, stop messing around." Amelia buried herself in his chest in shame, her voice soft and coquettish. Her hands lightly gripped his lapel, yet she couldn't bear to actually break free. Just as the two were immersed in the sweet atmosphere, a small red-haired head timidly peeked out from behind the wooden door of the church. Ariel gripped the doorframe, her wet red hair still carrying undried water droplets, as she suddenly asked loudly, "Lord Apostle, are you proposing?" Grimm stopped his spinning steps upon hearing this, but he still held Amelia steadily. He turned to look at the red-haired girl at the door, raised an eyebrow in feigned seriousness, and teased her, "Ariel, eavesdropping on people isn't what a good child does. You haven't been led astray by old Simon, have you?" "I haven't. I haven't been led astray." Ariel quickly shook her head like a rattle, let go of the doorframe, and ran toward them in small steps. Her wet red hair swayed with her movements as she explained urgently, fearing Grimm might misunderstand. The little girl spread her hands. 2 pearl rings, smooth and lustrous with a warm sea-blue glow, lay quietly in her palms. The pearls were transparent and clear, emitting a faint soft light, clearly no ordinary items. Ariel held the rings, lifting them high to Grimm, her gaze pure and serious, her voice crisp and sincere. "Lord Apostle, this pair of rings is a treasure of our merfolk. They are pearl rings soaked in the fountain of youth. I'm giving them to you, hoping that Lord Apostle and Lady Amelia will be happy forever." Seeing the sea-blue pearl rings full of heart and Ariel's sincere look, Grimm's heart warmed. Amelia also lifted her flushed face from his arms. Her purple eyes looked at the rings, full of emotion and surprise, with tiny tears glinting in them. Looking at the pair of pearl rings with their soft sea-blue glow, Amelia's heart suddenly pounded wildly, and the flush on her cheeks instantly spread behind her ears. She instinctively lowered her head slowly, her long silver hair covering her eyes, her fingertips nervously clutching Grimm's lapel. In her mind, she quickly rehearsed how she should respond when Grimm proposed later, whether she should nod immediately or be a little shy. The young girl even kept the tears in her eyes tightly in check, her heart full of the trepidation and anticipation of approaching happiness. But she kept her head down and waited for a long while in her nervousness, yet the expected words of proposal and the movement of kneeling on one knee never happened. There was only quiet air around her. She could even hear the faint sound of the wind coming from the riverside outside the window. The anticipation in her heart was gradually tinged with a hint of unease. Amelia frowned slightly and cautiously lifted her head slowly. Just as she was about to speak, she bumped right into Grimm's laughing eyes. His eyes were brimming with doting and mischief. A gentle, wicked smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he looked down at the girl in his arms and spoke deliberately and slowly, "Leah, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you proposed to me yet?" Amelia instantly froze on the spot, completely stunned. She instinctively opened her mouth, her soft voice filled with utter confusion. "I'm doing it." Chapter 241, Uninvited Guests. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Amelia looked at the familiar mischievous glint in Grimm's eyes, and her heart was instantly and completely at ease. Her expression softened, and she whispered with a helpless yet indulgent tone, "That's right, if you didn't tease me, you wouldn't be Grimm." As her voice fell, she gently pulled away from Grimm's embrace, standing up straight. The setting sun filtered through the stained glass and fell upon her silver-white hair, casting a gentle halo. The young girl pursed her lips, her cheeks still flushed with a faint crimson, and then she broke into a sweet and earnest smile. She raised her clear purple eyes, looking steadily at Grimm. Her hands were nervously clasped in front of her, and her voice was soft yet solemn, carrying a hint of embarrassed stubbornness. "Then all right, I'll do it. But it's also my first time proposing to someone, so you're not allowed to laugh. You absolutely cannot make fun of me." Accompanied by a heavy thud, the old wooden doors of the church were suddenly kicked open. Dust fell from the top of the doorframe as an aged but vigorous figure strode in, his voice booming throughout the entire church. "Proposal? Who was talking about a proposal just now?" Old Simon stood with one hand on his hip, and the other lifting his faded priest's robes as he rushed toward them, his face filled with excitement. He slapped his forehead and sighed with exaggerated piety. "Oh, my Holy Mother Margaret! At such a sacred and beautiful moment, how could I, as a priest, possibly be absent?" After saying that, he stepped forward without waiting for an answer and gently took the two sea blue pearl rings of the merfolk from Ariel's hands, holding them properly in his palm. Grimm gave a helpless smile. "Then I'll leave it to you, Father Simon." Old Simon's expression suddenly became solemn, and he gave Grimm a respectful bow. He cast aside his usual worldly, swindling merchant-like demeanor, and looked at Grimm and Amelia with a grave gaze, beginning to recite the blessings for a Western-style wedding. "My two dear children. Marriage is not a momentary impulse, but a mutual entrustment for the rest of your lives. Love is not a fleeting joy, but companionship through the wind and rain to come. Today in this place witnessed by the gods, in the name of the Church of Abundance, and by the oath of the forest goddess's protection. May you, from this day forward, whether rich or richer, healthy or healthier, successful or more successful, always support and cherish one another. Sharing joy in times of happiness and sharing the burden in times of hardship, never depart, with your hearts as one. May the moonlight gently guard your days and nights, may the breeze carry your affection for each other, and may this pair of rings, laden with blessings and faith, lock in all the sincerity and smiles of this life." After finishing the blessing, Old Simon solemnly placed the pair of sea blue pearl rings into Amelia's hands. The girl's fingertips trembled slightly as she took the rings with great care. A cool, smooth sensation came from her palms, and her heart felt like it was about to burst from her chest. She took a deep breath, lifted her skirt, and walked slowly toward Grimm, step by step. The sunset fell upon her silver-white hair, tender and lingering. Her purple eyes were filled with nervousness, shyness, and an undisguisable sincerity. Amelia gazed into Grimm's eyes, her cherry lips parting as her voice trembled slightly. "Would you like to marry into?" Halfway through, she suddenly realized she had said it wrong. Her face instantly turned beet red, and she hurriedly waved her hands in a panic, letting out two small, frustrated huffs. Pa. I said it wrong." She gripped the rings tightly, the tips of her ears so red they looked ready to bleed. She bit her lower lip, summoned her courage again, and asked earnestly and softly, "What I meant was, Grimm, will you take me as your wife?" To the side, Ariel watched the two of them with wide eyes, holding her breath in anticipation. Grimm stared fixedly at the shy yet serious Amelia before him, the tenderness in his eyes nearly overflowing. He reached out and firmly grasped her slightly cool, nervously trembling hands. His tone was certain and affectionate, without a moment's hesitation. "Leah, I will." Upon hearing this answer, Amelia's nose crinkled and her eyes instantly grew moist, looking at him with both shyness and joy. With a trembling hand, she picked up one of the sea blue pearl rings and carefully slid it onto Grimm's ring finger. Following that, Grimm took the remaining ring and gently lifted her hand. His movements were tender and reverent as he slowly placed the ring on Amelia's finger. The two Fountain of Youth pearl rings mirrored each other in the sunset light, glowing with a smooth, clear blue light, firmly locking the destiny of the two together. The moment the ceremony concluded, Grimm reached out and pulled Amelia gently into his arms, lowering his head to kiss her soft lips. Amelia closed her eyes and leaned into his embrace with peace of mind, responding to this long-awaited and perfect kiss. "Lord Saint is so cool." Ariel clapped her small hands excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "It's good to be young." Old Simon lowered his hands from his prayer position, smiling with a face full of gratification. He whispered a divine blessing for them, and the entire dilapidated church was filled with romance and happiness at that moment. Just as the two were embracing and kissing, and the church was filled with sweetness and blessings, a distant and ethereal hymn suddenly flowed down slowly from high above, misty and gentle, like a god sighing softly from the clouds. The ethereal singing circled above the church, lingering in the air, holy and dreamlike. A woman's voice, carrying a bit of sentiment and clear tenderness, fell from the sky along with the hymn, echoing gently in everyone's ears. "Green Cuan, congratulations. What a beautiful, warm, and happy scene." Her tone carried a slight touch of emotion and understanding as she slowly continued, "So, this is the opposite of vanity, what is called sincerity." Hearing that familiar yet distant voice, Grimm's movements stiffened slightly. The arms holding Amelia subconsciously tightened a bit as he looked up toward the dome of the church. Amelia also slowly opened her hazy purple eyes and looked up slightly. Looking toward the direction of the voice, a trace of inexplicable panic arose in the half-elf girl's heart. The moment that ethereal female voice fell, Grimm abruptly withdrew all his warmth. He immediately stood tall, instinctively shielding the still confused Amelia firmly behind him. His back was pulled taut, and the atmosphere around him shifted in an instant from romantic sweetness to sharp alertness. The invisible hand quietly emerged in the shadows around him, its pitch-black silhouette surging like an undercurrent, coiling through the air in layers, revealing their sharp edges. Several authorities within his body that he was not yet fully familiar with also awakened, all entering a state of readiness to erupt at any moment. The undercurrent of mana surged wildly, causing the air in the entire church to stagnate under the pressure. Problematic ad. Report it here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #242 Chapter 242 False Power Chapter 242. The authority of vainglory. Old Simon's face tightened, and he immediately took a half-step forward to shield Ariel, his expression solemn. "Little girl, hide behind me." The mermaid girl, Ariel, also pulled back her joy, shrinking her body timidly and looking anxiously toward the center of the church. In the next second, the bricks on the church floor moved without wind and dust swirled up. An airflow interwoven with light and vanity slowly converged in the center of the clearing, and the space rippled with layers of distorted ripples. A figure slowly descended from the void. Her figure was slender and graceful, her skin fair to the point of being nearly transparent. Long hair that transitioned from silver white to light purple fell fluffily, with a faint, illusory glow lingering between the strands. Her exquisite and beautiful face carried an unreal, dreamlike quality. Her eyes were a pale glaze, hollow and indifferent, as if all the joys and sorrows of the world were merely a false drama to her. She wore a magnificent and ethereal gauzy gown, its hem layered like foam that could shatter and dissipate at any moment. The Witch of Vainglory Pandora. The girl landed gently on the ground, her steps so light they seemed untouched by the mortal world. Her gaze fell calmly on Grimm, her tone still that of indifferent sentimentality. There is no need to be so guarded. I have only come to offer this world's blessing to a visitor from another world. Before Grimm could finish, the authority of greed within him surged frantically into the invisible hand, compensating for its slow movement. The air was torn apart by the giant hand, letting out a piercing sonic boom, and the space cracked like a spider web on the spot. Bang bang bang. Countless demonic claws smashed into Pandora without suspense, accompanied by deafening thuds. Her ethereal gauzy gown instantly turned to ash, and her body, like glass crushed by a heavy hammer, exploded directly. Sizzle. Blood mist splattered and severed limbs mixed with energy debris streaked across the air like a blinding trail of light, so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. Old Simon trembled all over, holding a defensive dagger in his hand, his teeth chattering as he said haltingly, Is she dead? Grimm's eyes were cold, and the magic at his fingertips was still sizzling as he spoke flatly. If you have to ask, then she's definitely not dead. The next second, an illusory sound of breaking air quietly rang out, and the void in the center of the church rippled with distorted waves once more. Pandora's figure descended slowly from the void again without warning, still appearing as that frail and ethereal form. The gauzy gown on her body was perfectly intact, and a faint, indifferent smile hung on her face, as if the one crushed into blood mist just now wasn't her at all. Green Kuan, why are you being so irritable? She parted her red lips, her tone lazy and innocent, even before her words had faded. A cold light flashed in Grimm's eyes, and a pitch-black invisible hand suddenly lunged out from around him, wrapping around Pandora's slender waist like lightning. Without waiting for her to react, he violently yanked her in front of him. Before Pandora could break free, Grimm's left hand shot out, firmly gripping her soft, slender arm. Magic surged in his palm, and the authority of gluttony erupted. He shouted the Witch of Vainglory's true name, and a faint devouring power swirled around him. Then he raised his left hand, slowly bringing it to his lips, and his tongue lightly licked across his palm. The devouring power in the void surged frantically, and the sizzling sound of magic tearing was incessant. Pandora simply blinked those hollow, glass-like eyes, her expression innocent and indifferent. Green Kuan, how could the name of Vainglory possibly be real? The moment the words fell vomug, Grimm abruptly pulled back his left hand, his wrist trembling slightly. An indescribable backlash rushed up his arm, and into his mind. His stomach churned, and a faint nausea and dizziness swept through his body. At the moment Grimm lost focus due to the backlash, Emilia, standing nearby, could no longer endure it. The hatred and sorrow accumulated over many years in her heart completely exploded, and a biting chill suddenly spread from around her. Crack crack. The extreme cold magic suddenly condensed, and countless sharp, pointed ice spears appeared out of thin air. A layer of ice spread frantically along the ground, instantly locking down the entire space. The biting chill whistled through, and hard ice instantly wrapped around Pandora's limbs and body, binding her firmly, and freezing her completely in place. Crystal-clear ice walls froze her gown, and locked her movements. The surrounding air was so cold it nearly solidified. Emilia's eyes were rimmed with red, and her purple pupils surged with anger, sadness, and hatred. The murderer who destroyed my home, and hurt everyone. This time, don't even think about taking my Grimm away. The fury accumulated for years in Emilia's chest burned completely. She raised her arm high, her ice and snow magic boiling frantically, as she clearly chanted the magic incantation. The earth shook violently, the church floor suddenly split open, and a thick, towering giant ice pillar rose from the ground. Carrying a biting cold wind and bone-chilling frost, it charged forward with unstoppable force. The freezing hadn't even lasted a moment before the giant ice pillar slammed into Pandora's body, forcefully pinning her entire being against the back wall. The wall shattered and collapsed, ice crystals splattered, and her flesh, along with her illusory body, was crushed on the spot, turning into a pile of meat paste stuck to the wall. For a moment, one could hear a pin drop in the church, the chill lingering for a long time. But in just the blink of an eye, the void fluctuated and distorted again, and a faint illusory mist slowly drifted down. Pandora's figure was still perfectly intact, leisurely descending from the void once more. Her long hair fluttered, her gown swayed, and her expression carried a hint of helplessness and disappointment. I had originally thought that when we met again, you would be a bit more peaceful. Beside them, old Simon's throat bobbed violently as he struggled to swallow. He could barely hold onto the dagger in his hand, his voice trembling to the extreme. What kind of monster is this guy? Is she a devil that simply cannot be killed? The situation had completely spiraled out of control. Staying would only involve the two innocent people in the slaughter of which authorities. Grimm suppressed the dizziness brought by the gluttony backlash. His expression was calm and determined as he turned his head to look at old Simon, his tone steady and brooked no refusal. Old Simon, take Ariel and those girls outside and retreat immediately. The matters here are enough for Amelia and me to handle. Old Simon grit his teeth, looked at the immortal witch of vainglory before him, and finally nodded fiercely. The old man grabbed Ariel and retreated quickly toward the church door, not forgetting to turn back and shout before leaving, "You two must be careful. I'm going for help." As the words fell, the church doors were tightly shut by old Simon. Pandora watched the two depart in a hurry, her glass-like eyes showing no ripples, only shifting her gaze back onto the two people before her. She sighed softly, her tone still indifferent. Why be so confrontational? I mean no ill will. Chapter 243, Coronation of the New King in the Empty Church. Only Grimm, Amelia, and Pandora remained in a standoff, the air thick with biting manna and a lingering aura of vanity. Hearing Pandora's airy defense, Grimm snorted in derision, his eyes filled with mockery and cold severity, showing no mercy at all. You have no malice. You're full of shit. Pandora didn't seem angry at all, still maintaining that calm, water-like demeanor. I just wanted to thank you, Green Queen. Grimm's brow furrowed, and the invisible hand around him grew restless. He asked back coldly, his tone full of wariness, thank me. What do you mean? Thank you for helping me collect most of the witch factors, and for bringing Amelia safely to my side. Pandora spoke slowly. The moment the words fell, Grimm's heart sank, and the aura around him instantly became even colder. He immediately sneered, his tone full of disdain and anger as he blurted out, "Are you a fucking idiot?" The invisible hand around Grimm surged instantly, and he was about to launch an attack first. Suddenly, Pandora's figure vanished into thin air with a whoosh, leaving not even a trace of mana behind. The next second, a soft breath with a sense of reality distortion brushed against his ear. Green Queen, have you forgotten? From the very beginning, you collected all the witch factors just to hand them over to me. The authority of vainglory began to take effect, directly tampering with the logic of reality. In this space of vanity under her control, the act of Grimm collecting witch factors for Pandora was forcibly twisted into an established fact, an unchangeable past. Grimm, who had been full of vigilance a moment ago, suddenly froze, his eyes becoming hollow and numb. He wasn't bewitched by words, rather his cognition, his memory, and his logic of action were all twisted by the authority of vainglory, forcing him to accept this tampered fact. Grimm numbly raised his right hand and reached toward his chest uncontrollably. According to Pandora's script, he was to extract the witch factors from his body. Seeing this, Amelia's purple eyes shrank and she screamed in terror. Her snow and ice mana surged wildly as she tried to rush forward to stop him. Pandora's figure slowly emerged beside Grimm. She lightly raised her right hand and waved it casually, activating the authority of vainglory again to twist the reality coordinates where Amelia was. Amelia, you should listen to Mother and stay obediently in the Elia forest. Before Amelia could even cry out, her figure vanished instantly, forcibly sent back to the place as dictated by the tampered reality. Pandora withdrew her gaze and watched Grimm quietly. At this moment, his fingertips had already pierced into the flesh of his chest. The sharp pain broke through the twisted shackles of reality. The sensation of his real body faintly tore through the false lies woven by vainglory. Grimm's whole body trembled violently. Gritting his teeth, he painfully opened his blood-stained lips and roared with all his might, "A king will not be bewitched." A crisp, ear-piercing sound of glass shattering suddenly erupted. The path of vainglory instantly collapsed, the tampered facts crumbled, and the original real world completely returned to its place. Grimm's hollow eyes instantly regained their clarity as he gasped for air. How surprising. Green Kun, what exactly is hidden inside your body? Pandora frowned slightly, her glass-like eyes rippling for the first time. She clearly hadn't expected her authority of vainglory to be broken so easily. But just then a simple and heavy golden light suddenly burst from within Grimm, floating in the air in front of him. A dark fairy tale book engraved with golden patterns emerged on its own. The pages turned without wind, the rustling sound echoing through the silent church, finally stopping steadily on the very first page. Golden text slowly appeared, and Grimm's aura grew increasingly powerful. Snow White King, unlocked condition, marry a witch of the freezing forest, Emilia. Authority, Emperor, within the Golden Royal Court, your status will be elevated. He slowly raised his eyes, his once unfocused gaze reconsolidating. A kingly air that stood above all living beings rose boisterously from his body. The dark fairy tale book floating in mid-air shone with golden light. The title Snow White King glowed brightly, and the Emperor authority fully awakened, flowing through his blood and soul. Grimm clenched his fingers into a hollow fist, and suddenly thrust it toward the void. He spoke in a deep, majestic voice that resounded throughout the church, "Sword, I command you to unsheath." A clear and deafening sword chime suddenly rang out, its metallic vibration tearing through the air. His beloved sword, Hubert, emerged in response. The once stringent unlocking conditions showed no resistance now, as if it were only natural to submit to this new king. Dazzling golden light spread wildly with Grimm as the center, and the old, dilapidated church began to undergo a world-shaking transformation. In an instant the ruined church vanished completely, replaced by a magnificent, solemn, and boundless golden royal court. The floor was covered with gilded tiles, their patterns crisscrossing, every inch radiating the supreme pressure unique to a king. Then, shwa, 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 the sound of uniform metal footsteps echoed from both sides of the royal court. One after another, royal knights clad in brilliant golden armor, and wielding spears and great shields condensed from the golden mist. Their faces were cold, their armor glinting with a chilling light. They formed neat arrays, silently guarding Grimm on both sides. With lowered gazes and total submission, they were the exclusive royal court guard of the Snow White King. Grimm paused and sat steadily upon the throne, holding his beloved sword, Hubert. With indifferent eyes, he looked down at the witch of vainglory, Pandora. "Seize this damned witch and burn her. By your majesty's command." The golden-armored knights answered in unison, their voices shaking the royal court. Two knights stepped forward immediately. With a flash of golden light, they rushed to Pandora. Chains of royal authority flew out, binding her limbs tightly, and she was dragged to a cross and tied securely. Pandora tried to use her authority of vainglory to break free, but within the golden royal court, her abilities were completely nullified, and she couldn't move an inch. The court mages nearby immediately raised their staves and chanted fire spells in unison. "Spirits of the bath of fire, raise high the solar blaze." With a boom, a raging fire ignited instantly, surrounding Pandora. The blazing flames licked her body wildly, burning her illusory flesh. Yet, instead of showing any pain, Pandora curled her lips in the flames and let out a crisp, eerie giggle. "Wonderful, Green Kun. You are like a magic box filled with endless surprises." The fire swirled around her silver-purple gradient hair. Her exquisite face flickered in the firelight, gradually carbonizing and shattering. Finally, she turned completely into a handful of ashes, vanishing within the holy fire. But the next second familiar ripples of distortion appeared in the void, and a faint, colorful light slowly drifted down. Pandora's figure descended from the void once more without warning. Her posture was light, her plain white dress fluttering in the wind, revealing her slender, pale skin. She lifted her feet, and actually leaped directly onto the wide armrest of the throne where Grimm sat, standing steadily. Looking down at Grimm on the throne, her eyes still held that indifferent yet playful smile. Grimm's face darkened to the extreme. His hand gripping Cubert tightened suddenly. His voice was full of impatience and irritation as he barked, "Are you ever going to stop? Can't you just die obediently?" Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 240 for Chapter 244. Pandora seems to want to reclaim the witch factor. Chapter 244, Pandora seems to want to reclaim the witch factors. Pandora leaned forward, revealing a glimpse of her jade-like skin. Her glass-like eyes focused on the faint golden light swirling around Grimm, her tone affectionate yet filled with intense curiosity. "How beautiful, Green Queen. Divinity has already begun to manifest in you." Grimm sat upon the supreme throne, holding Cubert, the kingly pressure around him yet to dissipate. He froze for a moment upon hearing her words, the majesty on his face stiffening slightly as he spoke as if it were a matter of course. "Is it because I'm usually pretty godlike?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire grand golden royal court instantly fell into a dead silence. Pandora broke into a helpless laugh, looking as gentle as a little girl next door. She slowly shook her head, her tone soft yet carrying a hint of inquiry. "Green Queen, your thoughts are always impossible to guess. I'm curious, are you collecting witch factors to usurp the authority of this world?" Grimm did not answer. He sat upright on the supreme throne, his golden light internalizing as his fingers tightened slightly around Cubert. His brow was tense, and his pitch-black eyes were locked onto Pandora in front of him, maintaining a high level of vigilance throughout, not missing a single subtle movement of hers. The invisible hands lurked quietly behind him, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. The golden royal court remained silent, the gold-armored knights on both sides stood motionless, fully armed as they guarded their king. In the air, only the silent confrontation between royal pressure and the aura of vanity remained. Pandora waited for a long while but never received a response from Grimm. Her glass-like eyes curved into a smile, and she immediately raised her slender, fair hand, waving it gently in front of Grimm's eyes. Her tone carried a bit of playful softness, completely devoid of the tension one would expect before a great enemy. "Hello, Mr. Grimm, are you spacing out?" Before her voice could fade, Grimm's eyes narrowed. He ruthlessly raised his hand and slapped away the small hand waving before him. The corners of his mouth curled, making no effort to hide his killing intent. I'm thinking of a way to kill you." Pandora's hand, having been slapped away, paused in midair. Instead of getting angry, she covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh, shaking her head repeatedly as she whispered with feigned fear. "Scary, scary. Green Queen really is blunt and cruel." She reined in her smile and looked up at Grimm again. Her gaze became a bit more serious, and her tone remained soft, yet it carried an unquestionable certainty. "But Green Queen, I must remind you that using witch factors to achieve godhood is a path that leads nowhere. The location of the pride witch factors is unknown, and more importantly, the witch of envy is still alive. Killing her is not something that can be easily accomplished." Pandora's emotions were very stable, and her speech was soft and airy. "Without obtaining all the authorities of sin, this path leads to a dead end." Grimm's brow twitched slightly as he spat out 3 words in a flat tone, filled with total disdain, "And so I would like to ask Green Queen to do me a favor." Pandora leaned in slightly closer, the aura of vanity slowly circulating around her as she spoke sincerely. "Give me all the witch factors inside your body." "On what grounds?" Grimm suddenly gripped the hilt of Cubert. A golden light flashed from the blade, and the kingly pressure around him surged abruptly. The gold-armored knights on both sides instantly tensed their bodies, their spears shifting slightly. Grimm looked up at Pandora, his tone cold and hard. "If I give them all to you, what benefit is there for me?" Pandora chuckled, her posture becoming even more graceful as she spoke slowly. "Is there anything Green Queen wants? Power, strength, or anything in the world? As long as you ask, I will satisfy you to the best of my ability." Grimm's eyes suddenly narrowed, a playful light flashing in his pitch-black pupils. His gaze unashamedly swept over Pandora's slender and soft frame. From her delicate features, sliding down her slender neck, to her thin dress. His tone carried a hint of testing. "Anything at all?" "Of course. Pandora smiled softly, her expression full of certainty. When she felt Grimm's aggressive gaze, she didn't dodge at all. Instead, she raised her hand to the sash of her dress. With a slight pull of her pale fingers, she moved to undo the only garment left on her body. This sudden action caused Grimm to lose his composure instantly. The cold playfulness from before vanished, and he hurriedly reached out to stop her, his voice urgent. Hey, 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 what are you doing? That's too improper. In his panic, Grimm accidentally felt her up a couple of times. Pandora subconsciously took 2 steps back, her slender body swaying slightly as a hint of confusion flashed through her glass-like eyes. She looked down at the place where she had just been touched, and it slowly dawned on her that she had been blatantly groped by the men before her. However, her nature was inherently indifferent and ethereal. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be angry or to act as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Grimm nonchalantly rubbed his fingertips, the delicate and soft sensation still lingering. His expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. Pandora, I didn't expect that while you look frail, your body actually has some unexpected strength to it. Having stalled for quite some time, he had finally finished sorting through the chaotic and complex powers within his body. Without any warning, the invisible hands hidden in the void erupted, lunging out like black lightning, and instantly wrapping around Pandora's limbs. The invisible shackles suddenly tightened, binding her entire person firmly in midair, unable to move. Pandora hung in the air, her limbs restrained. Her expression finally became a bit more serious. She looked at Grimm on the throne, her tone still soft, but with a more solemn note of persuasion. Green Kun, will you really not reconsider? Right now, neither of us can truly kill the other. She knit her brows slightly, her words carrying a helpless warning. If the relationship between us continues to deteriorate like this, it might just result in the complete destruction of the entire world. Sitting on the gilded throne, Grimm immediately scoffed upon hearing this, his eyes full of mockery. Do you think I'm stupid? You've been lying and lying this whole time. During the moments he had spent stalling and dealing with Pandora, Echidna had silently sent him a crucial message. If there were only one type of witch factors in his body, it might indeed be possible to safely strip it away using Pandora's authority to twist reality. But he had now fused 4 types of sin witch factors, and their powers were intertwined with each other. Once Pandora forcibly stripped the witch factors, he would most likely die. Even if he were lucky enough to survive, he would become a useless person who had lost his sanity and become a mindless idiot. It was because he had learned this fatal truth that Grimm had feigned cooperation while secretly organizing the power in his body. Now he completely tore off the mask, the killing intent in his eyes no longer concealed. Suspended in midair, Pandora looked at the undisguised killing intent and mockery in Grimm's eyes and finally gave a light sigh. Chapter 245. The Master of Insertion. A trace of helplessness flickered in her indifferent eyes, and her tone was light, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Those guys, they just can't learn to be quiet even in death. Her voice gradually slowed, and the aura of vanity around her began to flow slightly, as if she intended to depart right then. Well, Grimm Kun, you can reconsider my request. I will be very careful when extracting those witch factors. I hope you can give me a positive answer the next time we meet. Next time? You're dying right now. Grimm suddenly interrupted with a sharp voice, and the invisible hands around him surged instantly. Before Pandora could finish her sentence, 2 dark, invisible forces lunged out, firmly covering her mouth, so she could no longer make a sound. Immediately after, several even sharper invisible hands instantly coiled around her body. Accompanied by a piercing tearing sound, they directly ripped Pandora's body in 2. Blood and the mist of vanity scattered instantly, but in just a few short seconds, faint distorted ripples appeared in the void. Pandora stood there once again, safe and sound, her dress neat, and her body unscathed, without even a single scar left behind. She gently raised her hand, stroking her neck and waist, and calmly displayed her body to Grimm. You see, killing me has no meaning. Damn it, aren't you just cheating? Grimm scratched his hair irritably, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Looking at the unkillable Pandora, the anger and impatience in his heart grew stronger. But in the next second, his eyes suddenly lit up. He held up an index finger, his tone carrying a spark of sudden inspiration. "I've got it." As he spoke, the dormant invisible hands around him began to stir frantically again, causing ripples of distortion in the void. Pandora instantly sensed that restless magic. She closed her eyes helplessly and let out a soft sigh. Grimkun really is a persistent person. But this time, the invisible hands did not attack Pandora. Under Grimm's control, they abruptly changed direction. "This time, I'll try killing myself first." Grimm's tone was calm, even carrying a hint of inexplicable anticipation. Before Pandora could react, a sharp invisible hand suddenly rose and plunged straight into his own chest. Pain instantly swept through his entire body, but Grimm didn't care at all. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly feeling the beating of the heart inside his chest. He lightly clenched his fingers in the void, controlling the invisible hand inside his body to directly restrict all space for his heart to beat. Pandora's originally calm expression finally shattered completely. Her glaze-like eyes constricted, filled with disbelief. "What a madman. Your personality is truly suited to becoming a member of the witch cult." "The witch cult, huh? I'll make you scream enough for it in a moment." Instead, a mad smile curled at the corners of Grimm's mouth. "Didn't you say I'm like a magic box full of surprises? Then I'll open this box, let out some good things, and have some fun with you." As the invisible hand tightened, the heartbeat in his chest gradually slowed, weakened, and finally came to a complete stop. Grimm's eyelids slowly closed, and his body slumped, leaning powerlessly against the cold throne as he fell completely unconscious. In the next second, the magnificent golden royal court that enveloped the entire space instantly disintegrated. The gilded light vanished entirely, and the gold-armored knights also turned into specks of golden light, perishing without a trace. The church, which had been reshaped by the power of royal authority, returned to its original state of emptiness and ruin. Everything went back to how it was before the confrontation began. Pandora stood in place, alert and focused for a moment. The surroundings were quiet, with no further abnormal fluctuations of magic. After confirming that no further changes were occurring, she took light steps, slowly approaching the unconscious Grimm slumped on the throne. In her eyes, the target had completely lost the ability to act, making this undoubtedly the most perfect and suitable time to recover the witch factors. Pandora walked step by step to Grimm, slowly raising her fair right hand. A faint glimmer of vanity lingered on her fingertips as she reached toward Grimm's chest. Just then a gust of cold wind swirled up, and an ancient, pitch-black fairy tale book appeared out of thin air, floating between the two of them. The pages flipped rapidly on their own, and a dense black light suddenly shot out from within the book. The moment the black light hit the ground, it quickly took shape, transforming into a short wooden youth. It was Pinocchio. The wooden youth's eyes rolled around as his gaze fell unscrupulously on Pandora, filled with playful frivolity. "Tisk tsk, you're so beautiful, it would be a real pity to just kill you like this. Big boss, can we *ck her before killing her?" From between the pages of the pitch-black fairy tale book came Little Red Riding Hood's lazy and cheerful chuckle, her voice echoing ethereally in the empty church. "Do as you please, but it's still better to make it quick." Pinocchio was overjoyed upon hearing this. He clapped his hands, his tone becoming even more reckless. Gia, if we're making it quick, then I'll just have to *ck her while I kill her." Pandora lightly tapped her chin with her finger, carefully examining the other's peculiar body. "Is it a life born of magic, or an artificially forged spirit? Yo, little lady, staring at me like that. Are you captivated by me? You've got better taste than Little Red Riding Hood." Upon hearing this, Pinocchio immediately twisted his body and struck a few poses he thought were handsome, his wooden joints creaking. "However, we simply aren't meant to be." He then suddenly looked up, pointing his sharp long nose directly at Pandora, and shouted loudly, "Die, little lady. I am ugly." As the words fell, a strange silence descended upon the church. The expected magical explosion, or surprise attack did not happen. The air was so quiet that the sound of the wind outside the window could be heard. Pandora looked at him and nodded calmly. Her tone was flat and direct, devoid of any mockery, yet every word stung. "You are indeed quite ugly. Are you shouting it out to cheer yourself up? Why you?" Pinocchio was instantly enraged, his wooden cheeks flushing red. With a glare and fury rushing to his head, he immediately raised his voice and shouted again, "I am handsome." A crisp and piercing sound suddenly exploded. The moment those words landed, they were instantly judged as a lie by the invisible power of rules. Pinocchio's already sharp nose grew frantically at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the long, sharp tip of his nose turned into a sharp wooden spear, piercing straight through the location of Pandora's heart, and pinning her ruthlessly to the spot. Pandora looked down at the wooden spear piercing her chest. A trace of astonishment finally flickered in her glaze-like eyes. She clearly hadn't expected this unremarkable puppet to possess such a bizarre ability. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 246 Chapter 246 Pinocchio and the Black Wolf. Chapter 246 Pinocchio and the Great Black Wolf. Pandora's body rippled with layers of unreality, her form slowly blurring like a shattered phantom, effortlessly slipping free from the shackles of that withered wooden spear. The wound piercing her chest vanished in an instant, leaving not a single trace of blood behind. She lowered her gaze to glance at Pinocchio's nose, and with a gentle tap of her slender, fair fingers, fine fragments of the power of void fell from the void. Cedar wood in this season withers quite easily. Her voice was light, devoid of any killing intent, yet it carried an irresistible power of rules. Crisp cracking sounds instantly erupted from Pinocchio's body. His wildly grown wooden nose withered rapidly at a pace visible to the naked eye, bark peeled away in layers, and the wooden grain cracked completely, spreading all the way to the tip. What had been sharp and keen instantly turned into a piece of useless deadwood, drooping down. Pinocchio felt a piercing numbness and intense pain from his nose, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away, his wooden frame trembling slightly. Staggering back 2 steps, he stared at Pandora with a face full of shock and fury. "You damned woman, you actually dared to ruin my nose. Damn it, I'll let you taste something even more powerful." Having said that, Pinocchio prepared to reach down and undo his belt. Before he could take any further action, the dark fairy tale book flashed with black light once more. A giant black wolf landed, directly sending Pinocchio flying with the impact. "Get lost, don't dirty my dinner with your little toothpick." Before the words had even finished, the giant wolf took a sudden, deep breath, its chest cavity instantly expanding to its limit. In the next instant, a black storm powerful enough to tear heaven and earth apart erupted from its bloody maw. The howling gale carried fragments of wood like blades, instantly sweeping through the entire dilapidated church. The originally broken tables, chairs, murals, and even parts of the walls were instantly turned to dust under this violent suction and tearing, being forcibly swept into the sky before crashing down. Dust filled the air and cries of lamentation rose everywhere, as the very foundations of the church trembled slightly under this power, as if it might collapse completely at any moment. Pandora, at the center of the storm, remained unharmed from beginning to end. Ripples of unreality swirled around her, and the surrounding space was separated from her by an invisible barrier. No matter how the storm raged or how the debris bombarded her, nothing could touch her in the slightest. She was like a bystander standing on another layer of reality, coldly watching this world-destroying atrocity. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she looked toward the throne, her voice as cool as shattered jade. "Green Queen, please stop releasing the filth. This world has already begun to break down." Just as Pandora's cool voice fell, the ripples of unreality around her that had yet to dissipate suddenly froze. That giant wolf, pitch black and shrouded in bloody, violent energy, gave her no chance to continue her persuasion. Its limbs suddenly kicked off the ground, instantly shattering the stones beneath its feet. Its massive body turned into a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by the whistling sound of air being torn apart as it pounced directly toward Pandora. Its crimson bestial eyes were full of violence and greed, and a foul-smelling gale blew from its bloody maw. Before Pandora could activate the power of void to blur and dodge, it let out a howl and snapped its jaws shut. It swallowed her whole, along with that independent layer of unreal space. The space made a crisp shattering sound as it was bitten through and devoured by the black wolf. Where Pandora had been standing, only an abrupt spatial gap remained. The pitch-black rift twisted and writhed, and the surrounding airflow poured in frantically. It took several full seconds before it slowly healed itself, returning to its original empty state. After swallowing Pandora, the black wolf shook its massive head, the black fur around its neck bristling in the wind. Its crimson eyes scanned the dilapidated church, and a low, impatient growl rumbled in its throat, its tone tyrannical and arrogant. "What are you yapping about? So much nonsense." Pinocchio, who had been sent flying against a stone pillar, clutched his aching wooden body and finally managed to crawl up. Seeing this scene, he said in irritation, "You dog, you just swallowed her in one bite. Damn, what a waste." The giant wolf shook its dust-covered black mane, its crimson bestial eyes glancing sideways at the disheveled Pinocchio beneath the pillar, a sneer rolling from its throat. Its gravelly voice carried undisguised disdain as it retorted sharply, "Should I wait for you to get resin all over her before I eat? To hell with your father." These words accurately struck Pinocchio's sore spot, each word stabbing his heart, yet leaving him speechless. He was a puppet carved by a carpenter, born with a father but no mother. This insult struck his weakness directly, making his wooden body tremble so much that wood chips almost shook off from his dry cracks. Pinocchio clutched his withered nose, pained and enraged, hopping and roaring, "If you're hungry, go eat an apostle. I guarantee one bite would fill you up. Why bother fighting me for this one mouthful and ruining my good time?" The giant wolf disdainfully pawed the ground with its sharp claws, the stones beneath it instantly cracking as a low roar of shrewd calculation rumbled in its chest. "Do you think I'm stupid? The apostle is about to create a world. If I touch him now, I'll probably be chased and hacked by a truckload of people. I'm not doing that losing business. Swallowing this preachy woman instead both plugs my ears and fills my belly. It's the best of both worlds." The two figures were still facing off in the center of the church, the dust in the air not yet settled. A voice, so cool it lacked any trace of worldly emotion, suddenly sounded from behind them, drifting into their ears and causing the shouting giant wolf and Pinocchio to instantly freeze in place. "Gentlemen, if possible, I would ask you to return to wherever you came from. This place does not belong to you." The voice was no different from before, still gentle yet hiding a bone-chilling power of rules, but the position from which it spoke made their scalps tingle. Pinocchio jumped in fright and immediately turned around on guard. "Holy crap, she's not dead." The giant wolf did not hesitate for a second, its bloody maw snapping open. Its sharp fangs glinted with a cold light as it bit down hard on Pandora, who was once again standing in her original spot, and swallowed her violently with a brutal, ruthless motion. After swallowing, the giant wolf shook its head fiercely, the black fur on its neck covered in dust and malice. Its crimson eyes swept over the empty ground, and its gravelly voice, filled with rage and disdain, spat coldly, "Keep talking. It's just one more bite. I'd like to see how else you can struggle." Just as the giant wolf's words fell, that indifferent and ethereal voice echoed leisurely through the church for the third time. This time, the voice was right at its side, pressed against its ear, carrying a cool breath that lightly brushed past its pricked wolf ears. "Are you full yet, Mr. The black fur all over the giant wolf's body instantly stood up like needles, and its massive frame could not help but shudder. A chill surged from its tailbone straight to the top of its head, completely overwhelming its previous violence and arrogance. Chapter 247. The power of honesty. It turned its neck stiffly, only to see Pandora's figure condensing once again from the ripples of the void, standing just a step away from it, her white clothes still spotless. Her features were calm and waveless, but in those eyes was a bottomless falsehood, as if they could swallow all physical entities. "Wah, what the hell?" The giant wolf let out a terrified whimper from its throat, its crimson beastly eyes filled with panic. No trace of its previous arrogance remained, a massive fear gripped its limbs, leaving it without even the courage to counterattack. It suddenly turned its head, looking at the dark fairy tale book nearby that was glowing with an eerie black light, no longer caring about its dispute with Pinocchio. Its massive body turned into a panicked dark blur, sprinting madly toward that black light. As it ran, it roared at Pinocchio, its tone full of frantic confusion. "Old Pin, you take over. I've got something to do, I'm leaving first." Before it could finish, it dove headfirst into the black light of the dark fairy tale book, its figure vanishing instantly without a trace. Only a rapidly shrinking black light remained, along with a completely dumbfounded Pinocchio. Pinocchio's hand, raised in midair, froze, his movement of covering his withered nose also stopped, his wooden face written with astonishment. He looked in the direction where the giant wolf had disappeared, then turned to look at the slowly approaching Pandora. For a moment he couldn't advance or retreat, completely frozen in place. "If I were to mess with you, would you fight back?" Pandora stopped her pace, her white clothes as pure as snow, her expression cold. With a light flick of her fingertip, a wisp of fragmented power of void swirled around her finger like flowing light. She spoke with a smile, her tone as calm as if stating a foregone conclusion, yet it made Pinocchio's wooden fibers tremble all over. "You would turn into a swirl of flying wood chips." These few words were like a death knell, directly crushing Pinocchio's last bit of arrogance. He took a deep breath, causing the air inside him to make an awkward clack-clack sound between his wooden joints. He nodded stiffly, his tone full of fawning compromise, his speech as fast as a drumbeat. "Understood, understood. I also have something to do, gotta go, gotta go." Before he could finish, he didn't care about anything else, and dove headfirst into the dark fairy tale book. The dark light flickered for a moment before returning to complete silence, with no further movement. The previously chaotic church finally fell into complete silence. Pandora slowly landed, the faint ripples around her body gradually receding. She looked down at the empty ground, her cold eyes showing no extra emotion. Then she turned around and walked step by step toward the throne. Pandora stopped in front of Grimm, looking at the man sitting against the throne with his eyes tightly shut. She leaned down slightly, reached out her slender, fair hand, and gently propped up his head. The movement wasn't exactly gentle, but it carried a certain deliberate peacefulness. "Green-kun, there will be no result if two people who cannot die continue to fight. Why don't we think about how to extract your witch factors in its entirety instead?" Her voice remained soft, with a hint of persuasion, her gaze falling on Grimm's silent face as she waited for his response. Almost the instant her voice fell, several pitch-black invisible hands suddenly extended from behind Grimm. One of them, without any hesitation, reached directly into his own chest, pressing precisely onto his silent heart, and began performing CPR quickly and forcefully. Thump 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 once, twice, the heart that had been silent for a long time finally emitted a steady and powerful heartbeat once more under the squeezing of the invisible hand. In the next second, Grimm suddenly snapped his eyes open, a cold and sharp glint surging within them. Without the slightest hesitation, he gripped the longsword in his hand tightly and exerted sudden force with his wrist. With a squelch sound, the sharp blade instantly plunged into Pandora's abdomen. The cold tip of the sword pierced through cloth and flesh. Pandora's body stiffened abruptly. She looked down at the longsword in her abdomen, a faint groan of pain escaping her lips. Then she looked up at Grimm, her voice carrying a slight touch of pain, yet she remained composed. "That really hurts, Green-kun. However, you shouldn't have hit me." The moment these words fell, fragmented falsehood ripples instantly rose around Pandora, and the surrounding reality was immediately distorted. The blade that had gone deep into her abdominal cavity began to retreat bit by bit, and the blood gushing along the blade also flowed back into the wound as if time were reversing. The trace of being pierced just now was about to disappear completely. Grimm looked at the scene before him, a playful smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Pandora with cold eyes and spoke slowly, "Did I really not hit you?" Pandora looked down at her abdomen, which was gradually returning to its original state, the power of void still flowing around her, her tone absolutely certain, "Of course. Isn't that an obvious result?" Grimm suddenly raised a finger to his lips, his gaze deep, his voice lowered. I wasn't asking you. Just as he finished speaking, a youthful and naive child's voice suddenly rang out clearly from behind the throne, carrying the unique sincerity of a child, without a hint of falsehood. Your Majesty, I saw you stab her. A little boy with a pure face and clear eyes cautiously poked half of his head out from the edge of the throne behind Grimm. He looked straight at Pandora and repeated the truth he had seen with his own eyes, word for word. At the very moment these words were spoken, the distorted falsehood ripples around Pandora shattered instantly, and the altered reality restored itself with overwhelming force. The longsword that had just retreated plunged into her abdomen once again, and the back-flowing blood instantly erupted, soaking her snow-white robes. A real and intense sensation of pain immediately swept through her entire body. Pandora could no longer suppress the extreme pain, and let out a broken whimper. She clutched the wound on her abdomen tightly with both hands, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the cold floor, her body trembling uncontrollably. She widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at the longsword deeply embedded in her abdomen, then at the little boy with clear eyes. Her voice trembled from the intense pain, filled with disbelief. How can this be? What power is this, to actually be able to interfere with my authority? Grimm suddenly gave a light chuckle, his gaze sweeping over Pandora, who was curled up on the ground, his tone nonchalant. This little fellow is just relatively honest. You could say he's the nemesis of someone like you who deals in falsehoods. As he spoke, Grimm's hand gripping the hilt suddenly exerted force. With a flick of his wrist, he directly lifted the limp Pandora off the ground. The sharp blade, carrying Pandora's body, swung violently backward. With a dull thud, she was pinned hard against the mottled stone wall of the church. Her limbs hung limply, and the blood from her abdomen flowed continuously along the blade, spreading into a large, eye-catching patch of crimson on the wall. Pandora's whole body convulsed with pain, but she was pinned firmly by the longsword, unable to move even an inch. She could only stare at Grimm, a hint of panic rising in her usually calm eyes. Then, Grimm's palm lightly flipped, and a crystal-clear glass slipper, flowing with a warm and soft light, appeared in his palm. Obscure and eerie magic surged around the glass slipper. Even from several meters away, it made Pandora's heart tighten suddenly. What do you want to do? Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #248 Chapter 248 The Great Forest of Elia Chapter 248 Elia Forest Grimm toyed with the glass slipper in his hand as he slowly walked up to Pandora. Your power is too ridiculous. I have to take this chance to ban it. Grimm casually held the crystal-clear glass slipper in front of Pandora, his movements flippant yet carrying an irresistible pressure. Come, try this shoe on. It's not good for your health to always be barefoot. Pandora struggled to activate her power of void to flick the shoe away, but she found that the authority surrounding her was as sluggish as if it had sunk into a swamp. She could only tense her toes tightly, refusing to let the shoe, which emitted an eerie magical power, get close to her. Grimm, however, had no patience to waste on her. With a slight flick of his wrist, the glass slipper actually took flight on its own, and landed steadily on her toes. In the next instant, a strange scene unfolded. The glass slipper, which was originally oversized, seemed to have sensed something. The moment it touched her skin, it automatically shrank to a perfectly fitting curve. It wrapped around her foot seamlessly, leaving not even a single gap. The moment the glass slipper fitted onto her foot, Pandora felt her whole body stiffen as a sudden burst of binding power, unlike anything she had ever felt, erupted. The power of vainglory surging within her was originally the foundation of her control over all things. Now, it was like a supporting pillar being pulled away, gushing out of her body frantically and uncontrollably. Through the point of contact between her foot and the glass slipper, it flowed continuously into Grimm's body. This world has been taken by you after all. Pandora groaned weakly. Her snow-white robes lost their luster at a visible rate, and the ripples of void surrounding her dissipated inch by inch. Her usual high and mighty appearance of controlling everything turned weak and pale in an instant, as if she had been drained dry. Grimm felt the pure authority rapidly pouring into his body, and mobilized his full strength to suppress it quickly. He looked down, toying with his now empty other hand, his tone carrying unconcealed admiration. "Haha, this thing is much more useful than the authority of gluttony." A moment later, the power within Pandora was completely drained, leaving only a faint trace of her primordial aura lingering on. Grimm slowly pulled out the sharp sword that had pierced her abdomen. The tip of the blade traced a clean arc in the air, dripping with blood. Without pausing for a moment, he crouched directly in front of Pandora and extended his right hand, a faint golden healing glow appearing in his palm. "Don't worry, little white hair." The warm light covered the hideous wound on her abdomen. The bleeding stopped quickly, and the gash healed at a visible rate, leaving only a faint pink mark. "You're still useful for now." Grimm lowered his eyes. What secret did that door Pandora was so obsessed with actually hold? Grimm was also quite curious about it. Just then, rapid footsteps sounded from outside the door. Father Simon, holding a large machete, was the first to arrive, leading a group of people in a hurry. His originally calm face was now full of urgency and gravity. As his gaze swept over the mess on the floor and the two people facing off in the center, his pupils suddenly contracted. "Your Eminence the Saint, are you all right?" Betty, following closely behind, rushed forward in a flash. Her pink eyes first stared warily at the weak Pandora sitting slumped on the ground, then looked at Grimm with deep concern. Her small hand tightly gripped his sleeve, her voice carrying a hint of lingering fear and displeasure. "Stupid Grimm, why is the mana inside you so chaotic? If you're in danger, you can send a message to Betty immediately." Otto steadied his slightly disheveled top hat and stopped, panting for breath. Looking at the bizarre scene before him, he pushed up his glasses and rationally analyzed the situation quickly, his tone cautious. "It seems the battle is over. Grimm, is this the mastermind who has been working in the shadows? She looks so weak, surely you didn't." Garfield rolled his eyes at Otto. "You guy, don't treat the king like the harem count of Baramulai, okay? Anyway, the fight's over, so what do we do now? How about we give this person another beating?" Grimm looked up and gave a faint glance at the burly figure who was eager to act. "No, no, no." Just those few words were like stones falling on metal, making Garfield's fist stop mid-air. Grimm stood up, brushed off some dust from his hem, and glanced at the disheveled Pandora on the ground, his tone carrying a playful warning. "I still have a use for this little girl. Don't punch her to death." Garfield scratched his head, and withdrew his hand sullenly, responding in a muffled voice, "Fine, a wasted trip." He then frowned and scanned the surroundings as if looking for a familiar figure, before looking at Grimm with a hint of confusion. "By the way, King, where's the princess? I remember she ran off to support you a long time ago. Why don't I see her?" Hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Grimm's mouth. A flash of realization crossed his eyes as he said softly, "We're going to find her right now." With that, Grimm slowly closed his eyes. His aura shifted slightly, and an obscure yet highly recognizable ripple of mana quietly spread out. He gently mobilized the witch factor of vainglory within him. That power, like the most sensitive sensor, instantly locked onto a specific energy fluctuation in the distance. A moment later, Grimm opened his eyes and spoke slowly, his voice carrying a strange resonance that clearly reached the ears of everyone present, "Are in Elia Forest." As soon as he finished speaking, everything around them underwent a sudden and drastic change. The originally solemn and majestic church began to twist and blur violently like a shattered mirror. Mottled light and shadows surged frantically, and layers upon layers of transparent ripples appeared in the air. In just a breath, the silhouette of the entire church completely disintegrated, replaced by towering ancient trees that blotted out the sun. Thick, dark trunks rose from the ground, their branches interlacing and winding together. Layers of green leaves wove into an airtight canopy, letting through only fragmented, mottled sunlight. The crisp chirping of birds and the rustling of wind through the leaves came from the distance. Vines wound their way up the trunks and various wildflowers dotted the grass, looking exactly like Elia Forest. Caught off guard by this sudden scene change, everyone froze and looked around in astonishment. Betty tightly gripped Grimm's sleeve, her lake blue eyes wide. Looking at the completely unfamiliar dense forest before her, her small face was full of surprise. What's going on? Grimm, what did you do? Grimm pinched Betty's small face and said, "This is called commanding reality, Betty. Now, as long as I wish it, you will fall uncontrollably in love with me." Betty huffed. "This power is useless against Betty, because Betty fell in love with you a long time ago." Grimm's eyes crinkled as he gently rubbed the top of Betty's head. "Betty, you're too cute." Betty put her hands on her hips and said proudly, "Humph, tell me something everyone doesn't already know." Grimm laughed. All right. Now that we've arrived at Leah's home, let's find her first." Chapter 249, Summoning Wrath, Maternal Home. Otto pushed up his glasses, reacting immediately. "Are you referring to the place where Princess Amelia grew up, the depths of the Elia Forest, the former elven village?" Father Simon also looked surprised. No wonder the aura here feels so familiar, as if ancient elven magic is lingering. Grimm didn't explain further, turning to walk toward the depths of the forest. Everyone followed immediately, passing through layers of dense forest until the view ahead gradually opened up. The trees that had blotted out the sky thinned, replaced by a sea of flowers covering the hills and fields. Countless unknown flowers bloomed in competition. Purple, blue, and pink petals swayed gently in the breeze, and a faint floral fragrance filled the air. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches above the sea of flowers, casting dappled shadows on the ground, as beautiful as a dreamlike fairyland. In the center of the sea of flowers, a slender figure stood quietly. It was a young girl dressed in a light purple gown. Her silver-purple hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her delicate face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Those clear sapphire eyes stared blankly ahead, as if gazing at some incredible sight, her entire being radiating a soul-stirring, ethereal quality. It was indeed Amelia. She seemed completely unaware of the arrival of those around her, simply maintaining that dazed posture, motionless. It wasn't until the sound of light footsteps and the rustling of clothes came from behind that Amelia slowly turned around. There wasn't a hint of panic in her eyes. Even while standing alone in the sea of flowers, she had maintained a calm certainty. And when she clearly saw that familiar figure in the crowd, her clear eyes instantly rippled with a brilliant light. She had known all along that Grimm would come. Amelia stepped forward, walking quickly toward Grimm. The hem of her light purple dress brushed against the blooming flowers, rising in a gentle arc. Her silver-purple hair danced lightly in the wind, her gaze fixed firmly on him from beginning to end, her heart filled with the stability of a reunion as expected. Reaching him in an instant, Amelia opened her arms and proactively threw herself into Grimm's embrace. The girl gently pressed her cheek against his chest, feeling the familiar warmth and heartbeat. His presence was strong and reassuring, filled with the joy of reunion. She looked up slightly, her eyes sparkling with absolute certainty and dependence, and whispered, "I knew it. I knew you would come looking for me." Grimm raised his hand, gently encircling her waist, his fingertips tenderly brushing the smooth silver hair on her shoulder. His voice was deep and gentle, filled with pure indulgence. "Yes, I'm here. I won't leave you here alone." Amelia leaned gently in Grimm's embrace, the familiar scent of flowers lingering at her nose. Her sapphire eyes looked out over the entire sea of flowers, her voice soft and nostalgic. "Grimm, this place is the depths of the Elia Forest, the old elven village. It's also my hometown." She raised her hand, pointing toward the tall ancient trees hidden in the mist at the edge of the flower sea. "That one is the tree of prayer. In the past, everyone in the elf tribe would offer their wishes and prayers to it to divine their fortunes. When I was little, I often played under the tree with my foster mother, Mother Fortuna." At this point, her eyes softened, filled with reminiscence. "I grew up here, cared for by everyone as a princess. Not far over there used to be my tree hollow cottage, right next to the holy court from before the elves were frozen, and a clear stream used to flow by." She turned to look at Grimm, her lips curving into a slight arc. 100 years ago, Pandora and the Sin Archbishop of Greed attacked this place. Later, my magic went out of control, and I accidentally froze the entire forest, including my kin. Those memories were even altered by her. It wasn't until I was awakened by Puck that I slowly remembered these fragments. This sea of flowers was the heart of the village back then. Amelia's fingertips gently brushed the purple petals beside her, her tone steady. Her hand hanging at her side clenched slightly, and a faint tenderness and melancholy surfaced in her eyes as she continued softly. If only Mother Fortuna were still here. She was always so gentle, always protecting me, patiently teaching me elven spells, and making delicious snacks for me. She would definitely be very happy that I could bring someone important back to the place where I grew up. As she spoke, her nose felt slightly sore, but she didn't shed tears. She just leaned tightly into Grimm's embrace, drawing warmth from the person beside her. Her silver-purple hair brushed against his lapel, her voice as light as the wind over petals. I miss her so much. Grimm's arm around her waist tightened slightly, pulling the girl firmly into his chest. He looked down at that delicate face on the verge of tears, his tone as solemn as if he were making the weightiest of vows. Rest easy, Leah. His voice was gentle yet incredibly firm, his fingertips lightly brushing her tear-stained cheeks with an unquestionable power. I will bring back your Mother Fortuna, and Guz, and all your frozen kin here. This land that raised you, and everyone you love, I will never let them sleep forever. Amelia looked up blankly, gazing at Grimm's serious and gentle features. Crystal tears finally couldn't help but fall from her clear eyes, rolling gently down her cheeks and dripping onto the back of Grimm's hand, warm and hot. She nodded vigorously, burying her face deep into his chest, her voice carrying a sob but filled with absolute peace. Then I'll leave it to you, Grimm. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Grimm gently patted Amelia's back, soothing her emotions, then slowly released the embrace, his expression gradually becoming steady. He raised his right hand, palm upward, and the authority of vanity he had just mastered began to circulate within him once more. Layers of faint golden illusory ripples rose in the air, and space seemed to be twisted and folded by an invisible force. The floral scent and the sound of the wind both stagnated slightly at this moment. A dark aura originating from a witch cultist, filled with violence and fanaticism, quietly spread through the spatial channel opened by the authority of vanity. Grimm's gaze was calm, his voice deep, but carrying an irresistible sense of command, transmitting directly into the distance through the distorted space. Archbishop of Wrath, follow our lead. The moment the words fell, the space in front of Grimm suddenly tore open into a pitch-black crack. A second later, a figure stepped slowly out of the crack, landing steadily upon the sea of flowers, her entire body enveloped in suppressed rage and eerie magic. The newcomer was none other than Sirius Romanicanti, the one who held the authority of wrath among the witch cult's archbishops of sin. She was almost entirely wrapped in heavy white bandages, revealing only a single eye that glinted with a crimson luster, her gaze a tangle of mad obsession and pathological fanaticism. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 250 Chapter 250 Reclaiming the Power of Wrath. Chapter 250, Reclaiming the Authority of Wrath. Dressed in slightly tattered, dark clerical robes, she was shrouded in a lingering aura of violence, every movement carrying a heart-stopping sense of oppression. The moment Sirius appeared, she keenly sensed the dense aura of witch factors on Grimm. In particular, that powerful authority capable of distorting space and manipulating reality made her subconsciously take a few steps back. But the love for sloth in her heart completely overrode her instinctive fear of the authority of vanity. Her whole body trembled, and her sharp shriek pierced the silence of the sea of flowers. Her body beneath the bandages twitched violently with rage. It's you. You're the one who locked my lover inside that cold mirror. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Before her voice had even faded, a thick surge of the authority of wrath erupted from Sirius's body. She lunged toward Grimm like an arrow shot from a bow, carrying a reckless killing intent. The airflow around her churned into chaos by her fury. As the sudden change occurred, Betty immediately shielded Amelia and retreated. Garfield instantly struck a combat pose, while Father Simon and Otto's expressions changed drastically as they prepared to step in and stop her. But Grimm was faster. His eyes were cold, and his figure remained motionless. The moment Sirius rushed close, his right hand shot out, accurately and ruthlessly seizing her by the throat. With a slight exertion of force, Grimm pinned her entire body in place. No matter how she struggled, she could not take another step forward. Sirius, her throat constricted, turned red in the face but continued to twist her body frantically. Her screams grew hoarse, yet the hatred in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Grimm looked down, indifferently watching the struggling Archbishop of Wrath before him, his gaze showing no ripple of emotion. He then turned his head and lightly kicked Pandora, who was slumped nearby, staring blankly after having lost her power. "Hey, little white hair, stop spacing out." His tone was flat, yet it carried the weight of an irresistible command. "Take off the glass slipper and put it on her." Pandora slowly raised her head. That face, which usually held a calm smile while controlling everything, was now pale and weak. Her once lively eyes were full of listlessness. Having lost all of her authority of vanity, she no longer had the confidence to resist. She stared blankly at Grimm, then at Sirius, who was struggling frantically in his grasp. After a moment of silence, she finally complied and lifted her foot. Her slender fingers trembling slightly, she gently slipped off the glass slipper. Pandora propped herself up and slowly stood. Walking step by step to Sirius, she bent down with sluggish but obedient movements and pressed the glass slipper onto Sirius's foot. A strange scene unfolded once again. This glass slipper possessed the power to imprison and extract authorities. The moment it touched Sirius's soul, it glowed with a faint, illusory light, automatically shrinking to fit her foot and wrapping around it perfectly. In the next second, a piercing energy hum suddenly rang out. Pale gold patterns of vanity spread from the glass slipper, instantly enveloping Sirius's entire leg. Sirius, who had been struggling and screaming madly, suddenly froze. The frenzy and hatred in her eyes were replaced by an overwhelming sensation of being hollowed out. She could clearly feel the wrath which factor that had resided in her body for years becoming uncontrollably restless, forcibly pulled and stripped away by the powerful force emitted by the glass slipper. Dark red energy of wrath turned into fine streams of light, pouring out continuously from the contact point between her soul and the glass slipper. Following the invisible energy bond between the glass slipper and Grimm, it rapidly transmitted into Grimm's body. Grimm lowered his eyes slightly, feeling this violent, pure witch factor filled with endless rage flooding into him. It merged with the authority of vanity he had previously absorbed, making his aura even more majestic and profound. His expression remained calm, as a faint halo of interwoven gold and red light rose around him. He easily suppressed and assimilated the violent wrath factor, bringing it entirely under his control. Sirius's strength drained away at a visible rate. The violent aura around her dissipated rapidly, and her struggling movements grew weak. Her once crimson eyes lost their luster. She slumped down as if all strength had left her, yet she was held firmly in place by the power of the glass slipper. Pandora stood to the side, quietly watching this scene, her pale face devoid of any expression. Having lost her authority, she could no longer even show a hint of superfluous emotion. She could only stand there obediently and let everything happen. Sirius went limp on the ground, her strength to struggle completely gone. Only the illusory light of the glass slipper flickered on her ankle like the heaviest of shackles. In the sea of flowers, only the sound of the wind remained and the petals swayed. After a long time, Pandora, who had been standing in silence, pale and dazed, finally slowly raised her eyelids. Her gaze passed over Sirius and landed on Grimm. Her eyes, which had lost the glow of vanity, held a hint of inquiry and coldness. "Green Kuan," she spoke softly. Her voice was light, yet it pierced through the silence of the flowers. "What exactly is your goal?" She leaned forward slightly, her figure beneath the bandages appearing exceptionally slender, her tone carrying a trace of imperceptible coldness. "Is it to plunder a habitat for those bizarre creatures from before? Those things will not be recognized by the will of the world." Pandora's voice was low and indifferent, as if stating an inevitable conclusion. "If you force them in, sooner or later, it will trigger the collapse of the world." In her words, there was both an adherence to the laws of the world, and a hidden lack of understanding regarding Grimm's actions. Hearing this, Grimm turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Pandora's pale face. He was stunned for a moment, then responded in an annoyed tone. "What are you talking about? With that tone of yours, if someone else heard it, they'd think I'm the villain." Hearing this, Grimm turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Pandora's pale face. He was stunned for a moment, then responded in an annoyed tone. "What are you talking about? With that tone of yours, if someone else heard it, they'd think I'm the villain. For a handsome, suave, and mysteriously powerful man like me, isn't creating a new world simple?" Pandora looked at him fixedly. Even though she had lost all her authority, her tone still carried a bit of stubbornness as she spoke softly but firmly. "Your actions will indeed break the balance of the world and bring irreparable harm to it. That is an undeniable fact." These words completely provoked Grimm's displeasure. His aura darkened slightly, and he looked directly at Pandora with a sharp gaze. Word by word, he sternly recounted her sins, his tone full of undisguised rebuke. "Harm the world? You're the only bad person here, all right. How many people died in the demi-human war you caused? How many more died because you led the witch cult to do evil? You also caused irreparable damage to Leah's childhood. It's already good enough that she hasn't killed you yet." Chapter 251, a long overdue apology. Faced with Grimm's forceful reprimand, Pandora's pale cheeks trembled slightly, and a flicker of emotion finally surfaced in her hollow eyes. She did not panic, still maintaining that almost obsessive calm. She spoke softly, her tone carrying a stubborn self-justification, and a sense of isolation that no one could understand. Undercurrents have long been surging between demi-humans and humans, and conflicts were rife. Even without my interference, the flames of war would have erupted sooner or later. The witch cult was already riddled with internal factions, greed, and violence. It was long since corrupt. My existence merely amplified these latent influences. At this point, she lowered her eyes slightly, her slender fingertips clenching gently. When mentioning that mysterious door, a rare look of extreme persistence and gravity flickered in the depths of her originally indifferent eyes. "As for Amelia's matter, I admit, I caused her harm. But I had to open that door. I had to do it. If that door cannot be opened and the shackles of the world's origin cannot be undone, then even without you doing anything, the annihilation of this world is imminent." Her voice was very soft, yet it carried an unquestionable conviction. It was as if all the evil she had done was a helpless act to save the world. Even if she had to bear the weight of countless sins, she would not hesitate. As Pandora's voice fell, the sea of flowers fell into a dead silence. The breeze swirled petals onto the ground, making even the sound of breathing clear. Amelia, who had been quietly hiding behind Grimm with a heart full of reliance and peace, only now snapped back to her senses. Following Grimm's gaze, she finally saw Pandora standing there pale and weak. This woman before her was the one who had destroyed her home, tampered with her memories, and forced her to bear a century of pain and guilt. Amelia clenched her fist slightly. A flash of grievance crossed her eyes, which was then replaced by a faint anger. She leaned out and looked at Grimm beside her, asking softly with a tone that was both serious and straightforward, "Wait, Grimm. I was so busy looking at you just now that I didn't even notice this person." Her gaze fell on Pandora. There was no fear, only a calm acceptance of past pain. She then turned to Grimm and spoke bluntly, her eyes clear. "Can I beat her to death now?" Garfield immediately grew anxious. He raised his hand and stepped forward quickly, speaking urgently to stop her. "Wait, princess. You can't do that." He instinctively looked at Grimm and said with certainty, "The king said this person is still useful. We can't touch her yet." Hearing this, Amelia blinked her clear purple eyes. She then turned her head and looked obediently at Grimm, her fingertips gently tugging at his sleeve as she asked for confirmation in a soft voice, "Is that true?" Grimm looked down at the girl before him, who was being entirely obedient and following his arrangements. He couldn't help but reach out and gently rub her soft, long silver hair. She's not that useful. You can do whatever you want. Amelia nodded solemnly. The grievance and anger in her eyes faded a bit, replaced by seriousness. She let go of Grimm's sleeve and walked toward Pandora step by step. Her pale purple skirt brushed against the flowers on the ground. She stood before Pandora, her posture straight, looking directly at the woman. Her voice trembled slightly but was incredibly firm. Don't you have anything to say? Pandora stared blankly at Amelia. She just tilted her head dully, as if in serious thought. After a moment, a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, and she said softly, Miss Amelia, you've grown up. But your personality is still as cute as it was when you were a child. These words completely struck a chord in Amelia. She thought of her tampered memories, the destroyed elven village, and the confusion and pain of the past century. Gritting her silver teeth, she took a step forward and cupped Pandora's pale cheeks with both hands, forcing her to meet her gaze. A thin mist of tears appeared in her eyes. Her tone was filled with anger and grievance, and she couldn't help but add a slight hint of a petulant huff. Don't say things that are irrelevant. After doing so many bad things, destroying my home, hurting my people, and making me suffer so much, shouldn't you apologize to me? As the last sentence fell, Amelia's eyes turned slightly red. Her fingertips applied a bit of pressure, but in the end, she didn't hurt Pandora at all. Her heart was filled with longing for this overdue apology, and resentment for the past pain. Not far away, Grimm watched this scene. He helplessly and dotingly pressed a hand to his forehead, unable to resist murmuring, Good heavens, Leah, what are you doing? He had originally intended to let Amelia do as she pleased, but seeing the girl full of grievance yet still too soft-hearted to strike, only stubbornly demanding an apology, he immediately strode toward the two. In just a few steps, he reached them. Grimm ignored the shock on Pandora's face, reached out, grabbed Pandora's silver hair, and lifted her up without mercy. Grimm looked down, his eyes cold. He radiated an irresistible pressure, and his tone was icy and harsh as he directly urged, Hey, Pandora, apologize to Leah right now, or I'll bury you headfirst into the ground. Pandora slowly looked at the red-eyed Amelia. Her voice was weak, yet she clearly uttered a sentence that was a century overdue. I am sorry, Miss Amelia. This apology, awaited for 100 years, fell lightly on her ears, but it instantly shattered all of Amelia's strength. She stared blankly at Pandora. The tears that had been building up for so long could no longer be held back, falling like pearls from a broken string. The grievance, pain, and confusion suppressed for a century erupted all at once, and she couldn't help but start sobbing softly. The fragmented and soft sound of her crying made Grimm's heart tighten instantly. He immediately released his grip on Pandora's silver hair, and instead opened his arms without hesitation, pulling the sobbing girl tightly into his embrace. He raised his hand to gently pat Amelia's back, his fingertips tenderly wiping the tears from her cheeks. His voice was extremely soft, full of heartache and doting as he comforted her. There now, Leah, don't cry, don't cry. Amelia buried her face deep in Grimm's chest, clutching his hem tightly. Her tears soaked a large patch of his clothes, and her soft sobs continued for a long time. After crying for a while, her sobbing gradually subsided. However, her eyes were still bright red, and the tip of her nose was a pitiful shade of pink. Amelia looked up slightly, her eyes misty with tears as she looked at Grimm. Her voice was hoarse from crying, filled with unease and hope. Grimm, is there really still hope for Mother Fortuna and the others? Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor number 252252. Mother and Daughter Reunion Chapter 252. Mother and daughter reunited. She was too afraid that this was just a fleeting hope, afraid she would never see her gentle foster mother again, and afraid her kin would remain forever asleep beneath the ice. In those clear purple eyes, there was nothing but cautious trepidation. Looking at the unease deep in her eyes, Grimm lightly brushed away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. His expression was incredibly sincere as he nodded solemnly, his tone firm beyond measure. Of course, Leah. I promise you, I will definitely bring them all back. As the words fell, he turned his head slightly, looking at Sirius, who was slumped on the ground not far away, restrained by the glass slipper. Then, he looked down at the person in his arms and said softly, his tone carrying a hint of guidance, "If you don't believe me, why not undo the Archbishop of Wrath's bandages and see who she really is?" As soon as these words were spoken, Emilia was slightly stunned. Forgetting to cry, she followed Grimm's gaze to look at Sirius, her eyes full of doubt. Her face was still stained with undried tears, and she was completely bewildered. Wrapped in bandages and with a weak aura, the Archbishop of Wrath sat slumped amidst the sea of flowers. That curled-up silhouette suddenly caused a nameless sense of familiarity to rise in the depths of her heart. Images of being tenderly cared for, buried deep in her memories, instantly flooded her mind. Oh my God! Emilia's eyes widened suddenly, and she couldn't help but gasp, covering her small mouth. Her amethyst-like eyes were filled with disbelief. She broke free from Grimm's embrace and walked slowly towards Sirius step by step, her pace carrying a hint of urgency, but also hidden with the trepidation of not daring to confirm her suspicion. The moment she knelt down, her fingertips couldn't stop trembling. After taking a deep breath, Emilia tremulously reached out her right hand, gently pinched the corner of the bandage near Sirius's cheek, and began to unwrap it bit by bit, with extreme care. Layer after layer of snow-white bandages slowly fell away, revealing the face that had been sealed for a long time beneath them. The madness and violence were gone, and the ferocity of the Archbishop of Wrath had faded away. That weak, pale face with gentle brows and distinct features was none other than the foster mother Emilia missed day and night, the one she dreamed of Fortuna. When she clearly saw that face, which was so familiar it was etched into her heart, Emilia's entire body froze, and all her words were stuck in her throat. The tears she had just calmed broke through the dam again, sliding down her cheeks frantically. She stared blankly at the person before her, no longer able to suppress the excitement and longing in her heart. Sobbing, she cried out the name she had repeated countless times with heart-wrenching emotion, Mother Fortuna. This cry, filled with 100 years of longing, grievances, and the ecstasy of reunion, echoed throughout the entire sea of flowers. Without the slightest hesitation, Emilia leaned down and suddenly pulled the weak Fortuna into a tight embrace. The young girl buried her small face in her shoulder, rubbing hard against her soft hair, her heart filled with the excitement of having regained what was lost. "It's really you. I finally found you." Tears dampened Fortuna's clothes as her arms tightly encircled her foster mother's body. She held her with such force, as if trying to melt all the longing of the past 100 years into this embrace. Her voice was choked with sobs and joy, completely disregarding everything else. But in the next second, the body in her arms suddenly stiffened, and the person who had been weak suddenly erupted with intense resistance. Fortuna's eyes, which had just lost their crimson hue but were still filled with violence and madness, suddenly widened, and she began to struggle violently. Her tone was filled with deep-seated loathing and ferocity, completely devoid of her former gentleness. "Get away! You filthy elf! Stay away from me!" She pushed desperately against Emilia's shoulders, her hands and feet struggling wildly, her eyes filled with hatred and malice. With her memories and perceptions twisted, only bone-deep paranoia and malice remained. She hissed the most hurtful words at her most beloved foster daughter, "I'll kill you all. All elves deserve to die." The sudden resistance and shouting caused Emilia's movements to freeze instantly, and her tightly embracing arms slowly loosened. The girl slowly turned her head, her moist purple eyes looking straight at Grimm. With a voice trembling uncontrollably and full of grievance, she spoke with a face full of confusion, "Grimm, mother, she doesn't seem to remember me." She truly couldn't understand why the foster mother, who had once been so gentle and protective of her, would look at her with such ferocious eyes and say such hurtful things. Looking at Emilia's despondent appearance, Grimm's heart softened. He quickly scratched the back of his head and stepped forward, kneeling beside the two of them. He comforted her in a gentle yet certain tone, "Don't worry, Leah. It's not that she doesn't remember you, it's that her memories were also tampered with by Pandora, and her mind was eroded by the Wrath Witch factor, which is why she became like this. Wait a moment. I'll help her sort things out and bring back the memories that belong to her. After saying that, Grim composed himself and slowly raised his right hand. He aimed his palm gently at Fortuna's forehead, and the mild authority of vanity within his body began to surge slowly. A pale golden, illusory light softly enveloped Fortuna's entire body. It lacked any offensive intent, serving only to smooth out her twisted memories and dispel the violence and paranoia in her mind. As the authority of vanity permeated bit by bit, Fortuna's frantic struggling gradually slowed down. The crimson and malice in her eyes faded away, and her chaotic mind slowly cleared. The fragments of memory that had been sealed and tampered with were rapidly reorganized. The beautiful times in the elf village, the daily life of gently caring for little Amelia, the happy scenes of being with her kin, each scene emerged clearly in her mind. In her previously hollow and violent eyes, a soft light gradually appeared. Her frantic breathing stabilized, and her tense body completely relaxed, no longer showing any resistance. Fortuna spoke tentatively. Her voice was no longer fierce and violent as before, but had returned to its unique gentleness, carrying a hint of raspiness and disbelief. Amelia trembled all over. Hearing that call, which was familiar to her very core, she could no longer hold back. She leaned forward cautiously once more, her eyes red, and responded softly, "Mother, I'm here." This time, Fortuna did not push her away. Instead, she slowly raised a trembling hand and gently touched Amelia's cheek, wiping away the tears with her fingertips. Her gaze was full of heartache and guilt. "My child. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's Mother's fault for letting you suffer so much." She had finally fully recovered all her memories. She remembered the 100 years she spent with her memories tampered with and controlled by the factor of wrath, and she remembered the hurtful words she had just said to Amelia. Her heart was full of self-reproach. Amelia could no longer suppress her emotions and threw herself into Fortuna's arms again, crying loudly. All the grievances, unease, and longing vanished into thin air at this moment. "I missed you so much. I finally waited for you." Fortuna held the young girl tightly in her arms, gently patting her back and comforting her softly, her own eyes turning slightly red. Chapter 253, Instant Kill. Upon appearance, the mother and daughter embraced tightly, weeping together. A breeze from the sea of flowers brushed past, swirling petals into the air that gently landed on their shoulders. All the suffering and longing were transformed into the warmth of regaining what was lost at this moment. Amelia buried herself in her foster mother's arms and cried for a long time. The emotions she had suppressed for a century finally settled completely, leaving behind only a heart full of peace. A moment later, Fortuna gently patted Amelia's back and slowly released her embrace. Her gaze swept tenderly to the side, finally resting on Grim not far away. Fortuna looked at the young man before her, who possessed a gentle expression and an extraordinary aura, then looked back at her daughter, whose eyes were red but filled with joy, and asked softly, "Leah, who is this gentleman?" Hearing this, a crimson blush instantly flooded Amelia's cheeks. Just as she was about to introduce him, Grim had already stepped closer. He walked straight up to the two of them, naturally reaching out to pull Amelia close, gently pressing the girl's small face against his shoulder. With absolute seriousness and certainty, he spoke loudly to Fortuna. "Hello, Mother. I am Amelia's husband." This blunt self-introduction caused Amelia's face to turn bright red instantly. Amelia's cheeks grew even redder at his blunt words. She raised her small hand and lightly thumped his chest, burying her head and murmuring softly, "Don't be so direct." Though it sounded like a reproach, her tone was soft and full of bashfulness, showing she wasn't truly angry at all. Seeing her shy appearance, Grim gave a low chuckle. Instead of backing down, he turned his hand to tightly grasp Amelia's slender hand, and held it up directly in front of Fortuna. The sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the flower sea, perfectly illuminating their interlaced fingers. A pair of matching rings, simple in design but gleaming with a warm luster, sat quietly on their ring fingers, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Grim's eyes curved into crescents, and his voice carried an irrepressible smile and certainty as he spoke again, Look, we just got married about an hour ago. Amelia was so embarrassed she almost tried to hide in Grimm's embrace. Her fingers curled slightly, but she didn't pull her hand away, letting him hold it up for display. The blush on her cheeks spread to the tips of her ears as she whispered, "Stop talking." Fortuna looked at the rings on their hands, then at Amelia's eyes full of reliance and bashfulness. She was stunned for a moment before a gentle and gratified smile blossomed on her face, her eyes filled with warmth. She raised her hand and gently brushed back the silver-purple hair near Amelia's temple that had been tousled by the wind. Her gaze drifted tenderly between the two of them. With a tone full of relief and peace of mind, she said softly, "Seeing Leah so happy, I can finally be at ease." Grimm watched this warm scene, the smile in his eyes deepening. He suddenly let go of Amelia's hand, summoned the magic mirror, and gently presented it to Fortuna, his tone respectful and sincere. "Mother-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is my gift to you." Fortuna looked at the mirror held out to her and quickly waved her hand, declining gently, "There's no need to be so formal, child. As long as you treat Leah well, I am already satisfied." Before she could finish her refusal, the mirror in her hand suddenly glowed with a faint light. A raspy voice, filled with endless longing and trepidation, slowly drifted from the mirror's surface, echoing clearly through the sea of flowers. "Is that Miss Fortuna?" That voice was so familiar that Fortuna's entire body froze. Her fingers trembled violently, and her once gentle eyes widened in utter disbelief, her very breath hitching in her throat. It was Gyuz. It was the Gyuz who had always silently protected her, gentle and persistent. During the disaster of the elf village a century ago, she had watched with her own eyes as Gyuz was manipulated by Pandora, watched him fall into despair, and finally descend into darkness with him. She had thought his soul had long since vanished, and they would never meet again. Tears instantly blurred her vision. Fortuna gripped the mirror tightly, her fingertips shaking uncontrollably. Her voice choked as she spoke tentatively, filled with a hope she dared not believe. "Is that you, Gyuz?" "It's me, Miss Fortuna. It's Gyuz." The voice in the mirror became clearer, carrying a century's worth of suppressed guilt and longing, each word dripping with sorrow. "I'm sorry. Back then, I couldn't protect you, I couldn't protect the village. I was controlled by Pandora's authority and committed an irreversible mistake." Fortuna covered her mouth as tears slid down her cheeks. 100 years of regret and longing erupted at this moment. She looked at the mirror in her hand and sobbed softly. "Gyuz, you're still alive. That's wonderful. It's truly wonderful." Grimm stood to the side, quietly watching the scene. He slightly activated the authority of vanity to stabilize Gyuz's soul within the mirror, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He had promised Leah that he would save everyone she cared about. Now, it was all being realized piece by piece. Amelia stood nearby, watching Fortuna cry tears of joy. Listening to the dialogue between Gyuz and her foster mother that was a century late, her amethyst-like eyes were filled with warmth and emotion. Her nose turned slightly red, but these were no longer tears of sadness, but overflowing happiness. She slowly turned around, proactively reaching out her slender hand to take Grimm's, interlacing her fingers tightly with his. The girl's fingertips were warm, carrying absolute reliance and a heart full of gratitude. She looked up at the young man beside her, her eyes shimmering with tiny tears, but her lips wore a gentle and sweet smile as she said softly, "Thank you, Grimm. Mother Fortuna is back, Gyuz's memories have been recovered, everything is getting better. It's truly wonderful." She leaned her head gently against Grimm's shoulder, feeling the warmth of the person beside her, and tightened her grip on his hand. But this warm atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a burst of abrupt applause. Clap clap, clap clap clap, the sparse and piercing sound of clapping was exceptionally clear in the quiet sea of flowers, carrying a hint of playfulness, and a trace of cold mockery. Pandora slowly pushed herself up from the ground and stood. A half-smile played on her pale face as she looked at the reunited group and said in a light tone, "How truly moving. A happy family, reunited once more after enduring the trials of time." The moment that voice sounded, Fortuna's entire body stiffened. The tenderness and relief in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by deep-seated hatred and cold fury. She snapped her head up, staring deathly at Pandora not far away, her whole body trembling slightly with rage. It was Pandora. It was this woman who had personally destroyed her home, corrupted Gu's mind, and ruined everything she had. She had caused Fortuna to become a monster controlled by the factor of rage for a century, and forced Emilia to endure 100 years of pain and loneliness. All the warmth was instantly consumed by fire. Fortuna almost subconsciously raised her hand, her fingertips condensing chilling ice magic. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 250 for Chapter 254 Pandora's Purpose Chapter 254 Pandora's Purpose. Light blue magical light surged instantly, carrying world-shattering hatred, and smashed toward Pandora without mercy. Pandora. A roar echoed through the sea of flowers as countless massive icicles slammed into Pandora's body. Accompanied by a violent roar, Pandora's body was instantly shattered by the ice, turning into countless fragments scattered across the petals, her breath completely gone. Grimm stood there, dumbfounded by this clean and decisive strike. His mouth slightly formed an O shape, and he couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "Wow, wow, wow." He crept closer, leaned into Emilia's ear, lowered his voice, and whispered with a shocked face, "Is your mom always this ruthless?" That was way too decisive. As soon as he said this, the sharp-eared Fortuna turned her head. The anger instantly faded from her face, replaced by a gentle and friendly smile. She waved her hand and explained in an exceptionally kind tone, "You are Leah's husband, so naturally, you are also my child. I wouldn't lose my temper with you." Just as she finished speaking, Gu's urgent and panicked shout immediately came from the magic mirror in her hand, his voice trembling, "Don't attack recklessly, Miss Fortuna. Watch out for that woman's authority, don't accidentally hurt your family." Fortuna's expression changed abruptly. She became alert instantly and nodded quickly, "You're right, Gus. I was too impatient." Almost subconsciously, she spread her arms, taking Emilia and Grimm each in one arm, and pulling them tightly into her embrace to protect them. The elf mother's whole body was tense as she warily scanned the scattered ice shards around them. She turned and shouted in a low voice to Betty, Garfield, Otto, and the others nearby, "Everyone, hide. That woman won't be killed so easily. Watch out for her tricks." Grimm, being protected in Fortuna's embrace, felt a bit stiff. Hearing this, he weakly raised his hand and spoke softly with an innocent and helpless face. "Mother-in-law, that person no longer has an authority. I drained all her power earlier. Right now, she's no different from an ordinary person. I feel like she's been smashed into neutrinos by you, she's completely beyond saving." Hearing this, Fortuna froze in her protective stance. The vigilance in her eyes hadn't faded as she spoke blankly, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation. "Is that so?" Grimm nodded solemnly, his tone very certain. "It was because I extracted her authority of vanity, that I could use that power to repair the twisted and broken souls of you and Gus." But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Emilia suddenly widened her eyes and pointed her finger at the center of the sea of flowers, her voice tinged with panic. "No, Grimm, look over there. There are hands piecing together Pandora's body fragments." Everyone immediately looked in that direction, though none of them could see the invisible hands Emilia mentioned. However, they clearly saw countless tiny silver starlights suddenly rising from the ice shards, and Pandora's body fragments scattered on the ground. The starlight swirled and gathered rapidly in midair, piecing together the originally shattered body bit by bit. The fragmented silhouette gradually became clear. After a moment, Pandora's form was reconstituted, once again floating in midair. Her face was still pale, but her eyes still held that obsessive calmness. Pandora lowered her eyes and slowly raised her hands. Her fingertips gently touched her regained body. There was no joy of rebirth in her eyes, instead, they were filled with a sense of loss and a long-buried trace of bewilderment. She whispered to the empty sea of flowers, her voice as light as a breeze. "O.D. Lagna, did you save me because there's still a remnant of consciousness, or was it just an instinctive reaction?" As these words fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. Grimm's brow furrowed tightly. His previously relaxed expression vanished completely, and his gaze became incredibly solemn. O.D. Lagna, this name represented the root of this world, the world will that maintained its operation and controlled all its rules. Looking at the reborn Pandora in the air, Grimm's previous solemnity faded slightly. Instead, he took a step forward and couldn't help but complain, his tone full of helplessness. "How spooky, Pandora, you can even survive that. This vitality is way too ridiculous." Facing Grimm's blunt complaint, Pandora showed no anger. She only slowly shook her head, her pale face still wearing that lost expression as she explained calmly, "I did indeed die just now. It is this world that does not wish for me to die, so it acted to resurrect me." "How is that possible?" Grimm's brow furrowed even tighter as he pressed for an answer in confusion. "Isn't O.D. Lagna an unconscious entity? Why would he save you? Did you give it to him?" Pandora looked up, her gaze fixed on the distance as if reminiscing about a time long past. Her voice was airy, yet it revealed a secret capable of shocking the entire world. "He is the creator god of this world, and once possessed a complete self-will. And I am the very first human in this world, created by his own hands." Before everyone could digest this shock, Fortuna, who was protecting Emilia and Grimm, narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was full of anger and confusion as she questioned sharply, "It's so unfair. Why would the world will save a demon like you?" She could never forgive this woman for destroying her home, hurting her child, and plunging countless people into suffering. Facing Fortuna's sharp questioning, Pandora did not get angry. Instead, she slowly curled her lips into a faint, somewhat sorrowful smile. Her gaze was gentle and carried a sense of destiny as she said softly, "You are Miss Emilia's mother, so you save her. I am the daughter of the world, so she saves me." As her voice fell, Emilia, who had been listening quietly, had her eyes light up as if she had suddenly figured everything out. "So you want to open that door because you want to save your mother, O.D. Lagna." This one sentence caused Pandora's body to suddenly stiffen. She fell into a long silence, complex emotions churning in her hollow eyes. After a long while, she slowly withdrew her gaze. She didn't answer Emilia directly but turned to look at Grimm, her voice carrying a hint of weight. "Grimm, you said you wanted to create a new world. Then you should also know that worlds can actually wither, right?" Grimm's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze becoming deep. He looked directly at Pandora and responded in a low voice, "That's true. When a world reaches its end, it gradually withers. The creator god who maintains the world will also fall from grace as their power is exhausted. But after a world withers, it leaves behind a source seed. With that seed, one can create an entirely new world." Chapter 255, The Secret Behind the Door. Pandora let out a soft chuckle, her laughter filled with bitterness and helplessness as she slowly spoke of the deepest obsession of the world's will. But creating a new world requires an incalculable amount of time and energy. On the long journey of the old world's demise and the new world's reconstruction, countless living beings will perish completely in the chaos. O.D. Lagna did not want to give up on a single life, so he chose the clumsiest method, extending the life of the aging world. She lifted her eyes to gaze into the void of the distance, a glimmer of dim resolution flashing in the depths of her eyes, her tone flat yet hiding an unspeakable weight. "Behind that door lies the world's intertwined roots of life. O.D. Lagna uses his own divine body as nourishment to barely hold up this world on the brink of shattering. And I, with my own hands, severed the solidified reality, releasing the soul fragments trapped within his shell. Those fragments are the witch factors of the 7 sins." Grimm closed his eyes, silently feeling the witch factors flowing within his body. Those restless powers swirled lightly around him, yet he could never feel even a trace of the consciousness or warmth belonging to the world's will. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, his tone calm and rippleless, yet every word pierced the heart. "Regrettably, Pandora, there isn't a single trace of a soul within these witch factors. On Pandora's calmly smiling face, there was only a momentary lapse. The sudden pang of pain in the depths of her eyes was quickly hidden away. In an instant, she regained her usual calm indifference, as if the emotional stir from just now had never occurred. Her fingertips hanging at her side curled imperceptibly before relaxing. Her tone remained steady, carrying a near-obsessive certainty. Without trying, who can truly know? Hearing this, Grimm simply shrugged, his tone crisp and decisive. No longer dwelling on Pandora's obsession, he turned to look at Amelia beside him. Then stay here as long as you like. Let's go, Leah. We're going to see what's happening with the other villagers. Amelia responded immediately, following his lead with a determined gaze, her tone filled with complete trust. All right, Grimm. She then turned sideways, gently taking the hand of Fortuna beside her, her voice gentle and obedient, offering comfort to her elder. Mother, we'll listen to Grimm. Just as the three of them turned to leave, Pandora's figure suddenly moved, landing silently and lightly before them like a feather. Her plain hem brushed the ground, blocking everyone's path. Grimm paused, his eyes narrowing instantly as his aura turned heavy. His tone carried blatant distance and a warning. Pandora, wouldn't it be better to find a corner and hide away now that you've kept your little life? But Pandora showed no fear of his threat, still maintaining that calm appearance. Her eyes curved slightly, and she advised in a gentle tone, Green Queen, don't be angry. If you truly want to create a new world, you must open that door as well. Grimm's brow arched slightly as he asked directly, why? Because this world has not yet died. If your new world grows here, it will surely have most of its nutrients siphoned away, making it impossible to take shape. Pandora spoke slowly, each word crystal clear. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Grimm's eyes, his tone scrutinizing. I'm a bit confused, Pandora. Do you want this world to live or die? Pandora looked up, her gaze calmly meeting his, her tone certain. I want to give this world a rebirth. Grimm sneered, his tone blunt, so you just want to send it off to be reincarnated. Pandora was momentarily speechless. After a moment of silence, she spoke again, her voice lowered slightly, carrying a hint of secrecy. Green Queen, let me tell you a secret. The witch factor of pride is right behind the door. Hundreds of years ago, I retrieved it. After following Od Lagna's aura to this place, the witch factor was sucked in by that hidden door. That was also the only time I saw that door's existence. Once you consume that massive witch factor, 7/8 of the direct authority originating from Od Lagna will be in your hands. Without these core nutrients, the old world will wither faster. At that time, the old world will only have the authority of envy left to barely survive. And you can plant a new world at its center. The maturation of the new world will bridge the death of the old world, which is enough to preserve existing life to the greatest extent. Listening to Pandora's words, Grimm's fingertips curled unconsciously. A hint of interest had already sprouted in his heart. Creating a new world required a massive amount of power. Naturally, the more authority-based abilities, the better. This temptation was not something he could easily ignore. He had never thought of any grand ambition to save the world, nor did he want to be a high and mighty ruler. Firstly, he wanted to find a stable and worry-free permanent haven for those folks from the fairy-tale world. Secondly, he knew clearly in his heart that this aging old world was already in a precarious state, and wouldn't last much longer. For the sake of Ram, Betty, as well as Leah beside him, and all the friends who were important to him, he had to carve out an absolutely safe new world to protect everyone. While he was lost in thought, Fortuna stepped forward, gently raising her hand to block Grimm's path. Her eyes were filled with worry and solemnity as she softly cautioned, Little Grimm, do not easily trust the words of a witch. Grimm nodded gently, his gaze toward Fortuna carrying reassurance, though his tone was incredibly firm. Don't worry, Mother, I understand. He knew well that a witch's words were never without calculation, but at this moment he had no choice. His tone was resolute, but I do indeed need that power. If I can create a new world, whether it's everyone frozen in the village or Gyuz, who only has his soul left, they can all be saved. Fortuna opened her mouth, her heart full of worry stuck in her throat. Seeing the unshakable determination in Grimm's eyes, she ultimately couldn't say any words of discouragement. She simply clenched her hands and said in a heavy voice, "Let me go with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Emilia immediately spread her arms, blocking Fortuna. Her small head shook rapidly, her tone carrying an uncompromising insistence. "Mother, it's enough for me to be by Grimm's side at a time like this." She turned to Fortuna, her eyes filled with mature consideration, and said seriously, "You take the others and move everyone from the village to a safe place. With me accompanying Grimm here, nothing will go wrong." Before her voice even faded, a hearty and powerful voice suddenly rang out. Garfield strode forward, forcefully flexing the firm muscles on his arms. With a face full of certainty, he patted his chest and said, "My king, rest assured and do what you need to do. Leave the matter of moving the villagers entirely to me." He turned and shouted toward his back, his tone crisp and efficient, "Hey, old man, Otto, don't you two just stand there. Come over and help, you're responsible for moving the lighter ice sculptures. Be quick about it." Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 256 Chapter 256 The Truth of the World Chapter 256 The Truth of the World. Grimm's eyes turned cold as his gaze locked onto Pandora's calm face. His tone was blunt and sharp, piercing through the intentions she was deliberately trying to hide. "I'm curious, what little scheme are you plotting now?" He would never easily trust anything Pandora said. This woman always wore a cloak of gentle indifference. Even if she was saying seemingly selfless things right now, there was no way she wanted nothing in return. Facing his scrutinizing gaze, the usual composure in Pandora's eyes rarely faded, stripping away all her feigned indifference. She suddenly lifted her arms, and her plain skirt slowly spun out a faint arc in the void of the space. She turned in a light circle, her movements as soft as a feather drifting in the wind, without a hint of malice. Stopping her turn, she looked up at Grimm, a self-mocking smile touching the corners of her lips. Her voice was so soft it was almost ethereal. "Can this remnant of a body still pose any threat to you?" But Grimm remained silent, the wariness in his eyes not diminishing in the slightest. Pandora didn't mind his distance. She slowly withdrew her smile, and her gaze became incredibly solemn. "However, I do have one small request. If you open that door this time and find a single remnant of Od Lagna's soul, I beg of you, preserve it no matter what." Her hands at her sides clenched slightly, her eyes filled with a persistence and piety that had not been eroded by the long passage of time. "If you truly intend to create a new world, that Lord will surely be of help to you." After speaking, she stood quietly in place, saying no more, allowing Grimm to scrutinize her, looking completely ready to accept his decision. There was no trace of her usual calculation or cunning, only an obsession with the remnant soul of the world's will, and a desperate honesty remained. Grimm turned his head to look at the Amelia beside him. He gently reached out and firmly grasped her cool fingertips. The two walked side by side through the sea of flowers swaying in the wind. Petals fell softly onto their shoulders as they headed toward the deepest part of the floral expanse. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tranquil, and one could vaguely feel a faint pulsation originating from the world source. Grimm walked with light steps and spoke softly, "Are we there, Leah?" Amelia squeezed his hand back tightly. Her purple eyes gazed at the door faintly emerging in the void ahead as she replied softly, "Yes, Grimm. That door is right in front of us." Grimm nodded slightly. His voice was low but clear, sounding exceptionally resolute in this quiet sea of flowers. Without the slightest hesitation, Amelia gripped his hand tightly. The warmth from his fingertips caused all the unease in her heart to vanish, leaving only complete trust and courage. She replied softly, "Yes, I'll open it now." After speaking, she slowly let go of Grimm's hand and steadily raised her right hand, reaching toward that invisible door. A faint silver holy light condensed at her slender fingertips. It was the pure light belonging to the resonance between a spirit arts user and the world source. In the next second, a translucent key engraved with intricate spirit patterns slowly emerged in her palm. This key had no physical form, only Amelia could clearly perceive its existence. The flowing halo pulsed in sync with the world's roots, as if it had belonged to this hidden door since birth. Watching the two of them walk resolutely toward the door, Fortuna's heart suddenly tightened. She instinctively took a step forward, her lips parting slightly, but her heart full of worry and warnings remained stuck in her throat. This door, which connected to the world's life roots, was a secret that their elf race had guarded for generations. Successive generations of tribespeople had given everything to protect it, never daring to open it lightly. The power of the world source hidden behind the door was too dangerous. A single mistake could trigger a global upheaval. Seeing Amelia raise her hand to condense the holy light, and about to touch that forbidden door, she wanted to cry out in haste to stop her and voice all the warnings passed down through generations. But just as she was about to speak, the magic mirror held tightly in her palm suddenly glowed with a soft white light. A gentle yet somewhat weary voice drifted out from the mirror, reaching her ears with precision. "Take a rest, Miss Fortuna." It was Gu's voice, stripped of its former madness and pain, now carrying a sense of relief and comfort. It was light, yet it instantly smoothed the agitation in Fortuna's heart. "Leave the troublesome matters to those young people. They have their own missions and choices." Amelia was completely immersed in the resonance with the world source. The spirit key in her palm emitted an increasingly dazzling silver light. Her eyes were clear, and without a hint of hesitation, as she slowly aligned the key with the invisible keyhole on the void door. The moment the spirit key fit into the lock, a distant and heavy hum suddenly echoed throughout the world, as if traveling from the depths of the world source across billions of years. The door slowly swung inward, the gap growing wider and wider. A vast and desolate aura rushed toward them. It was the weary breath of an aging world, and it also contained the purest power of the life source, swirling the petals of the flower sea around the two of them. Grimm instinctively tightened his grip, once again firmly holding Amelia's hand, their fingers interlocking to convey their mutual determination and strength. "Let's go, Leah." He looked sideways at the young girl beside him. Their gazes met, and without needing words, they understood the resolve in each other's hearts. Without any pause, Grimm turned slightly to protect Amelia, and hand in hand, they stepped slowly into the door that connected to the world source. The moment they stepped through the gate, the freshness and tranquility of the flower sea outside were completely shut out. The world behind the door was a murky gray, with fog as thick as a solid substance permeating every inch of space. As far as the eye could see, there was only chaotic, dark white, so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. No sunlight, no vitality, only a lingering sense of decay and desolation shrouded the entire origin space. Their joined hands tightened slightly as they walked slowly through the thick fog. Before long, a faint but steady light pierced through the mist and came into view. It was an incredibly massive ancient tree, its trunk so thick it was immeasurable, its bare branches stretching toward the gray sky. There wasn't a single green leaf, only the core of the trunk emitted a faint but steady warm light. Countless complex roots extended from the base of the trunk like awakening giant pythons, surging and weaving through the ground and the void, greedily preying on the thin life energy in the atmosphere. Every movement was accompanied by a slight hum of energy, like a dying person desperately grasping for a final sliver of life. These were the life roots that supported the entire old world. Now they had long since lost their former vigor, leaving only a morbid plundering as they struggled to maintain the world's final existence. Amelia leaned close to Grimm, her purple eyes watching the surging roots and the dim ancient tree, as a pang of sorrow rose in her heart. She could feel the pain and exhaustion of the ancient tree. It was a wail shared with the world source. She gently squeezed Grimm's hand, her voice trembling slightly. "Grimm, is this the world's life source?" Chapter 257. The decaying old world. Grimm looked down at Amelia, whose body was tense beside him. He squeezed her palm slightly to give her silent comfort, and said in a heavy voice, "This world is truly reaching the end of its decay." Just as he finished speaking, the entire gray space suddenly trembled violently. Fine cracks spread across the ground, and the giant tree roots that had been frantically plundering energy stopped all movement in an instant. In the next second, these massive tree roots, like coiled dragons, seemed to sense the intruder's presence. Sensing the fresh life energy and the fluctuations of the witch factors on them, they suddenly became extremely violent. The sore loser roots twisted their rough bodies, bringing with them the whistling sound of breaking wind, surging frantically toward Grim and Amelia like a turbulent black tide. Fine suckers opened at the tips of the roots, exuding a greedy and violent aura, intending to swallow the two of them directly and turn them into nutrients to maintain the world's existence. Amelia cried out in surprise, instinctively hiding behind Grim, her fingertips already condensing spirit holy light, preparing to resist the incoming roots. Grim's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his aura instantly became extremely fierce, without the slightest hint of panic. He abruptly raised his left hand, and a pitch-black energy mist suddenly erupted in his palm. Countless hideous invisible hands emerged out of thin air, carrying an overwhelming and powerful momentum as they pressed directly back against the roots. Invisible forces collided violently in the air, the roots whipped and coiled frantically, trying to break through the obstruction. But the invisible hands were like a solid barrier, firmly pinning down every restless root with such force that cracks even appeared on the rough bark. The violent roots and the invisible hands were in a fierce stalemate, the hum of energy collisions echoing throughout the gray space. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a completely different root slowly emerged from deep within the dense, frantically writhing root system. It lacked the roughness and violence of the other roots, its surface glowing with a soft, warm light. Slender yet determined, it passed through the layers of gnarled roots and slowly reached toward Grim, as if conveying a final hope. A faint yet incredibly clear voice pierced through the noisy surging of the roots, drifting into their ears. Carrying the final exhaustion and expectations of the world will, it was the voice of O.D. Lagna, ancient and gentle. Grim Anderson. Take it. The warm light root trembled slightly, and the faint glow at the core of the trunk grew even softer. The dormant witch factor of pride within it was beginning to stir, resonating strongly with the witch factors inside Grim. This is the authority of pride. Once absorbed, your power will break through the threshold and reach the realm of a demigod. Please give the people of this world a new world. As the voice faded, the tip of the warm light root slowly split open. A cluster of power factors emitting a purple halo floated quietly within, waiting for Grim to accept them. The invisible hands around Grim paused slightly, and a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. He looked at that warm light root and listened to the final request of the world will. His originally fierce expression gradually softened, his fingers unconsciously relaxed, and he reached toward that cluster of the witch factor of pride. The moment his fingertips lightly touched the purple halo, a majestic yet gentle power instantly surged through his entire body. Unlike the intense pain and agitation of previous fusions, this authority of pride carried the inclusiveness of the world's origin. It fit perfectly with the other witch factors already in his body, intertwining and blending until they were completely one. Grim closed his eyes, clearly feeling his body gradually becoming completely linked with the ancient world tree before him, and the origin of the entire old world. The roots of the world tree were completely awed by the demigod pressure emanating from Grim. The dense rootlets retreated frantically, curling tightly at the base of the ancient tree, trembling and not daring to move another inch. Grim's gaze was calm. With a thought, the ancient dark fairy tale book instantly appeared before him, its pages flipping violently with a rustling sound. Countless excited and frenzied noises erupted from the pages, echoing throughout the origin space. We've finally waited for this moment. The new world is coming. We can finally leave this place. Long live the apostle. It's our God. Long live our God. Grim pressed his hand on the pages, the light around him surging as the purple authority of pride completely fused with the other witch factors. Grim pressed his hand on the pages, the light around him surging as the purple authority of pride completely fused with the other witch factors, the demigod power surging endlessly within him. A loud bang that shook the origin space suddenly exploded, and the dark fairy tale book abruptly burst apart. Without any damage, it instead turned into endless pure magic power, like a surging tide, rushing frantically toward the world tree. The majestic magic power instantly enveloped the entire ancient tree. The origin of the old world was completely activated and rapidly assimilated under this creative force. The originally massive, towering world tree began to shrink rapidly. The gnarled branches continuously refined, and the wild roots gradually retracted, losing their violence. In just an instant, the towering ancient tree completely disappeared, leaving only a small sapling about half a person's height in its place. The sapling's branches were tender green, its tip glowing with a soft light, and the original aura of decay and desolation was gone without a trace. Only pure and fresh vitality remained, standing quietly in this space, becoming the first foundational origin of the new world. The thick, oppressive gray mist around them began to slowly recede, melting bit by bit into the void. The originally dark and dilapidated origin space completely lost its background, transforming into an endless, vast, and ethereal void, clear and peaceful, without a single trace of the old world's decay and heaviness. Grimm's gaze was calm as he turned and reached out, tightly grasping Amelia's soft little hand, his tone serious and gentle. "Leah, hold on tight, don't get separated." Amelia immediately squeezed his palm back tightly, her purple eyes looking around this completely new void space, her heart filled with both trepidation and anticipation as she asked softly, Grim, what should we do now?" Grim looked up at the world tree sapling standing quietly ahead, a hint of gentle determination rippling in his eyes as he spoke slowly. "Now, it's time to customize a world of our own." Amelia was startled by his words, her purple eyes blinked as she looked into the depths of the void, then down at their joined hands, a pure and serious light rippling in her eyes as she said softly yet firmly, "I want a world without prejudice, without discrimination." Her voice was very soft, yet it carried an unshakable obsession. It was her deepest wish from the journey she had taken. Chapter 258, A God-Created World. There, humans, half-elves, demi-humans, all races can live equally, without being feared or ostracized because of their bloodline or appearance, and without being misunderstood in loneliness. She raised her hand and gently pressed it against her cheek, as if remembering the cold stares and fear she had endured in the past due to her appearance resembling a witch. Her fingertips tightened slightly. "Everyone can understand each other and treat one another with kindness. No one will cry because of their birth anymore, no one will be forced to leave their hometown, and no innocent person will suffer pain they don't deserve." Saying this, she turned to look at Grim, his figure reflected in her purple eyes as a soft smile spread across her face. There should also be warm sunshine, clear rivers, and lush forests. The wind of the Elia forest should blow into every corner. All life can live peacefully and be treated with kindness. Her wish was simple and pure, full of goodwill and empathy, just like her kind and gentle nature, yet it also held a determination to break down barriers and protect all living beings. Grim held Amelia's hand, standing amidst the infinite void, the demigod aura surrounding him soft yet majestic. He gazed at the ignorant world tree sapling before him, then looked up at the entire empty void, his voice calm yet carrying the supreme authority of a creator god as he spoke slowly. "I will fulfill your wish, Leah, but first, our world must have light." As his voice fell, a point of soft light suddenly lit up in the depths of the void, then transformed into a warm sun hanging in the sky. The light poured down, dispelling all the emptiness and illuminating the figures of the two and the world tree sapling. Amelia opened her purple eyes, gazing at the beam of light with surprise and joy, leaning closely against Grim. Grim raised his hand, stroking the void, and declared once more, "Let there be the alternation of sun and moon, and let there be stars to adorn the sky." The sun softened, becoming the warm sun of the day, while a cold, clear moon appeared beside it. Countless stars were born from the void, dotting the sky. The division between day and night was established from then on. Let there be the earth to carry all things. Let there be flowing water to nourish all living beings. Let there be plants and blooming flowers, with greenery spreading across the fields. 1 year later, the first light of dawn enveloped the entire forest, and the rays of the sunrise pierced through layers of leaves, dyeing the bright green canopy a warm gold. Morning dew clung to grass blades and flower petals, reflecting fragmented glints of light. A gentle breeze blew through the woods, just as tender as Amelia had described, passing over vast fields of blooming flowers. The fragrance of flowers and the scent of greenery intertwined, drifting to every corner of the world. And directly above this boundless sea of flowers, in the void, a massive six-sided cube slowly floated. A warm, primordial aura flowed across its entire body as it stood quietly, becoming the power core of the new world. Each side of the cube carried a completely different primordial essence of creation. One side was lush and green, giving rise to endless forests connected to the roots of the Elia forest below. One side was shimmering, covered with clear, boundless flowing water, becoming the source of all the world's rivers, lakes, and seas. One side pulsed with golden flames, warm and not violent, the source of all light and heat in the world. One side was condensed from solid obsidian, heavy and stable, supporting the mountains and land of the entire world. Of the remaining two sides, one was surrounded by a light breath of wind, and the other contained a pure light of life. The six primordial powers balanced each other, flowing slowly to maintain all order in the new world. The giant cube floating above the sea of flowers was the primordial vessel of the new world. All the world's vitality and order were hidden within it. In the center of the Elia flower sea, the void condensed into a giant gate carved with spirits and flowers. This was the entrance to the new world. Grimm held Amelia's hand and stepped slowly inside. Inside the gate was a pure fairy tale world, peaceful and beautiful, with no more conflict. Green mountains rolled on, streams were clear, and soft grass and flowers covered the land while small animals roamed freely in the woods. In the distant fields, exquisite fairy tale castles stood scattered about, and wooden cabins in the forest were surrounded by vines. Spirits, half-elves, demi-humans, and human children played together, their laughter clear and bright. The world tree sapling took root in the center of the world, its roots connecting to the six primordial essences of the cube, continuously nourishing this realm. In a bustling golden hall, the place was crowded with people. Beings of all races were seated in an orderly fashion, their low conversations filled with peace and warmth. Grimm was already seated at the head of the long table in the very center of the hall, the warm demigod aura gently flowing around him. His expression was calm and indifferent as he quietly watched the gathered beings. Bang, bang, bang. Grimm raised his hand and lightly tapped the long table in front of him, the crisp sound instantly echoing through the entire golden hall. He spoke with a hint of helplessness. Please, I established the Council of 10 not for you to sit here in a daze. Hurry up and vote by a show of hands, all right. As his voice fell, on one side of the long table, the Witch of Lust, Carmilla, immediately raised her hand timidly, a faint blush on her pale cheeks, her voice soft and shy. I support Miss Betty's proposal to print Mr. Puck's portrait on the currency. Echidna, sitting nearby, gently spread her hands, a characteristic lazy smile in her eyes as she spoke casually and indifferently, haha, as long as you're happy. The next second, the Witch of Wrath slammed the table, stood up, and began shouting loudly, her tone full of dissatisfaction and seriousness as she questioned Grimm directly. What are you thinking? Is this a cat world? And defining the world as a square isn't that a bit too rebellious of you? On both sides of the long table, the remaining witches of sloth, gluttony, pride, and others also raised their hands in agreement. With more than half the votes, the proposal was finalized. Grimm lightly clapped his hands together and settled the result directly, his tone carrying an unquestionable certainty. Then it's decided. From now on, 1 gold puck equals 100 silver pucks, and 1 silver puck equals 100 copper pucks. Betty, sitting in her seat, immediately hugged the little cat spirit puck in her arms even tighter. Her small face beamed with pride, and she clenched her little fist and cheered loudly, yay. Minerva, the Witch of Wrath, turned red with anger and slammed the table heavily again. Her whole body radiated an impatient fire as she protested loudly at Grimm. Hey, are you even listening to me? Ah, I'm so angry. Grimm looked up at the bristling Witch of Wrath and skipped the dispute in a flat tone, moving straight to the next topic. All right, next item on the agenda, determining the name of our world. As soon as he finished speaking, Betty immediately raised her small hand high, her tone excited, fluffy world. Grimm crossed his arms over his chest and said crisply, rejected. Betty immediately puffed out her cheeks, and let out a dissatisfied huff while holding Puck, turning her small head to the side. The Witch of Vainglory, Pandora, tilted her head slightly and asked in a gentle tone, the pendant on her neck swaying slightly as the fluorescent light inside it flickered softly. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 259 Chapter 259 Box Garden Chapter 259 Miniature Garden. Grimm have any ideas? The fluorescence of the pendant slowly spread, projecting a soft and intellectual phantom of a woman in midair. It was the world's will, Od Lagna. The woman's phantom had gentle features as she softly added. I remember the world Mr. Grimm created was called Fairytale World, wasn't it? Before Grimm could respond, the Cat Clan beastman Mimi suddenly jumped onto the long table, her fluffy ears twitching, and spoke in a cheerful tone, Grimm, I think it should be called Cookie World. Grimm reached out helplessly, grabbed the back of her collar, lifted her off, and put her back in her seat. Go back to the observer's gallery, you foodie. Mimi clung to the edge of the table, her eyes sparkling as she pleaded, they're really delicious, Grimm. Big Sister Little Red Riding Hood's new cookie shop is on Oak Street. Take me there in a bit. Before her voice could fade, Amelia had already stepped quickly to Grimm's side and gently took his arm. You can't do that, Mimi. There's an Anderson family banquet later, so you mustn't cause trouble in the council hall. Mimi, who had been twitching her fluffy beast ears and looking forward to the cookies with sparkling eyes, instantly drooped her ears upon hearing this. The light in her round eyes faded, and her small head hung down. So Mimi won't get to eat the cookies. I finally waited until Big Sister Little Red Riding Hood made a new flavor. Seeing the little one's dejected look, Amelia couldn't help but soften her gaze. She reached out her fair hand and gently rubbed the soft fur on top of Mimi's head. Don't worry, Mimi. You can join us too. We can put the cookies on the dining table. Mimi snapped her head up, her ears instantly standing straight, and a brilliant light reignited in her eyes. Ha ha ha, that's great. Looking at Mimi, who was still clinging to the edge of the table and refusing to settle down, Grimm helplessly raised his hand and called softly toward the side of the hall, Rem, take this silly girl down from the table. As soon as he spoke, a figure dressed in a simple and elegant long dress stepped forward. Rem had a gentle smile on her face, and eyes curved like crescents as she walked over. She gently took the still-bouncing Mimi from Grimm's hands with soft and steady movements, carrying the little beastman back to her seat in the observer's gallery. She even carefully straightened the girl's wrinkled clothes and whispered, Mimi, sit properly. When the meeting is over, Rem can go with you to the cookie shop to buy some. Hearing this, Mimi immediately nodded obediently, sat upright with her hands on her knees, and stopped making a fuss. Everyone's gaze fell back to the long council table. In the area belonging to the House of Astria, the white-haired old man Wilhelm slowly straightened his back and raised his hand, his expression steady yet somewhat gentle. Grimm spotted him immediately, softened his tone, and nodded to the old man. Old man Wilhelm, please speak. Wilhelm slowly stood up, looking at the wide fields of blooming flowers outside the hall. A tender light flickered in his eyes, and his voice was steady and calm. How about calling it the flowery garden? This world is filled with flowers everywhere, and the scenery is gentle and beautiful. My wife has always loved such sights. As he finished speaking, Teresa, who was beside him, helplessly touched her forehead. She reached out and gently tugged on Wilhelm's sleeve, whispering a reproach. Don't say such silly things, Wilhelm. This is a complete world, not a small garden courtyard. After this exchange, a wave of light laughter broke out among the attendees. The originally serious atmosphere of the meeting became increasingly relaxed and harmonious. Even the Witch of Wrath Minerva, who had been bristling with anger, couldn't help but curl her lips, her temper cooling significantly. Grimm rubbed his chin with his fingertips, lowering his head in contemplation for a moment. A flash of realization and a smile appeared in his eyes as he spoke to finalize the decision. Flowery garden is a bit too small, but the word garden is quite good. It holds the warmth of all things living in peace, and having their place, and it also fits this orderly world of ours wrapped in the source cube. He looked up at all the beings in the hall, the faint halo of a demigod swirling around him, and spoke with a certain and gentle tone. How about calling it the miniature garden world? Miniature garden world. Pandora softly repeated these 4 words. The pendant around her neck glowed with light, and the phantom of Od Lagna beside her nodded slightly, her eyes full of approval. A treasure chest filled with the riches of life. Betty, holding Puck, gave a small nod. It's slightly better than Fluffy World. I'll go with your choice. Hearing everyone's approval of the world's name, the gentle halo around Grim rippled. He stretched, shedding some of the seriousness from the meeting, and waved his hand lightheartedly. Since the name of the world is decided, it will be officially promulgated tomorrow along with the currency rules. Now meeting adjourned. Everyone began to stand up, preparing to leave together. At the seats belonging to the House of Astrea, Teresa suddenly stood up. She quickly raised her hand and spoke, her tone carrying a bit of awkwardness and earnestness. Please wait a moment, Lord Grim. Grim stopped and turned to look at her, raising an eyebrow slightly as he asked with some confusion, is there something else? Teresa lowered her eyes slightly, looking at Wilhelm beside her, whose temples were already touched by the frost of age. Her eyes were full of tender guilt, and her voice was soft yet clear. Lord Grim, I have a small request. Could you please make me a bit older? I still have the appearance of a young girl. Standing with Wilhelm, it really looks quite mismatched. I want to spend the rest of our days with him in a form that suits him. Beside her, Wilhelm's gaze toward his wife grew even softer upon hearing this. He reached out and gently covered the back of her hand, his eyes full of affection and relief as he smiled slightly. Teresa, it's all right. Even if you always look like this, as long as I can watch you from afar, I'm already very happy. I've never cared about these outward appearances. Teresa's vision went dark, and she gave the old man's face a light punch. You shut up first. Look at yourself and see if you don't look like a pervert. Grim chuckled, a knowing light flashing in his eyes. His tone was certain and carried a hint of ease. Why get older, Teresa? I can just make the old man younger. He paused, looking at Wilhelm with a more solemn tone, carrying the certainty and warmth unique to a creator god. Old man, I'll help you make up for the 40 years you missed and couldn't spend by Teresa's side. Since he had personally created this miniature garden world and fulfilled Amelia's wish, Grim had already completely broken through from his original demigod status to that of a creator god. He held the source order of the entire world and possessed countless miraculous treasures within the miniature garden world. As he finished speaking, Grim gently raised his hand. With a flicker of light from his fingertips, a small glass bottle filled with a shimmering blue translucent liquid flew steadily toward Wilhelm. Chapter 260. A happy world. A soft spiritual light of life flowed across the bottle, and the spring water inside shimmered with fine starlight, emitting a dense aura of vitality. Old man, this is a treasure of the merfolk, the fountain of youth. Grim instructed softly, his tone carrying a hint of well-intentioned warning. However, I haven't studied the specific dosage in detail yet. Drink slowly, don't accidentally drink too much and turn into a child, or that would be troublesome. Wilhelm steadily caught the glass bottle. As his fingertips touched the cold glass, he could clearly feel the surging, almost overflowing breath of life within. He turned to give Teresa, who was full of expectation beside him, a deep look. Then, he pulled out the cork and slowly drank the fountain of youth in small sips, just as Grim had instructed. The translucent blue spring water entered his throat, and a gentle warm current instantly flowed through his throat into his limbs and bones, sweeping through his entire body. His cheeks, once etched with the hardships of time, and the stark white hair at his temples changed rapidly under the nourishment of this vitality. In just a moment, the once elderly sword demon had returned to the appearance of the spirited youth with restrained sharpness he had been back then. With handsome features and a tall, straight posture, he stood beside Teresa, who was in her maidenly form. Their appearances matched perfectly, with no trace of the gap of years remaining. Teresa gazed at the familiar and young face before her, her eyes instantly filling with reminiscence. For a moment, it was as if she had returned to the time they first met. Her fingertips tightened slightly, followed by a hint of unease and hesitation. She looked at Grim and spoke softly, "Lord Grim, is this a bit too strange? I'm already a grandmother, yet I'm maintaining this maidenly appearance. Standing next to him, who has regained his youth, it really goes against common sense." Hearing this, Grim shrugged indifferently and spoke bluntly with a hint of teasing, not holding back at all. "What's wrong with that? I think it's just right." He glanced at the two who were looking at each other in speechless tenderness and continued to complain. "That son of yours, Heinkel, has such an extreme and ridiculous personality. He's made a mess of the fine Sword Saint family. As for Reinhard, he's a good person, but he's just too stiff. Why don't you two try starting a new character?" This blunt remark first stunned everyone present, and then they couldn't help but chuckle. Amelia gently tugged on Grim's sleeve, her purple eyes filled with a playful scolding. "Grim, don't say that. All right, let's end the chat here. See you later." Grim waved with a light laugh, breaking the brief silence. "If I stay any longer, our companions at home will get angry." After bidding farewell to the people still laughing in the hall, Grim held Amelia's hand, and, with Rem following gently beside them, walked toward the mansion located at the center of the miniature garden world. Grim raised his hand to push open the carved wooden door. Before he could step inside, a gentle and familiar figure quickly came forward to greet them. Fortuna, dressed in a light-colored long dress, had a gentle smile in her eyes. Looking at the three who had returned, her tone was soft and affectionate. "Oh, our family's little adults are home." Her gaze first fell on Amelia, carefully observing her child to ensure she wasn't tired at all, before turning to Grim with eyes full of doting. Grim let out a long sigh, completely losing the appearance of the creator god who had just been maintaining order in the council hall. Shedding his fatigue, he walked straight to the soft sofa in the living room and collapsed onto it, lazily rubbing against a soft cushion, his tone carrying a hint of spoiled complaining. "Phew, Mother Fortuna, being an administrator is so tiring." Just as he finished speaking, a cool yet gentle voice sounded. Rem walked out from the side hall carrying warm tea, her tone calm, but hiding careful attention as she slowly approached the sofa. "Change out of your coat and shoes first. Sitting in the council hall for a long time makes fatigue accumulate. Change into comfortable clothes, and have a cup of hot tea to warm your body." Grim took the warm tea Ram handed him, and took a sip. The warmth spread from his throat to his limbs and bones, slightly dispelling the fatigue brought by the meeting. He looked up at Ram, who still had a cool expression but was thorough in everything, and spoke with sincere concern. "Ram, you should rest more lately. You don't need to do everything yourself, just leave it to our little maid, Petra." Ram lowered her eyes to arrange the teacups on the table. Hearing this, she looked up slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips, her tone calm and certain. "It's fine. I've been resting peacefully for a month. And Oni's body isn't so fragile." Her constitution was already stronger than average, and with the nourishment of the abundant life source in the miniature garden world, her body had already fully recovered just a month after giving birth. She was simply used to taking care of those around her, and couldn't stay idle. Hearing this, Grim remembered something. He sat up straight and asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, "Right, where's Raphael?" That was his and Ram's child, born just last month. The little fellow inherited Ram's peach-pink eyes and soft light-pink hair. With a soft and cute appearance, he was the little treasure of the entire mansion. Duh. As soon as Grim finished speaking, a somewhat mournful sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Gus carefully carried a swaddled bundle, his footsteps very light. He walked down with a face full of exhaustion, faint dark circles under his eyes, looking haggard and helpless. Inside the swaddle, little Raphael was sleeping soundly. A small Oni horn protruded from the soft light pink hair. The peach-pink eyes were tightly closed, and the baby looked incredibly well-behaved, completely unlike his usual rowdy self. Gus gently moved the infant in his arms towards everyone and lowered his voice, speaking pleadingly, he's here. Please, everyone, can you give me a different task?" He glanced at the little fellow sleeping in the swaddle, his face full of misery, and continued to complain quietly, this little fellow is just too much. He sleeps like a log during the day, but at night he's full of energy. I haven't had a full night's sleep in a month. If I keep this up, I'll be possessed by sloth myself. Seeing Vieux's exhausted face, and how he was at a loss from being run ragged by the baby, Amelia couldn't help but curve her eyes into a gentle and sweet smile. She slowly raised her fair hand, and gently touched her lower abdomen. Her fingertips carried a careful treasuring, and her eyes shimmered with an inseparable gentle light. There a tiny but vivid life was quietly being conceived and slowly growing under the nourishment of the world source, carrying all the expectations and love from her and Grimm. Her purple eyes fell gently on the sleeping Raphael in the swaddle. In a soft voice full of maternal tenderness, she whispered, "Milia, your brother is really too naughty. You can't be like him in the future and trouble the people taking care of you." Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 261 Chapter 261 Future Chapter 261 Future. Amelia's gentle murmur made the warmth in the mansion grow stronger. Grimm reached out and gently pulled her shoulder close, his eyes filled with inseparable affection. Just as he was about to say something, a crisp yet cautious knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Rem turned slightly and responded softly toward the door coming. She walked quickly to the carved wooden door and gently unlatched it. Standing outside was the slender figure of Capella. The once flamboyant and perverse former Sin Archbishop of Lust now had her clear and beautiful appearance restored, though her hands and feet were bound by iron shackles engraved with runes. The edges of the iron shackles glowed with a faint golden magical light, firmly binding her power. Seeing Rem, Capella instinctively shrank back, completely devoid of her former arrogance, clutching a wax-sealed letter in her hand, her tone cramped and panicked. Rem, a letter for Greencoin from the old world. I'll leave it here, gotta go, gotta go." As she spoke, she quickly shoved the letter into Rem's hand and scrambled backward. As if there were something terrifying inside the room, she turned and ran away hurriedly before Rem could respond, her retreating figure full of desperate haste. Watching her flee in panic, Rem shook her head helplessly, gently closed the door, and walked back to the living room with the letter. "It's a letter from Miss Capella," she said. "It's for Greencoin. Miss Capella is still very afraid of Greencoin today, haha." Rem looked up and glanced toward the door, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. She was originally sentenced to 50 years of community service by the Council of 10, but every time Grimm sees her, he adds more time. It's almost 120 years now. She definitely wouldn't dare come in. Rem held the letter, walked slowly to Grimm, and handed it over with both hands, a gentle persistence in her eyes. Grimm looked at the wax-sealed letter, his face immediately falling. He shrank into the sofa with a look of utter despair and wailed in resistance, "No way, I don't even need to look to know it's more trouble. I just finished with the Council of 10's business, can't I just rest for a bit?" "You can't, Greencoin." Rem crouched down and gently tugged at his sleeve, her tone gentle yet exceptionally serious. "You are the administrator of the miniature garden world. You have to take responsibility properly and can't be lazy." Rem agreed, "And since the old world will one day be enveloped by the miniature garden world, you can't just leave them be, right?" Grimm sighed helplessly, completely giving up the struggle. He slumped on the sofa, eyes closed, waving his hand. "Fine, fine, you read it to me." Rem chuckled helplessly and obediently opened the letter, smoothing the creases with her fingertips. After seeing the contents, her expression softened slightly as she read aloud, "The affairs of the kingdom of Lugnica have been settled, the nobles and citizens have reached a consensus. They have been waiting for Lady Amelia to come to the kingdom for her coronation as queen. We earnestly request Lord Grimm and Lady Amelia to attend without fail." As her voice trailed off, the living room fell silent for a moment. Grimm's lazy posture stiffened slightly as he slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at Amelia beside him. Amelia herself was slightly stunned, a faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. Her purple eyes were filled with shock and confusion as she instinctively gripped Grimm's sleeve and murmured, "I already withdrew from the royal selection. And I never thought about becoming the Queen of Lugnica." Seeing Amelia's flustered state and blushing cheeks, the smile in Grimm's eyes deepened. He reached out and gently tapped her nose, teasing her dotingly, "So that's how it is. Then Lady Amelia must also take responsibility. Even if you don't want to accept the coronation, it's better to explain it clearly to everyone in Lugnica in person." Amelia's ears burned from his teasing, her watery purple eyes giving him a light glare. "Humph, then you have to come with me again." Grimm wearily rubbed her hair and turned to Rem. "Rem, baby, write back for me and inform the Lugnica side that we will attend as scheduled. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.